Hello, good morning and welcome. Well, yesterday we saw the end of event number 100, those ECIs, where Netherlands were victorious. That then brings us here to Ipsona. This is the Ipsona Cricket Ground in Limassol. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Cyprus, and the action starts right here, right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome to the middle of the Ipsona Cricket Ground. I'm so happy to be back here. We were here in 2021 for a day series. There was also a night series that year as well. And what I can tell you is that these guys take their cricket seriously. We expect to see a lot of runs on this pitch. I'm looking forward to seeing some old faces and some new ones as well, because this time around we have 12 teams taking part in this series and it's going to be a cracker. Nicosia Tigers, I remember them from last time. They were 5-7. They won the first 5 games on the spin, but then went on to lose the next 7, and they missed out on the semi-finals. Limassol Quaylanders, they're a new team. I'm looking forward to see how they get on as well. The two captains are in the middle. I tell you what, join me and the local expert here, Nish Butt, who's going to be with me on comms. Well, I'm looking forward to having a nice chat about the players and also about Cyprus with him. So join us in the commentary box in a moment. But first, let's join the two captains and the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, calendar's the call. Heads is the call. It's tails.
We're gonna be ball first.
Okay, good luck guys, all the best. Have a good game. So Nicosia Tigers have won the toss and they're having a bowl. Back over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much to Stefan Gooch and welcome to the Ipsona Cricket Ground here in Limassol. We are in Cyprus and I'm certainly looking forward to our time here and looking forward to plenty of action. Lovely view of where this ground is located. And well, it's Rico Full here and I'm delighted to be with, well, a person I've never worked with before, but we've spoken much. And Nish, it's good to have you with us. Welcome, good morning.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be alongside a European cricket great as we welcome you to the sunny shores of our island. A little grayer than usual today, but that's not going to affect us one bit. It's been a 506-day wait for us to have cricket back here, and we're so excited.
We're so, hey, how do you say good morning in Cyprus?
Kalimera.
Kalimera, right, Kalimera. Let's have a look at the fancy dashboard of which match we've got coming up this morning. And Nish, you're the local expert. Which players are you looking forward to seeing here?
Well, if you're talking about the Nicosia Tigers, this is a team that has been in this position so many times. They've fallen just short of winning this trophy, but they've got some key players who might be able to get them over the hump this time. I'm looking at Roman Mazumdar. That man is a run machine. He's a classy player. Then you've got guys like Iftikhar Jaman. He's just pure power. Look at him. He's built like a unit. And then you take the Qalandars. It starts with the captain, Mohammed Farouk. He's the most experienced players in ECS on this Qalandars team are playing for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the Tigers that last time. They started so well. They were beating everybody easily, thanks to probably some performances from Zishad Mohammed. He was really on fire. I think he scored over 300 runs last time around. But then they just fizzled away. The last 7 matches they lost and missed out on the semi-finals. And of course, those of you that remember, unfortunately, finals day was a bit of a washout when the rain came and ruined the proceedings where the Black Caps were going to be taking on the Mouflons. So I think the Caps ended up winning as a result of where they finished in the tables. Hopefully this year we're not going to have any issues. This is what the Bat versus Paul Wall is saying. And surprisingly, he's picking Limassol Quaylanders 95-93. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, +2 runs favored. I mean, I wouldn't read into this too much. I think the main thing to infer from this is that it's such a close game. It could be a bit of a coin flip. You can't really tell who's going to win this one.
Well, it's going to be a good one, and I can tell you that the umpire Sujit and Hamad, are making their way out into the middle. The man in black, and looking a little bit greener than the last time that I was here as well. I think it's because we were here towards the end of 2021, which was, well, we had a real heat wave, and there wasn't too much of the green stuff left to be walking around on. But, well, you can see it's looking pretty green, and I'm liking the colours, of course, of the Nicosia Tigers, a team that very much have a Bangladeshi background.
Yeah, this is a team made up of Bangladeshi expats based in the capital city of this country, Nicosia. We're about 75 kilometers from the capital city itself, down in the southwest coast of the island.
A lot of people tuning in bright and early, and a good time to say good morning to some of those as well. Chris Smith, Mayur Patel, Mahindra Reddy. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for all your good wishes. And hey, what a great weekend of cricket it was. And in fact, what a great few weeks of cricket we had in Portugal. Congratulations, of course, to Marlow that once again were victorious in a European Cricket Series final, beating Irish again. So well done to them. Of course, we had the ECIs there during the weekend, and I have to say, well done to all the 3 teams that took part. Just saw some interesting matches between Netherlands, Gibraltar and Portugal. But Netherlands, again, just proving that they were just a little bit too strong. And that was our 100th event. So this is event number 101. Can you believe that?
Yeah, certainly. It's the European cricket's come so far, especially, and this country is one of the best places to track its development. I mean, we have new teams just springing up all the time on this island, and it's really all thanks to the great development that European cricket has brought across this continent.
It's a great story, isn't it? And stronger together. I think that sums it up pretty well. European cricket, along with all the federations across Europe, are stronger together as a result of that. The teams, more players coming into the equation. Here, 12 teams this time around. It's going to be an absolute blast. Those teams are going to be split into 2 groups. We're going to see Group A from now all the way up until Saturday, and only 4 of the 6 teams will go through to what we're then calling, well, the Super Weekend coming up, Super Saturdays, where all the action then starts. So the top 4 from the 2 teams come together towards the end of the series, and we'll battle it out to see who's going to be crowned the champions. So the news from the middle, as we saw, that the Nicosia Tigers, they've elected to take the field, so putting the Queenlanders in to have a bat first. And it'll be interesting to see how the pitch plays. I think last time, Nish, when I was here, I think the pitch was then only recently laid, the new pitch, and it played really well. There was plenty of bounce in it. But one thing we saw with the boundaries, the straight boundaries are the shorter ones here. They're probably around about 45, I would say around about 45 meters. So straight hits, if you can hit straight, you're going to get value for your money here.
Yeah, it's often a tactic. You tend to see bowlers tend to bowl quite wide over here because it's a lot harder to hit the ball square of the wicket, and there's a real short boundary. So any batsman with a lot of power, a strong bottom hand is likely to get a few 6s on this ground.
So here we go to get ready to go. The bowler warming up, and we're going to be starting, I think, with a big unit. So this is Ifitkar Jaman is going to start off, and he's going to be bowling to Naveed Akhtar. He's going to take the first ball. The umpire just waiting to be given the thumbs up from the tournament referee. Everything, we've got to start punctually on time. So just a slight, looks like there's just a slight hold up, maybe just some tech issues. But the good thing is that little drizzle which lasted for about 3 minutes has gone. The sun to our left is coming out, and I'm expecting to see a fiery start to this one. The umpire Sujith just waiting to get given the thumbs up. So tell me about, while we're waiting, tell me a little bit about yourself and your connection with Cyprus.
Well, of course, this is the country where I was raised in. Really, on this island, of course, living in the capital city, and really just my upbringing was really what made me fall in love with cricket. As we just see Jaman doing a little warm up. So you're Cyprus through and through? Yeah, I was raised here. Of course, my parents originally from India.
Okay, so raised in Cyprus. And tell me a little bit about your cricketing, because have you played much, or how does that work when you're in Cyprus all the time? Obviously, you're studying a lot at the moment as well, but play much cricket?
No, unfortunately, certainly when I was growing up over here, cricket was not much of a thing, and it seems to have peaked now that I've actually managed to, once I got past 18, but always had a love of watching the game because my dad, he was a very good player himself back when he used to play.
Okay, and now, of course, where do you study then? Because you're studying in the UK, is that right?
Yep.
So where about in the UK?
Cardiff, down in South Wales.
Cardiff? There must be some good cricket grounds in Cardiff.
Oh, yeah, of course. The Sophia Gardens, it's had an Ashes series there, the famous one where, of course, Jimmy Anderson and Monty Panesar blocked it out.
Yeah.
2009 Ashes.
So get much chance to play there, or are you more a watcher, observer, and turn your arm over now and again?
I certainly do like playing a bit of village cricket. Here for the Cardiff Cavaliers, who looking to win the Willow League for the first time in a few years. So let's see how that fares for us.
Yeah, still slight delay. Apologies for that, folks. All I can think of is that there's maybe just a few technical issues. I think it's probably to do with some of the internet, and just we don't want to start, of course, without you getting all of the benefits of the European Cricket Network and what we do. And I think there may be just a few issues in making sure that the scoring is up to date, but that gives us a chance to chat. Look, one thing I'm looking forward to, I think the last time I was here, I discovered a lot of things about Cyprus, a lot of fascinating facts. But it's good to have you here because I have somebody, I'm going to say I have the local, you're my local expert, and I'm looking forward to you to telling me all the places to go to and all the food to try, because I'm being told that when it comes to the culinary side, Cyprus, it offers so much.
It certainly does, because Greek culture is quite unique in the sense that it's kind of a blend between East and West. Greece, obviously, and the Hellenic world in general, sort of being right on the edge of Europe. So Greek cuisine, of course, has a bit of a blend of Middle Eastern cuisine as well. And that's one of the things that you...
Yeah, so how about, so okay, so today then, when we go back to base to our hotel partner, Harmony, what are you going to tell me to try out? So a proper traditional, a nice dish.
Well, if you're in Cyprus, the first thing you have to have is souvlaki, which is, of course, Greek kebab.
Okay.
And a few skewers of those with pita bread should really put you to sleep.
So this is when you say kebab, you're talking about actual chunks of meat that
yes, certainly.
Grilled? All right, sounds good already. And listen, so your origin Indian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, and you live in Cyprus?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that I finally found somebody who's going to make me some aloo prantas and bring it to the ground for me in the morning as well? Come on. I mean, I want to try the local food, but I want my Indian food as well.
We're going to have to get my mother to drive up here.
I like it. I like it. Well, that's about an hour's drive. And tell your mum that if she drives up here and she makes me some aloo prantas, then, we'll have her on the camera and, she can say hello to people as well. So listen, while you're here, why don't you say hello to your parents or hello to anybody else you want to say to before we get started here. Still that slight delay, folks. Obviously, a few technical issues, a few gremlins. We're off. It is Monday. And listen, it is Monday. It's also Easter Monday. So happy Easter Monday to all of you out there. I hope you didn't eat too many Easter eggs over the weekend. Did you eat any Easter eggs?
Well, actually, Easter, Orthodox Easter is next weekend. So
that's right.
In the Eastern world, of course, Easter comes next weekend. But of course, we hope everyone out in Western Europe and wherever in the world they celebrate Easter had a wonderful Easter weekend.
Yeah. And one thing I can tell you, folks, is quite often where we go, for example, in Cartamar, I'm always telling the fielders, be careful when they're going to retrieve some of the balls when they go into the shrubbery, because there's a lot of creepy crawlies about. Here I know we have to be careful of the snakes. Right? Yes. I mean, that's a fact here in Cyprus. You've got to watch out for the snakes. And I know this because I've done my research, and apparently one thing I was reading about, and you see it actually where we are based, there's just so many cats. Cats everywhere. People love the cats here in Cyprus and all types of cats. And I was wondering why so many, and I was told that the cats are brought over to deal with the snakes. So that is why there's so many cats around. So we're going to have to be careful of the snakes out here. And that's why I'm a little glad that we're slightly being situated a little bit further away from where we were last time. We were right in the overgrowth. Anyway, looks like we are ready to start. So once again, a very good morning to everyone. Good morning to everybody on the chat as well. And let's see how this pitch plays. We're getting ready for the first ball. So it will be Jaman to come in. And he comes coming right arm around the wicket. And gets this to move away sharply, but a wide ball called. And Sujith, the umpire, sees that just catches a bit of the line. But good movement to start off with.
Yeah, good movement. And the interesting thing is he's going around the wicket. This is a tactic we often see in Cyprus. It's could argue that is maybe a slightly negative tactic, but of course it's T10 cricket and you want to keep runs to a minimum. Yeah,
I mean, if you get the ball where he does there right in that zone, I think it's a little bit unlucky for it to be called a wide, to be honest. So once again there, asking the question. One thing I will say about this, Jaman, I don't mind him coming around the wicket. He can't be going right in front of the umpire, because even if there might have been a snick on this, I don't think there was. I mean, the umpire cannot see anything from here. Just watch this. Watch where he ends up. Now, just here, the umpire can't see. You're not made of glass, so if there's a snick there, he could have done himself out of wicket. So, and I like the umpire to have a chat with him as well and say, hey, come on, I don't mind you coming around the wicket, but run off the pitch. This one probably will be a wide, and you see there it goes right across one more time. It's a observation that I've made so many times when we've travelled to different areas, to different countries. A lot of bowlers, as you said, do like to come around the wicket, but I think umpires have to start reminding them at the early point, hey, you can't be there. And once they're told, you know, it's remarkable, they do stop. Well, gets hold of this, and it's travelling. It gives us a chance to see how the outfield plays. We're pretty quick. That's your answer. That's the first runs off the bat, and it comes in the form of cuatro carreras. Naveed Akhtar is up and running.
Yeah, nice one there for Naveed Akhtar. He had a little bit of width there, and he just uses his wrists beautifully to target mid-wicket. And a bit of a shaky start for Jaman. We saw him bowl one good delivery, but outside of that, he's been a little bit too wonky, tad bit too undisciplined, and he's going to have to fix that.
Yeah, I mean, what we find is a lot of these cricketers probably haven't played too much cricket up until now. Let's see how Jaman replies. Well, he goes a bit wider, and this time goes through to the keeper, Sagar Rahman. No mistakes taking that one, but once again, he is going right across the umpire. I'd like to see the umpires address this early. In fact, I think it's a good point that the umpires sort of start making their presence felt here early with that sort of bowling, and then basically it rubs off on the other teams as well. Otherwise, it can become a little bit of a habit. Rahman once more. But this time it's better. He sort of stops himself going all the way across, so maybe the umpire has had a quiet word.
Yeah, this is a much better ball, and this is kind of where we want to see Jaman bowling. We were talking earlier that a lot of these players might not have played much cricket, but the unique thing about Cyprus is because of the climate here, the cricket season starts much earlier than in most places.
Okay, more on that after this delivery. That one was in the slot, and just doesn't move his feet here, Naveed Akhtar. I think if he steps out to this, he's got a chance to hit down the ground, so it's a dot ball. So when would when would you start here then?
You can start as early as February.
All right, okay. So the leagues, is that when the leagues would start?
Yeah, the leagues would start. I think they've already had a chance to play a T10 tournament as well. I believe one of the teams we're going to see next week are the defending champions.
So changing the field, so get the man that comes in from the offside in, so pushed one more back on the leg side. And he just sort of chips this away towards the man who was pushed back into the mid-wicket boundary. He comes in, does the fielding. So the over will finish with a single, and that's the first over down. The score moves to 7 without loss.
Yeah, this is I think it's a pretty good recovery by Jaman. I mean, considering he'd given up 6 runs in just 2 balls, the fact that he's given up just 1 more run in the remaining 4 deliveries is something he'll be encouraged by. So 7 for no loss at the end of 1 over is something that Nicosia Tigers will take.
Yeah, just the 1 boundary that came off in that one as well, which he played rather well. Just going a little bit overcast again, getting some cloud to come over. But the temperature scheduled today around about 25 degrees, so I'm pretty sure, I mean, it's quite early here at the moment. It's coming up to just 8:45 in the morning, so I'm pretty sure that within an hour or so, most of this cloud will burn away. So here's the start of the second over. And the bowler just checks his field. Interesting to see, really tight on the offside. It's nicely played, but great pick up, and oh well, I think a direct hit, he would have had him. Let's have a look at this again, Nish. I think he's lucky. Yeah, he would have been gone. Doesn't slide the bat through.
And I think just shows you how tight everything's going to be. I mean, this is T10 cricket after all, so you have to take that risk on the run.
Yeah, look at that field. 2 men really close either side behind the stumps. Well, that's really wide. Well, he was aiming at one of those men on the offside. But I wonder if we get a chance to see the field, but very tight out on the offside. You've got men, you've got like a backward point and a point very close. So they're really putting the squeeze in. I suppose you can see why the bowler, just have a look at that. They're very tight on that offside, and they're all walking in as well. So basically, captain's asking the bowler to keep it outside that corridor, and that's what he's trying to do, but he's just going a little bit too wide at the moment, as umpire Hamad signals another wide. Yeah,
I think extras has really been a real killer for this Nicosia Tigers side early. Last thing you want to do is give up bonus runs as Son runs back in for the second ball.
Oh, well, this one comes out completely wrong. This would be I think that's a no ball for height. Yeah, it has been called. And unfortunately, the wicketkeeper's going to get 4 byes to go against his name. I mean, this one, the wicketkeeper's got no chance in stopping. That one, you can see how high it was. I mean, the closest man to that was that fielder there, who, to be honest, is not the best of efforts to try and stop it, but probably, I don't think he was expecting it to be there, was Sabir Ahmed.
I mean, we're talking about this Kalandar side playing in their first ever ECS. You'd think there'd be quite a bit of nerves among them. The last thing the Tigers want to do is give them all these bonus runs just to help them feel their way into the game.
Yeah, absolutely right. So 4 byes and the no ball. Free hit coming up. And Ahmed, well, he swings hard, but misses out on it.
Yeah, I think nerves are evident for both sides here early. The Kalandars haven't, other than that one shot to mid-wicket, they've struggled to middle it as well. A lot of looseners from the Nicosia Tigers, so clearly this means a lot for both these teams, and they're just trying to settle their nerves.
Hassan. Oh, this one probably will be a wide again, yeah, and you can see the bowler saying, how? Well, the reason is that this is the other side of the line. It's clearly visible. So frustration with the bowler. He knows he's giving too many extras away here. Jahid Hassan just needs to, maybe he's just fighting the swing at the moment. It comes in again. The better ball, played away. They're taking on the arm of the fielder one more time, and once again, it probably would have been pretty close as we watch this again. I'm nice to see them taking these singles niche, but some of them, I think, a bit suicidal.
Yeah, this is a bit of a kamikaze bit of running, as you pointed out. And I think they're almost just rushing to get off strike right now.
It's another big swing, and just not getting to the pitch of the ball. So you can see this, he's just swinging from where he is in the crease. He just needs to take a little step towards the ball. So he shuffles across okay, but he needs to go a little bit forward as well. That needs to be an across and forward movement. And he gets this pretty well. It'll be a nice test for the fielder. Deals with it very well. No issues there at all for Yasser Mahmood.
Yeah, the bowler went just a tad too full on that occasion, but exactly as you were saying, I mean, you know, just because it's T10 cricket doesn't mean you can't play proper cricketing shots. You could easily open up the offside.
And he goes to cut these, and once again, it's another wide. The umpire's going to be very tight on that. What would you say is the average score on this pitch?
Typically, I think a healthy score here needs to be anywhere between 100 to 110. That would probably be a par score.
Right.
If you want to get to a good score range, then you need to start hitting those 120s.
Yeah, I think it's a case of, I mean, probably that's what a lot of these batters are doing with these swinging and misses. I mean, this should be put away, and it will. It's a bit of a gundy ball, and it goes all the way to the boundary. Does this hit the post and come back? Let's have a look. He was going for bonus points here. He gets the 4. Let's see where this is. He's going for the goal, and yeah, it's off the post. Wow. What an opportunity to get some bonus points on the board. Misses out on it. It will stay as 4. It's the end of the over as well. 23 without loss after 2.
I mean, looking at the state of those goalposts, you can tell that no one's played football here for a very long time. This really has been turned into a cricket ground as we take a look at the teams that are in this Group A. Gotta say, MDocs, the Nicosia Tigers, these are the 2 most experienced teams in this group. We've seen both those 2 sides playing some absolutely riveting encounters, whereas the others are here for the first time, as it looks like Iftikhar Jaman is going to be bowled out by his captain. He's coming back for his 2nd over.
Down the leg side, and the batter quite happy just to allow this to go by. He takes the wide. Jaman, so just, I mean, Nish has touched on it already, but those extras already now 11. Well, that makes it 12 with that one. That's 7 wide. And of course, the other thing, Nish, is that you're going to have to keep an eye on the clock as well, because every time you're bowling these wides, you're having to bowl an extra. Well, there's another one. So that takes it to 13. He's also running right in front of the umpire still. So a few issues. And you can see the umpire this time does have a word with him, and I like that. You see straight away, as he goes back, starts to walk back to his mark, the umpire, as umpire Sajith is saying, hey, come on. I've told you this before. You can't be running in front of me. Yeah, just the time is going to be an issue as well. And I think I thought for a moment he's going to try and maybe come the other side of the umpire, but decides to stay where he is. No ball this time called, and have a look at his foot.
I know, I was just about to say much better ball, and then I saw the fateful right arm.
Oh, it's a long way away. I mean, look, that's a huge no ball. And umpire Sajith is on it straight away. Yeah, so no ball, free hit coming up again. So those extras just keep going up. So look, we're getting to a point where we're coming to 10 minutes. And we haven't even completed, well, we only just started the third over. So the game at 5, just over 5 minutes and over, that's too much. They could get penalised with time here. This one also probably would have been a wide, but the umpire, but the batter decides, you know what, I'd rather take the runs, and he gets enough on this. Sohail Ahmed is going to be 4 more. So he's really straying at the moment with his line. Jaman, he can't get it right.
Yeah, it's just not enough pace to be bowling at that kind of length. Sohail just able to get around that ball and hit it behind square in that vacant gap. They've, as captain set him field, he's got a long on and a deep mid wicket, and he really needs to bowl to that field.
Yeah, he certainly does. I mean, yeah, we've seen that field already, but he's not bowling to it. But he does now come over the wicket, and it's a better delivery, but it's well played. The chase is on the Iba. Well, the fielder chases hard. काफी कोशिश तक की थी फील्डर ने, but चौका लग गया. 4 carreras.
Yeah, this time he does change the angle a little bit, but goes onto the pads, and nice bit of wristy work there by Sohail Ahmed, who's starting to get a bit of confidence as we look at some of the local wildlife.
What's that lurking down there in the background? Is that a turkey?
Oh, goodness me.
Is that a turkey? I thought it was Easter time, not Christmas. The turkeys are out early. Oh, nice watch there by production. Well, it's another Gandhi ball. It's going to be 4 more as he just whips this away. So Sohail Ahmed is getting a few. Well, maybe it's Christmas time because he's getting a lot of presents. This is another one that could put away. And, well, the bowler here, Jaman, just totally losing his shape.
Yeah, totally. He keeps straying onto the pads, and this is easy pickings for Sohail Ahmed. We were talking about how these 2 new batsmen in the inaugural ECS for this team, well, they've now got a lot of confidence, particularly Ahmed. He'll be feeling really good out there. 4 boundaries so far in his innings.
Yeah, a few people in the chat saying Nicosia Tigers are better than this, and that's better areas, but it's a tight call, but the umpires are going to be very strict and consistent with these. It just catches a bit of the line, you see there, and wide it's called. But I'm far happier, Nish, with them bowling that line and trying to get the ball inside that corridor rather than bowling down the leg side. And he gets this one through, but he goes through the keeper and is going to quickly whiz down to the boundary. That's going to be 4 by, so whether they're coming off the bat or not, the ball somehow finds its way to the boundary. The wicket-keeper, Sagar Rahman, well, he gets a bit unlucky with the bounce, but he doesn't get anything behind it, goes through him. And once again, those short boundaries, so quick.
No, it certainly is the case. And we talk about how useful tournament experience is. Well, it isn't coming to much. We're already seeing the double teapots out for the Nicosia Tigers, hands on their hips. Well, we're only in the middle of the 3rd over. This is a bit too early.
This is catching chance, and he gets a wicket. And, well, that's the beauty of bowling in the corridor, bowling to your field. He gets this one outside the off stump, slightly short. The batter tries to guide this away. He isn't able to, so that will be the end of Sohail Ahmed. Not before he's made a good start for his side. 17 he'll fall for of 9 deliveries. And the score, the first wicket falls for 44 for 1. Still a ball to go in this, the 3rd over. But it's I mean, Liverpool Colanders, courtesy of some wayward bowling, have made an explosive start here.
No, they certainly have. I mean, we were talking about bowling to your field, and that was finally one occasion where they did that, and they've been rewarded for it. I mean, the captain must be thinking, well, listen, guys, we stayed up all night. We made our plan and took you guys 2.5 overs to finally execute it, but they do manage to get it here as the new batsman walks in. Of course, Sohail Ahmed, who was just dismissed as the most experienced batsman for the Highlanders in ECS. He's, of course, played for the Limassol Zalmi the last time.
Yeah. Okay, Jaman. This time just shading that line one more time. You can see a bit of a mini turnaround and protest from the bowler, but once again, it's a good call because it's catching. Remember, any part of that line, well, it belongs to the umpire, and the umpires have been very consistent so far this morning, Sujit and Aman. So more extras are going to cost them dear here, Nish. This This one's slightly short at the body, tries to get the hook shot going. Doesn't quite get it right. I think it will go down as runs to the batter. Yeah, it will. So Malhotra, he will get off the mark, and that is the end of the power play. It's a pretty decent one, I think, though that one wicket goes down in that one. It sort of does belong to the team making their debut. Limassol Quaylanders are 45 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, great stuff. The Quaylanders going at just over 15 and over. This is exactly what they would have wanted. Any nerves they had in their dressing room have been relinquished now. I mean, this is looking very solid for them now, and a lot of head scratching now for the Nicosia Tigers, of course, at the end of the power play, so they can have a few more fielders outside the ring.
Yeah, looks like they will make a change. Looks like Yasir Mahmood is going to bowl this over, so they're probably going to hold back Jahid Hassan, who had a few issues of his own. And let's see if Mahmood can start to swing the balance of this contest in their favour. There he is. Liking the colours there, liking the, as you said, they're a team that have got Bangladesh background. This one I think is okay. Just squeezes this in the line. Better areas, good start outside the off.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what he's been targeting, trying to bowl a lot wider. And this time he just managed to get it inside the line. So good start for the new bowler. He's executing the plan which his captain set out for him.
Yeah, Mayur Patel saying he thinks they need to bowl spin. Yeah, well, look, Mayur, I agree with you. I think the way that the Pacers have struggled, I mean, the power play is now done with. You could quite easily go to a spinner here. Let's just see how the batters perform against spin. But then having said that, you have got Sohail out the way now, so maybe it's an opportunity just to see how Akhtar goes about things. Malhotra is the new batter that's joined him out there. Akhtar, 8 of 10, so he hasn't really got going yet, so it's probably worth trying another seamer here. But if this doesn't work, yeah, certainly if you've got some spinners, you could go to spin. It's high up in the air, and the fielder does extremely well. Well, he takes a bit of a tumble, takes one for his team, gets himself up though, but he does really well. That's a good bit of fielding. And I like the fact here, Nish, that he goes with it with his hands.
Yeah, that's certainly great, the fact that he goes with his hands. And again, we've said they've had a bit of a lackluster start. A little fielding moment like that can spark this side, give him a bit of confidence. We finally start seeing a bit of applause, people cheering each other out there.
Yeah, it's a good, quick delivery. That was pretty quick, and a lot of noise, a lot of appealing, but the umpire not moved, but better areas again.
Yeah, Yasir Mahmood's nailing with Jaman, and his partner earlier Shahid Hassan really struggled to go with. He's actually managed to get it just inside the line.
Edge, oh, this is going to race away. What a great stop. Is that man out there again? He does brilliantly well. That's superb fielding, and excellently done, and that is a Bikash. And what a good stop this is. First, the wicketkeeper just caught going the wrong way at the crucial moment, but great work once again from, that's Bikash Shrestha. Excellently done.
Yeah, he saved his side 6 runs, Bikash Shrestha, and you can see there's suddenly just been a great increase in their body language.
Slower delivery, but he picks it and makes it into a full toss, and he gets absolutely walloped. Balle, kinna zona, shakalagya, and there it is, Nish, the first maximo of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Cyprus.
Yeah, we've been talking about how great he's been with his bowling. On that occasion, he bowls a full toss, one just slips out of his hands, and it's easy pickings for Varun Malhotra, who smashes that.
Malhotra starts well, and then he's drawn into this one, but once again just a lack of foot movement. I think it was there for the shot. It does move away a bit as well, but I think if the batter gets himself there early, he's going to play that away. It's not a bad over. I mean, that one from Mahmood, despite that one big 6, only goes just for 8, but I like his areas. He bowled better. It was outside the off stump, and he got the batters to play a miss a few as well. 54 for 1 at the end of 4.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing was the fact they didn't bowl any extras in that over, which means they managed to get through that over a lot quicker than the power play.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, but the thing is, I still think here that they're probably running at least one over ahead of time, and that again probably means that probably going for spin could work in their favour. Looks like they are. See somebody turning his arm over. Don't know if we're going to see perhaps a bit of leg off spin here. Let's wait and see who the bowler is. It's going to be, well, the man that you talk very highly of, Roman Mazumdar, coming on to bowl.
Yeah, Roman Mazumdar, and looks like they've listened to what Mayur Patel was talking about earlier. They've gone with a spinner. Mazumdar, of course, is very accomplished with the bat. He tends to almost, it would be offensive to almost say that he's a part-time spinner, but he's certainly a batting all-rounder. That would be the better term.
Yes, certainly yes. Let's see how this goes. And, okay, good areas. The batter's showing good intent though as well. I think you can see here, we haven't quite seen it as yet, but I know that last time we was here, a lot of the batters were focused and hitting straight because that's just your shorter boundaries. Already that boundary is protected. It's another swing and a miss. Mazumdar. Now Mazumdar is wary of the time because as soon as that ball is bowled, he'd say, right, straight back to me, straight back to me. So the umpires, of course, are telling them all the time you're running behind time. At least Mazumdar is taking note. Well, 3 on the spin, 3 balls, 3 dots. Great start here from Mazumdar.
Yeah, Mazumdar racing through this over very successfully so far, and the batsman, he should be keen to open up the offside as well. You don't need to thwack everything to the next side.
No run again, so 4 balls, 4 dots. Mazumdar once more to Akhtar, who's really struggled to get going. This is high up in the air, and he's going to get lucky. 1 bounce, and well picked up by the fielder. Good work, and a good chase.
Yeah, well, Mayur Patel in the chat really was right to say that they should go with the spinners. This has been a really successful over so far. Just the 1 run off the first 5 deliveries, and really didn't show any confidence there, Akhtar. He looked very shaky.
And it's another dot, so what a great over. So spin works really well. And Mazumdar, I think he bowled really well, getting the ball in the right area. So we are at the halfway point, and 55 for 1 after 5, and a good opportunity to welcome you all once more, our global cricket family, to our comms back. I have to say, a nice little setup where we are here. Got a good view of the ground. You can see some of the teams getting ready for the next match to our left. Beautiful. And getting a bit humid now, so I'm pretty sure that the temperature's going to heat up pretty quickly.
No, certainly we aren't far from the coast, of course, here in Ipsona. So we're not far from, of course, one of Cyprus's largest ports, of course, Limassol Harbor itself. And the humidity, I think, will just be something that's here throughout this week.
Yeah, I know that when we were here in November 2021, and even in November it was stifling hot. So I'm just wondering just how warm and sticky it's going to get. If you go back to the action here, it's high up in the air, and the fielder can't get to it. Has a shot, and I think he could be out. He will be out. The umpire gives him the fielder play. Well, he was a little bit slow getting to this. Was the fielder? I think that's Yesir. Is that, or is that Zishan? I think that's Zishan. He's a bit slow getting to it, but when he gets it, he gets the throw right on the money. And well, he may not get the catch, but watch the pickup and the throw. So we have a run out here. So has a big swing at it, goes for it, and watch this. He's just ball watching. He's not trying to get there. It's not good running. There comes the bails. It's an easy decision to give for the umpire. So that's really well done. First, the bowler's a little bit frustrated. I think that's Farhad Mahmood saying, come on, why don't you catch it? Where the big man comes across and then knocks him over. That's really good work from Zishan Mahmood.
Yeah, he's just about grazed the outside of the leg stump, so it's done just about enough to get that bail off. So this is a big moment, and I think the Nicosia Tigers have managed to pull this game back really well after that power play where it seemed to be getting away from them. So confidence back in this Tigers side.
Yes, we're going to miss. I don't think that's they'll be too disappointed, maybe the Quaylanders with that, because I don't think Akhtar was quite going at a good pace. So having him out of the way, look, it is T10. We're at the halfway point. Akhtar, he's had a fair bit of time out there, hasn't really got going. So I think somebody else coming out there. Farouk is the man out there now. Maybe he can go at a quicker rate. And Malhotra, of course, on strike at the moment. And that one will be, and should be a wide. It is. As Mahmood just goes a little bit too wide.
Yeah, of course, the skipper, Farouk, he's one of the few experienced players on this Quaylander side. Who's been in an ECS before. He played a little bit for the Limassol Zalmi. during our last ECS in November 2021. Managed to make 53 runs at an average of just under 18, but he's much better with the ball. As we just see a few adjustments out there. Of course, they've got a long off, a long on, a deep mid-wicket, so protecting those straight boundaries.
Goes for the big shot, and now, well, where's he going? And an appeal, it does hit the batter, but though the bowler is asking the question, the batter doesn't really change. He's run back, he's hit while he's trying to get back into his crease. He's not looking at the ball at all, so I think that's purely accidental.
Of course, Keanu Reviews on our YouTube chat is very excited to see the big man Zishan Mahmood back. So are we, Zishan.
High up in the air, and it could be another, and it will be another. So, well, Zishan is on fire, gets the run out, and this time, look, he's got a fair bit of ground to cover, and he doesn't look that nimble, does he? But he gets there pretty well and takes the catch.
Well, this is a case where appearances do deceive. It was just popped right up in the air as Zishan covered ground really quickly to get underneath that one, and they've gone bang bang in this over. That's the second wicket. And it's Varun Malhotra who hit the only 6 so far this innings. As we take a look at the replay, just gets underneath it a bit too much and loses shape. And that's a nice catch for Zishan. He'll get a few pats on the back from his teammates. And the Nicosia Tigers, they've managed to pull this back. That run rate has dropped from 15 down to 10.4.
Yeah, I mean, Amir Hussain now comes out to bat. So basically you got 2 new batters out there now. I think Malhotra, he was a good guy to get out pretty quickly because he looked like he could hurt you. He played some nice shots. He was timing the ball well up and he miscues that. And well, Zishan comes across and takes the catch. So well done to Zishan. Gets the run out, takes the catch. He's certainly going to be putting a few more fantasy points on his name. And also Mahmood, good start from him. 1 wicket, just 2 runs so far. 3 balls still to come in this over number 6. Just having a look at that field now here. So the 2 men, I think you'll always find 2 men straight. So long on, long off a back. You've got a mid-wicket back as well. No square leg on the boundary. And the reason for that is they're opting to have the 3rd man back as well, because that's another small boundary there behind the keeper. They've got a sweeper out on the offside. Dot ball there from Mahmood. Good over so far. So interesting. Over number 5 was bowled by the spinner, Umar Muzamda. Bowled really well. Only 3 runs came of that, and only a couple of this one so far. So good little spell here from the Nicosia Tigers. That's really well bowled.
Yeah.
Really comes in. Really beautiful bit of bowling.
Yeah, that one jagged back in so far. I mean, take a look at this one. That is beautiful.
Yeah, you could see the seam all the way through. Great delivery. And, be encouraged by that. The captain of the Tigers now, Jahid Hassan, will be a lot happier with the way things are going. Struck well in the gap, and the fielder, he deals with it really well. The ball just deviates slightly, but he's up to the mark, and that's Ashish Bam who makes the stop.
Yeah, he went a touch too full there, Mahmood, which allowed Hussain to hit that one on the half volley, but I think with that kind of delivery, you've really got to be putting that one away for a 4. As we come to the end of the 6th over and take a look at the scorecard, of course, you did mention earlier that it's probably a good thing that Naveed Akhtar was run out. I think just 10 runs of 18 deliveries, but outside of Sohail Ahmed's little cameo, it's the extras that's been the best batsman so far for the Tigers.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon, the Colunders.
Yeah, extras really hurting them. And look, folks, it's a big day. I like to mention some huge days. It's National Hug Your Dog Day here today. I know that we have a lot of dog lovers around the globe, and a lot are on our chat. I know that. So come on, give your little pooches a bit of a hug. And you know that it's good for you as well. Hugging your dog releases a hormone in both the pup and the person called oxytocin. So normally referred to the cuddle hormone. So give them a cuddle. It's good for your dog. It's good for you. It strengthens your bond, and it makes your day better. So give your dog a hug today as you get ready for the start of over number 7. You got a dog? Are you a pet person?
I mean, I certainly do like dogs, but don't unfortunately have one of my own. That's maybe something for later in life.
Well, this is a wide ball, and this is not directed to the bowler at all, but it is also another international day today, International Safety Pin Day. Safety pin is a great invention, can be used for a number of things. So it can be used to help hold up things like clothes, and it can also be used to maybe pin things up like a medal. Well, because, well, that man deserves a medal because he's bowling brilliantly, and he's having a great morning, isn't he, Zishan? Zishan Mahmood comes on to bowl, takes a wicket. Good catch taken by Sagar Rahman. Well, we were talking about the safety pin. Well, there's safety in those gloves as well.
Oh, there certainly is. I mean, this is the third wicket that Zishan Mahmood's been involved in. As we take a look at this one, back of a length, just gets an edge, and it goes straight through to the keeper. Amir is just trying to, he's almost trying to force it to the leg side. He could easily use the pace of the ball, try to play it towards third man, and I think there's been a lot of undisciplined shots here by the Quaylanders. They could very easily have, just used the pace of the ball in some of these cases. But
yeah, I mean, look, the wickets are falling here pretty quickly. They're not getting the runs on the board, so I think they've allowed the Nicholas Tigers right back into this. It wasn't a good start from the Tigers, where the 45 came of the power play, just the 1 wicket down, too many extras. So they've opened the door, and the Nicholas Tigers, well, they're storming in. And, very much the same. It's what I would say, not smart cricket.
no, it certainly isn't. And you take a look at this one here, the batsman, it's his first ball, just trying to feel it, maybe knock it to the fielder at cover, try to get a single, get off the mark, but they just seem to be keen to heave everything towards cow corner.
Yeah, take the singles as well. Singles are also important. There's always room, as we said right at the beginning of these innings, to play genuine proper cricket shots. Well, this is a better shot. He gets right on top of this. The fielder attacks it. And I think on this field, you're probably better off attacking the ball than allowing it to attack you. I think if you go to it, you stand a better chance of stopping it, and maybe you're not deviating. I get the feeling that we're going to see quite a few Tortuga bounces on this one.
Yeah, that took a nasty hop, but Ashish Bam was on top of that.
It's looks like another good over. So we've had 2 good overs before this for the Nicholas Tigers. This seems to be another good one. That's really well bowled. Oh, he's a little bit unlucky for this to be a wide, I think. I think it starts to move away. But let's see if it catches any of that line at all. Or maybe just umpire's call for me.
Yeah, that's a tight one, but of course, as long as they're consistent with calling these, I think that's all the sides can ask for.
Hits it straight down the ground. This will be a test for the fielders, but they can't get to it. That's 4 runs. That's been muscled to the boundary. It just goes to show here how short those boundaries can be. And if you hit the ball well, even with those 2 men, they're just literally meters away from that ball, but it races past them. 4 runs. Farouk gets his first runs, courtesy of that 4.
And for all the talk we had earlier about how short those straight boundaries are, that's actually the first one they've hit in that direction all morning. So it's taken them until about the end stage of the 7th over to figure that out. But
yeah, well, good observation there. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, we've seen some flying past the other side through the keeper. And this is high up in the air. Watch the spin and does really well. Fielded well out there, hasn't he? Not too much got past him, but just a single.
Yeah, and Farouk took a bit of a tumble there while running and walking a bit gingerly. He's doesn't look to be in the best of shape right now.
Plenty of cricket, of course, coming up on the European Cricket Network. This is event number 101. We can show you where else we'll be on the road after this delivery, and it finishes with a dot, but a fine over there from Zishan. Only 8 come off it. He does pick up a wicket. 66 it is for 4. Yeah, plenty of cricket, as I say, coming up. We've got 2 weeks here in Cyprus, and with 12 teams taking part. Group A starting off with this week, then Group B, and the top 4 coming together for final day. Then we go off to Milan in Italy, and in between that we've got those T20 guys in Gibraltar, and after Milan the European Cricket Series goes to Austria as well, to that Seabarn cricket ground, and I can't wait to be there again. So coming thick and fast, Nish, thick and fast.
Yeah, certainly going all over Europe as well, of course. Spending much of this time, of course, down here in Southern Europe, where it's a lot more warmer. It'll be a lot nicer to move up north towards Austria. Of course, coming back to this game, though, I think Rana Abdul, he's just lost his shape a bit too many times. He's whiffed at far too many balls, and I like to see him play some genuine cricketing shot for the remainder of his innings.
Yeah, well, Farouk on strike at the moment. He has got 1 boundary to claim. Goes up in the air. It should be taken, and well, it gets dropped. And I think this has been clipped out of the hands of the fielder who's getting ready to take the catch. Just have a look at this. I think you've got 3 men there. I think 1 man's getting to take it. Watch the right hand. The right hand, I think, just clips it away. And well, that's unfortunate. That's Sabir Ahmed. I think that just clipped the ball out of the hands. No calling there, and a chance there for Farouk.
Yeah, Roman Mazumdar has every right to be annoyed at that. That ball was going to be a comfortable catch for him, and then his teammate just decides to stick a hand out.
Well, take the one. I don't mind that. I think if Abdul, rather than swinging and dot balls, we've seen too much of that. You're far better. Bat onto ball, get a single, and if Farouk is the man that's going to get the boundaries, then keep him on strike. Farouk had a chance. It got dropped. Will he make it count? As Mahmood comes into him again. And that's a bowled, well pitched up. One thing I've noticed straight away here, Nish, is that the bowlers, certainly ever since the spin of Mazumdar's come on, they're getting the ball up there, they're pitching it up. There hasn't been too much short stuff.
Yeah, they've certainly, I think, since the power play, they've really got their line and length right. They're finally finding their groove. They've dusted off the cobwebs in Nicosia Tiger. They've caused this run rate to go down to 9.
This has been hit pretty well, and it will go, I think, all the way, will it? Let's just wait to see what the umpire seems to get. Manos arriba time from the arbitro. Shaka Lagya. Come on, Nish. How'd you say 6 in Cyprus?
You say Exi in
Exi.
Greek.
I like that. Exi sounds like sexy. We play a lot of sexy cricket. Well, that's an Exi shot. Goes all the way. 6 runs. Good shot. That's what they need now in between now and the end of this innings.
Yeah, this time they're targeting that square boundary. You don't tend to see as many 6s out there in this ground, and this looks really good as a.
That's a big hit down there. Actually, I think that's the longest part of the boundary. I think that ball's disappeared. He's hit that so well. I think it's bounced and gone right over the other side of the fence. That's one to be found later as another one comes out for the bowler to bowl with. Yes, in Mahmood, maybe he'll have a little bit more luck with this one. Checking out those kits again, loving the colours, loving the dash of colour from both the teams. We've got the black and the green from the Quaylanders. Yorker length delivery this time. It's been well played, and he's going to test the field, and it's too good, it's too hot and spicy as this goes for 4. Beautifully timed shot.
Beautifully timed shot, and I think that's the kind of risk and reward when you try to pitch it up there in the block hole. If you get your length just a few centimeters off, you could easily end up giving up a boundary, and this is a nice cricketing shot here by Farouk, who's starting to find his groove. He's playing a very similar cameo to what we saw from Sohail Ahmed earlier.
Yeah, nice the shot from Mahmood. And he waits on this. It's high in the air. Fielder gets ready to take the catch and takes a brilliant catch in front of us here. That is such a good catch taken by Sufian Mohammed. It's dipping, but he gets there and he takes it inches before it hits the deck. Great catch, great hands, and a good wicket to get because he was just starting to look dangerous, wasn't he, Farouk?
Yeah, this is something the Nicosia Tigers have done really well throughout these innings, is they've managed to nip any batsman who's had a good start right in the bud. As you take a look at that catch again, that was some very impressive stuff by Sagar Rahman. He's managed to get to that one as the skipper has to depart, having made just 16 runs of 7 deliveries. A useful cameo as we're halfway through this Quaylanders batting lineup.
Yeah, very good catch indeed. And well, the captain played a good innings, I think, Mohammed Farouk. He had to get things going, and he'll consider himself unlucky because that's a good catch to take him. And well, you can see they started well, courtesy, I've got to say, courtesy of the extras. The extras really boosted them in the power play. 24 extras so far in this innings. And one thing we'll have to keep an eye on is the time. What are we at now here? So they've got, how much time they've got here? Well, I think they're definitely going to be time penalties here. Have a look at the time, and they'll do well to get this over in the time they've got. And the thing here is, I mean, okay, that's another wicket. So that's wicket number 6. And sometimes people say, well, maybe that wicket, they'll get a minute added on. But it also, I think that's a false way of thinking, because that time is often taken by the batter going out and a new batter coming in. But he does get a wicket, so good start again for the bowler. Zishan has been really good. That's his second. 2 for 8 for him. But I get the feeling that we may see 5 penalty runs also being applied to the score here.
No, that would be a real bonus for the Quaylanders. They've kind of been living off extras, so 5 penalty runs would help them, as they've really done a good job here, Nicosia Tigers, of pegging back this Quaylanders team, as looks like the new batsman's coming in. Wearing a nice white Adidas baseball cap.
Yeah, this is Patel who's coming to strike. He's joining Munir out there, who also hasn't got off the mark yet. So there's the delivery from Zishan. And they do get time added onto that clock, you see, because of that wicket falling. So once you get the 6th wicket, you get an extra minute. So, but still, all right, just keep an eye on the clock. And Zishan will be aware of this as well. I think sometimes I talk about smart cricket. I think the batting side probably missed an opportunity there. I think the batter could have quite easily chewed up a bit more time getting out to the middle. You've got 90 seconds. Okay, Zishan. Okay, we'll take the single. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. So 3 deliveries to be bowled now in what? 30 seconds as the clock keeps counting down.
No, it'd certainly be a miracle to manage to get these deliveries in as Zishan Mahmood rushes back to his mark as quickly as he can. And he comes back in to bowl this 4th delivery.
Hits this well, and it will just be a single, no mistakes from the man who took a very good catch out there earlier, that's Sufyan Mohammed. So another single, where are we at? So yeah, I think you're going to see one of the umpires, when the umpires come together at the end of this over, giving us the signal. This has been hit hard and it will go all the way. Bolle, Ginna Zona, Ginna Buddha Shaka. Well, this has been hit hard and sweet out of the middle of the bat. Sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. 6 runs from Patel.
That was a much needed 6 for this Quaylanders side. The first 6 they've had in 2 overs, just the 3rd one of the innings.
Zishan keeps width. That's played really well into the ground, and chance for a runner if it could be a good throw. And I'm surprised they don't go for this, because if they takes a single, if he makes it, he stays on strike. In the end, they turn it down. But got to keep focusing on the umpires here. Let's see what we get. Anything from the umpires as I just crush a mosquito that was sucking on me blood. Anyway, let's have a look. The umpires come together. So are we going to see any signal here from the umpire? And umpires, there we go. He's looking at the captain, calling the captain over. And he should really, what we should see the umpire doing. So really what the umpire here normally is doing is it basically shows you the 5. So it says 5 and starts doing the padding. So just seeing. So 5 penalty runs will be added to the score. So there we go. He does the little patting. Open the palm. Oh, there we go. So, okay. We get there in the end. 5 penalty runs. Last over. We're going to try and get to the 100-plus score. And I think that's a good result. Get the single straight away. Munir does the right thing. Patel. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing more of Patel, because I love the shot that he played earlier. The big 6. Remember, the Limassol Quaylanders got back-to-back matches this morning. They take on Everest in the next match. So this is good practice for Patel. In comes Mahmood to it. Oh, well, they all count as this races away. But that man there has been unbeatable. He's been superb, hasn't he?
Yeah, Bikash Shrestha saved a lot of runs for the Nicosia Tigers. Just from my counting, that's about 9 runs.
Yeah, he has been solid. Solid as a rock. Keeper, well, he does well, can't get to it, but here he comes. And I like the way he makes the stop and just releases it quickly, not allowing the batters.
And, as we often say, the stats don't always tell the full tale. I mean, that's not going to go down in his scorecard, but 9 runs he saved for his team.
Well, they do take the 2, but Patel misses out on this one. There's Mahmood trying to keep it to under 100 for hard. That's clever bowling. And you can see that the non-striker asking the question, is it wide? It's not a wide, he's just getting the ball right. He knows the batter, Patel's not really moving his feet, so anything in that corridor, swing and miss. 2 balls in the innings, looking to bring the 100 up. Well, this one may have been a wide, probably spoils a wide, but I think he just feels the pressure in having to play this shot, having missed out on the one before.
Yeah, just the one ball now to go at the end of this over. Of course, Munir will be the one facing it, and let's see how Munir's going to do here. He hasn't really looked too comfortable in the first 3 deliveries bowled.
And this one, just going to be a single. That will conclude the innings. So the Limassol Quaylanders, I think they'd be quite happy that they've restricted the Nicosia Tigers be happy that they restricted the Quaylanders to under that 100. It was sort of a game of sort of 3 phases, wasn't it? Phase 1 really did belong to the batting side, thanks to all the extras that they were given. But then we good bit of bowling in the middle. I'm absolutely gobsmacked that Muzamda doesn't get a second over, because for 2 reasons. One, he was so tidy. I think he only gave away 3 runs. It was a brilliant over for him. Secondly, I think he would have bowled it over much quicker, and they may not have given away 5 penalty runs.
No, that was quite a decision to not go back to Roman Mazumdar, who did so well. But I have to say, ever since the power play, they managed to pull this side back very well. Of course, keep in mind the Quaylanders were at 46 runs at the end of 3 overs. And the fact that they've managed to end up in a situation where it's just 97 is certainly a delight for the Nicosia Tigers as we take a look at these highlights.
The delight started with the extras, though. They were bowling too many balls that were wides, and then there was that spell of a lot of deliveries down the leg side, which were, well, whipped away quite easily. And when Jarman really had all sorts of trouble, even when he tried to come over the wicket, but he did at least pick up a wicket. That was some delight for him, but the score was already into the 40s by the time that came, so they got a good power play. But the split in this one is 57 in the first 5 and only 40 in the second 5, so you can see that Nicosia Tigers used their experience pretty well. And that man Zishan, well, he was on top form. Not only that run out, well, that sparked him into life, and then we saw a very good catch from him as well. That was this one. He had a lot of ground to cover and gets there. And when he had the ball in hand as well, he produced a fine spell of bowling, picking up 2 for 17.
I mean, we were talking about how little moments in the field can really motivate sides a lot. As soon as we saw Bikash Shrestha making some stops out there at third man, it just lifted the whole side's spirits, and everything changed for them from there.
Yeah, I'm absolutely right. And I remember from last time, and just being here again now, straight away, I'm thinking good fielders that will make stops are worth their weight in gold, and they certainly can be decisive on this. And you're absolutely right. I think the likes of Bikash quite easily could have saved around about double figures for his side. That was a really good catch taken there by Sufyan Mohammed as well. So they did start to come back well, but there was some good hitting towards the end as well. I think the captain played a valuable part. He made a quick fire 16 of 7 deliveries, and I like the work from Patel towards the end as well.
Yeah, and certainly though, we take a look at the penalty runs that were added onto the score, and in the end, you have to say the best bats of the Quaylanders was a gentleman named Extras.
Yeah, Extras helped them big time. As we have a look at the scorecard coming up, and you'll see that for yourselves. Just have a look at the number on the bottom left of your screen. 29 extras. And, you know, we've always said it. Once you get to a point where you bowl over 8 wides in an innings, the chances of you completing the 10 overs in the set time is going to be very slim, and that's exactly the issues that we saw that the Nicosia Tigers had there. They ended up giving away 5 penalty runs, but still, I think if you said to them before the start of the match that you're going to be chasing a score less than 100, you'll take it, though they themselves will have quite a few nerves as well. A number of batters got into double figures. Sohail Ahmed, I think he batted well. We also mentioned the captain there, Mohammed Farouk also, but they couldn't really make it into a established score. The bowling figures, who's your pick of the bowlers there?
Well, it has to be Rowan Mazumdar, the man who only bowled 1 over.
Don't get it.
Surprisingly enough.
I just don't get it. I said he went for 3 of the over because the others were actually leg buys. But off the bat, just 1 run. That's quite surprising. I think that not only does it cost you the number of runs that they probably wouldn't have got off that over from whoever it was that they opted to bowl, but also I think could have saved him 5 runs with the penalties because he would have bowled his over really quickly. It's not to beat, but like I still say, I think this match is evenly poised. 97 on the board. Join me and Nish when we come back in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match. Nicosia Tigers needing 98 for victory in match number 1 at the Ipsona Cricket Ground here in Limassol.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Ipsonas as we come to the second innings of our opening match of this massive tournament, the largest ever European Cricket Series in Cyprus. We just saw the Quaylanders go out there and bat in the first innings. They made 97 runs. Of course, they got off to a flyer of a start. 46 runs in the power play, largely thanks to a lot of extras and some really undisciplined bowling. But the Nicosia Tigers, a veteran side, a side who featured in so many ECSs previously, managed to pull them back. And I think this Quaylander score is just a bit below par. But anything can happen as the Nicosia Tigers will come out and try to chase this target of 98 to pick up their opening win of the tournament. It looks like it's going to be Zishan Mahmood, the man who was so involved in the first innings with a couple of catches, a couple of wickets he took off his own bowling. He's going to be at the non-striker's end. And then it's the magic man, Roman Mazumdar, a very classy batsman. He's going to be the man ready to face the first ball. So this target of 98 here, I think we'd really have to back the Nicosia Tigers to get the job done.
Yeah, you would. I mean, they're a team that have got the experience of playing in the European Cricket Series. I think they made, we've said before, made a good start last year. Thing is, though, I think in the first match, you're always going to have those few nerves. I think you're always going to feel it. But I'll be interested to see what their approach is going to be. I'll be interested to see if they just go out there and say, right, okay, we're going to go out there and play with no fear, or whether they're looking at the target and going to try and pace themselves to it. And I sometimes think that when you take that approach, that's when teams can get into trouble. I think they're far better off, and I say this a lot, I think teams are far better off going out to the bat and just say, right, just imagine we're batting first, and let's look to try and get 120 on the board. So it's going to be an interesting one. You can see the bowler. It's stretching to come in. So let's see how this pans out. But you would say, yeah, I think you would say that certainly the Tigers will be looking to be roaring to victory in this one.
I think the formula here really is going to have to be that you need to have an anchor at one end, someone who's going to look to bat through to the end. For me, that needs to be Roman Mazumdar. He's the man over here who's got really good technique. He's the sort of guy who loves to rotate the strike, and then his partner at the other end, Zishan, can look to tee off, and then if Zishan gets out, whoever replaces him can do so as well. But I think Roman Mazumdar, if he bats to the end, it's game over for the Quaylanders as we see the first ball.
And straight down the ground, and this is one thing that we saw that the Quaylanders weren't able to do that often. I think, Nish, you picked up the point. I think the whole of the innings, we probably just saw just on the once or no more than two occasions, a ball hit straight down the ground in that area, and we see the very first ball goes to four from Muzamda. Good shot.
Yeah, and of course, as a captain, you don't want to be in a position where you're constantly chasing the ball. Continue that point after this second delivery.
This time he's trying to get it past the field. Good bit of fielding. Goes down with his hands, keeps it to one.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make was that, of course, very interestingly, they started off with a deep backward point and a deep square leg. They didn't have any fielders straight, and then as soon as Mazumdar hits that shot, the captain put a long off out and brought point back in. But looks like for Zishan, they're going back to that field, so he needs to bowl quite wide here and probably at a bit of a length.
Yeah, and as Barty comes in, the other thing that surprises me, you see this one, it's a bit over pitch, but should just be a single. That's well watched by the fielder, keeps it to one. Yeah, and those men that are straight, they're not, you often see fielders start from outside the ring and walk in, and by the time the bowler's bowling, they're just inside. They're starting way inside the ring as well, so it's a very easy hit for a batter to go straight. Well, they make a slight change now, so long on does go back to the boundary. And there he is now, getting in the action, gets down, makes no mistake. So they went with long on back and also square leg behind on the boundary. That's the two men they're opting for, but they're making a change to the batter. So for the Mazumdar, he goes back, but to Zishan, he comes back into the circle. And for Zishan, they put the man sweeping on the offside back. So they've obviously done a bit of homework on these two batters. Barty to Zishan, and it's not a good delivery, And I don't know if this is bat or a bit of pad. What is pad? So I think this is probably the thigh pad. But nonetheless, it goes all the way to the boundary. 4 more. Not the best of deliveries. It's ill-directed. And it gets worked away for 4 more.
We talk a lot about modern bat technology, but take a look at modern thigh pad technology. That just brushes the thigh pad, and it's whizzed past a fine leg for a 4 as we see the final ball of the over.
And decided not to take the quick single. I mean, Zishan has already shown us he's pretty nimble on his feet when he took a really good catch when they were in the field. He decides he doesn't want to chance his luck going for this sharp single. It doesn't really need to. They made a good start. 11 off the first.
Of course, you did make a point earlier that, of course, that these sides have done their homework on each other. I mean, keep in mind, Cyprus is a very small country, so these two teams would have played each other a number of times before today. One of the things about cricket here is all these players get to know each other very well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, though, isn't it? I think we touch on this a lot in the European Cricket Network, that it is very much a family affair, cricket in Europe, and Cyprus no exception. Everybody knows each other well. I think you probably see a lot of players that sort of hop sides as well, go from one team to another. Okay, Patel into the attack. And a good start, good areas. Dot ball.
And take a look at this here. Roman Mussender, look how far forward he's batting. The previous delivery of pace, he took 3 paces outside his popping crease before playing it.
And he does the same here, and this is why he does it. He wants to get right under it. This one will go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna zona, shaka, lagya. Just watch the footwork. He literally walks to the ball, gets right under it, cracks it away. And the bowler is under attack here, Patel. And let's see what his approach is going to be. Straight down the ground, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4. This time they go into the long on area. So long off has been pushed back, but pretty soon I think the way that he's coming down the pitch, you can see what his intent is. His intent is to hit straight. He's eyeing up that short boundary. I think they're going to have to set a field to this pretty quickly.
And he's got to bowl a lot shorter and sort of try to almost intimidate Mazumdar. He can't let him keep getting away with this. If I was the captain, got to have a word with the bowler here.
Yeah, there's 2 things you can do after this ball. I mean, one is, as you say, just change your line. As the throw comes in and no singles, Zishan says, I'm not getting there that quick. The other option, of course, is that you have faith in your wicketkeeper and Varun Malhotra stands up. So basically you're saying to the batter then, okay, you want to go walkabout, but be it at your own risk. Better delivery, better length. It doesn't give him the option to come down and hit through the ball. So a couple of dots. So Patel started with a dot, then a couple of boundaries. Now he's got it tied again. 10 off the over with the ball to go. 21 without loss. Once again, well bowled. This time takes the pace of it and does extremely well as well. Getting a hand to this. Doesn't allow the batters to cross or take the single. That will be the end of the over. We maybe get an opportunity to have a look at some of the other teams that we'll see in Group A coming up here now. And, well, Nish, be interesting to know if you know some of these teams, because I think apart from 2 teams, I think all the other teams are going to be pretty new to this series.
Yeah, I think that's been the great thing about this tournament is the effect it's had on cricket in Cyprus. So many new teams are popping up. Of course, it was probably just 5 or 6 years ago, we probably might only have had 6 or 7 teams in the entire island. Now we've got 12 participating in an ECS.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. So teams in this group, we haven't probably got that graphic for you, so I can tell them. You've got the 2 teams out here, then we've got Everest, that we're going to see next actually against the Limassol Colanders, and then also got the Cyprus Super Kings, and we got a battle of the Kings here. You've got Napa Royal Kings as well, and then also a team that we have seen before, Amdok.
There's a bowling change here by the skipper. He's going for Mohsin. I think he might want to save Junaid Putty for later in the innings.
Starts down the leg side, and once it starts racing down there, you're not going to get to it. It's pretty rapid, is this boundary. And once again, it's going to be leg pies. But you can't be bowling in those areas, and that's an easy Well, though he doesn't hit it, he kicks it to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Zishan's gear has been a great run producer for the Nicosia Tigers in this early stage. His thigh pad has managed to get him 4 runs. His leg pad managed to get him another 4 runs here.
Yeah, it's not often other parts of your body are scoring you bad, is it? So he's probably invested well in those pads and that thigh guard. Watson needs to get it right, and it's better.
And the good thing here, of course, going with the left-hander means that the angle is just a bit more awkward for the right-handed batsman.
Yeah, this guy, Zishan, scored 329 runs in the last series, so you know that he's quite handy, and he can certainly hit the ball pretty well. He's got quick hand speeds here. That wasn't a bad delivery at all. He's played this one right off the stumps. So the bowler, after starting with a wide, or after starting down a leg side, I should say, gets this pretty well. That's a good delivery, and Zishan does well to catch up with it.
Yeah, Sago Rahman, though, might not be too pleased. Some of these throws are going out way too high. He's had to pluck them out a good few inches above his head.
Kept away.
And this is going to trickle away for a boundary very seamlessly. Wasn't the cleanest hit stroke, but it's managed to just about roll its way all the way over the boundary rope. I think Mohsin hasn't been bowling too poorly here. He's just been on the wrong side of a couple of edges.
Yeah, I think what he probably needs to do, I think it sounds weird to say, he's probably too close to the stumps, isn't he? He's not using that angle to his full effectiveness. Needs to really try and go across the batter a little bit more and just take that. I mean, you got to say that he's not bowled bad, like you said, but just go a bit wider, just create a bit more of an angle, the left armour. You see he's going for the stumps, and as a result of that, I think the batters are getting into line with him pretty well, playing it away. That's another single, strikes it pretty cleanly. One more run.
Yeah, once again, Mazumdar takes 3 paces in front of his popping crease before playing that. That's where the bowler's just going to need to be able to think on his feet. As soon as he sees him do that, dig it in shorter or whatever else his plan is.
This one's wide and straight to the fielder. Yeah, I mean that's the line I'm talking about. I mean it's a little bit over pitch, but it's in the better areas, and it just means that the batter's not able to hit straight through the ball. You see here, it only means that you can only play it one way, particularly when a batter is trying to play you from the leg side. So finishes with a dot. Not a bad over at all from Mohsin. 6 come off it. 3 overs complete. 31 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad over at all, and you'd have to say the Quaylanders have actually bowled quite well to start off. But again, remember, they're only defending a poultry target of 98, so going at 10 and over will see the Nicosia Tigers home safely. But I think this is where I think the captain might have to try to be a little bit more inventive, a bit creative, and especially look to find a way to get Roman Mazumdar out. Roman Mazumdar's inning is allowing Zishan Mahmood to settle in, play at 2 of 7, and not feel too much pressure. I think if Mazumdar falls, Mahmood might start to sweat a little bit as we come to the end of the power play now, and got a few more fielders outside the ring.
Yeah, they've spread that field, and it's a nice looking shot, and this is going to take some stopping, and he's not going to get stopped. The fielder sort of does all the hard work. I think he runs hard, he gets there, that's Munir, but at the last moment, his handwork lets him down. Just here you see, he's not able to get anything on it. He's a tall man, he had to bend a lot, but he gets through him, 4 runs.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a dilemma here. Do you want your taller man out of the boundary so he can pluck one that might be going for 6, or do you go for the shorter guy just because he can get down a lot quicker?
And this is picked up beautifully, and it will go all the way. Bolle hits one of the olive trees in the boundary, and then fortunately he bounces back into our side of the field. So now he's going to go and try and find that one, but a lovely shot. He's hitting that ball straight so well, Mazumdar. And well, they try and hide it, but that ain't going to help. That's a wide ball.
Yeah, I think that ball is just a response to getting hit for a 6. The bowler feels a bit of pressure, tries to correct his line and length, and overcorrects.
Prashant just well, trying to find an answer to what the batter's doing here at the moment. This time he waits for it and goes back. Doesn't get the desired contact, but takes a single. It's not I mean, you're ahead in this match. Every time you get a boundary, I think you can afford then to be a little bit more cautious in the over. Take the singles, rotate the strike. Zishan Mahmood hasn't quite got going yet. 2 of 7, so he's looking to face as many deliveries as he can. He hits this beautifully. That's a delightful shot. That is sweet out of the middle. Well, I don't know what sweet delights you get here in Cyprus. Well, I know one of them, the Cyprus delight, which Mohammed Hussain bought for us in Kardama. Well, that was sweeter than that. What a hit.
That was a really nice shot, of course. Now, Zishan Mahmood, 6 runs off his bat, 8 off his gear. And that's exactly what he needed. He's going to find his groove now. Of course, Rowan Muzumdar's inning means that he hasn't felt too much pressure, and the bowler went a touch too full there, and that allows him to use his strong bottom hand.
Oh, well, Aja was the call from Muzumdar, but you saw the big stop sign come up there from Zishan. Says, nah, I'm not going to make it. Stay there. End of the over, is it? Looks like it will be. And they do finish with a dot. I think they're just checking that it is the end of the over. And no, there's still one to come. So you can't get away from it that easy, Patel. He's hoping to just keep it to a dot. I think he wanted it to be the end of the over. 47 without loss, so they're way ahead where they want to be. Ball to go in the 4th. And does he get away with this one? The umpire decides it's okay. Very close to the wide line, so over will be called. This is pretty close here, Nish.
Yeah, this is a tight one. I think it just sort of chags away very late. And we've been talking on umpires have been calling these ones very tight. I think he might just have got away with that one there. And just going to take a look at the graph here, compare these two sides. Of course, the Nicosia Tigers are going slightly slower than what the Quaylanders were at this stage. Remember, the Quaylanders were 46 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. But it was really later in the innings where the Quaylanders just fizzled out.
Yeah, but the one thing is that they are, you're right, slower because of those extras. But they're on the right side of that red line, aren't they? They're above it. As long as they stay above it, they're going to end up victorious in this first match. The Tigers looking to go back to winning ways. Don't forget, last time we saw them 1-5 on the spin, and then they went and lost 7 on the spin. So they're looking to go back to winning ways in the European Cricket Series. And against the team on debut, Limassol Quaylanders. So Quaylanders, is that an area, or is there a meaning to that, or is it just the name?
I am honestly not sure. I don't think it's anything. It's Greek. It might be it might even be a Pakistani ethnic thing.
Okay. So Quaylanders, Limassol, of course, is the area that we are in. And this one gets played and missed. That's a good start. But so Limassol, what's Limassol known for?
Oh, Limassol is Cyprus's most famous coastal city. Of course, it's increasingly becoming a big tech hub.
Okay.
And as you might see, of course, now a lot of high-rise buildings being constructed in Limassol as Munir comes in for the second ball.
This is high up in the air, and well, they're fighting over it, and the bowler says, Parija Mera, and he's saying, I got the gloves. He said, I don't care. It's my catch. I want it. It's my bowling, my catch. The bowler always wants to take him, and no mistake from Numan Munir. He gets a wicket, and he's bowled really well. The first ball was a beauty. The second one was good enough to get a prize wicket. So Muzumdar will go, and this is how important this was. Just look at this. They're fighting for it. And takes the catch. He says, just stay out of the way. The good things, it'll all ended in the friendly note. Thumbs up. Good wicket, big wicket.
Big wicket, and I think that's why Munir was like, this is mine. I mean, I think he only trusts himself to take that wicket. And that's a good catch there. Of course, typically on that kind of occasion, you'd leave it for the keeper. He's got the gloves. But Munir, I think he just knew how much that one meant. And we were talking about how the most important wicket would be the Muzumdar one. Now Zishan's really going to have to try to anchor this innings himself. He's been out there the longest, 6 runs of the 10 deliveries he's faced. And this Nicosia Tigers side, they're a bit different from the one we've seen in previous ECSs. So a lot of new batsmen are coming in, men who are pretty inexperienced at this stage as well.
Yeah, oh, yes, Mahmood comes out after seeing that wicket, and he gets a Gundy no ball. Well, that's an awful delivery to bowl to a new batter. The fielder does well to get a hand to it, and you can see Zishan is no hurry to turn it into 2. He's saying, I'll stay here and face the free hit. Thank you very much. Well, that's a disappointment for the bowler, isn't it? New batter comes in after you bowl 2 really good deliveries, and this one comes out all wrong.
Yeah, it was a borderline dangerous sort of delivery that really slipped out of his hand, and Mahmood, who's not looked extremely confident at the start of his innings, gets a nice freebie here.
And, well, he misses out on it, doesn't he? That's the thing, though, when you don't move your feet, if the bowler can get the ball in that right area, in that sort of just inside that wide byline, guideline, if you call it that for the umpire, then not too many batters are going to get bat onto ball. Beautifully bowled.
I mean, the thing you've really mentioned a number of times is the lack of footwork from a lot of these batsmen. Is it really that surprising that Mazumdar is the one who's made the most runs so far this innings? He was the one who had the most footwork. He was almost trying to premeditate a lot of balls.
And this one, the non-striker was in danger. It's Zishan muscles another one out of the middle, but it's been stopped. It'll just be a single, so a ball to go. But the 50 comes up, so once again they're on track. As we get ready for the final ball of the over, and it won't be. It'll be a wide, so he lets himself down. It's been such a good over, but bear in mind, that's 4 runs off it now. We had the no ball, and now we've had that wide as well. So if it weren't for those, it would have been exceptional. In the air and taken. He gets another wicket and he finishes well. 2 wickets in the over. And Yasir Mahmood, he will go as well. That's a really nice catch taken there by Amir. And that's good stuff. Amir Hussain takes the catch. And just like that, you would say that Limassol Quaylanders are back in this match. In the halfway point, the score, well, they just get to the 50. But it stays on 51 for 2 now. Good catch.
Yeah, we were talking about this at the end of the 4th over, how the Nicosia Tigers were starting to get ahead in this game.
Yeah.
And I think now they've pulled it back. They're right back in this game. And at the halfway stage of the innings, I think this is a pretty evenly balanced game.
I think you're absolutely right. Welcome to our commentary position. It is a lovely position to be in as well. We're seeing all the action right in front of us. A little bit hazy here at the moment, but you can really feel the humidity. I can tell you it's going to be a very warm day here in Limassol. I think you're absolutely right. I think the Tigers, they're in control. They still are. I mean, if you look at the rate that they're going at, I mean, keep going at this rate, they'll win this match maybe with an over to go. But those wickets falling there, I think a lot of pressure now is on Zishan. I think whether they get there or not, a lot depends on these innings.
It really does depend on Zishan. Of course, he's now the most experienced batsman left for the Tigers in this lineup, and he's looked a little bit shaky at the start. Now, we were talking about this earlier. If Mazumdar goes out, loads of pressure on him, and he's not going to have to up his strike rate.
Yeah, well, Rico Full here, along with the local expert, Nish. And I hope you're enjoying the start of this series here in Cyprus. I certainly am, and I think we're going to get it. Well, this one might go down all the way down to the wire. So more spin. And this has been hit pretty well, and it will go all the way. Volley. And Zishan says, pressure, what pressure? As he thumps this one for 6. Wasn't a bad delivery, was it, from Hussain, the man who just took the catch? But it was in the slot, and Zishan, well, he didn't have to move his feet at all, and that's good for him because he just smashes it for 6. Hussain a bit fuller, and you can see there Zishan doesn't really seem to be too interested in taking these singles, Nish.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't seem that interested. I think he knows the power hitting he's capable of, so no need to break too much of his sweat trying to run around, of course. I think the one thing I have noticed about Hussain is he's giving just a tad bit more flight than spinners typically do in T10. Might look to bowl a little flatter for the remainder of his spell.
That's that flight you're talking about. This one racing away and will go to the boundary. Nobody's going to get there. Yeah, I don't know if Zishan actually plays for this or not. I don't think so. I don't think it's where he was intending it to go. It's 4 more. And with nobody back there on third man, It's always going to be runs. This outfield is bumpy and fast.
Yeah, we had a really tight over from Numan Munir, the last one, which went for just 4 runs, and a lot of that good work has been undone at the halfway stage of this over. 10 off it already, and Amir is going to have to do some head scratching.
Better delivery. So this one, you say, is just slightly shorter. It's not at the stumps, as it's not in the swing zone for Zishan, which means he has to try and do something different with it. Fails. This one he gets the width, hits it well, and he's going to hit it for 4. You're absolutely right, Nish. I mean, it was a tied over the over before, and a very good one, wasn't it, from Numan Munir? But this one from Hassan, there's been a couple of good balls in it, but he's allowed the batter to dominate. That's too wide, and it just ends up being an easy hit there for Zishan.
Yeah, we were talking about how Zishan's not going to have to grab the bull by the horns. I mean, he's certainly got that memo. He's now anchoring this side, leading this side forward, and he's put the Nicosia Tigers right back in the driving seat in the space of 5 deliveries. Hussein better get a wicket to turn things around.
Better delivery, but you can see Zishan batting with a lot of confidence now. He's quite happy to go back on his back foot. He believes in himself, and also on this pitch, I mean, you need confidence in the pitch to play that. He doesn't think the pitch is going to misbehave. Plays it away, gets a single. Hussein goes for 15, score 66 for 2.
We come to the end of the 6-over mark. Of course, the Nicosia Tigers going at 11 and over. They needed to go at just under 10 at the start of this inning, so they were well ahead of the rate. And we're seeing a little bit of a conference here from the Quaylanders, and rightfully so. They've got to do a bit of thinking. Of course, still need to keep the penalty runs in mind, and let's see what they do strategically here. If I was them, I would go straight back to Numan Munir and see if he can pick up a few more wickets.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be the right call, and I think he may be doing just that. It's just having a look, looks like it is, and or is it? No, it doesn't. They are making a change here, which is a bit of a surprise. Now, I just wonder whether this is the captain just saying, right, for us to get back into this game, we've got to try something. Looks like he wants to see what Mohammed Mohsin can do. He's already bowled 1 over. That went for 10. So, for me, I'm with you, Nish. I go with the bowler that just bowled a brilliant over. Over number 5 was a great one. Just went for a handful of runs, picked up a wicket. In fact, picked up 2 wickets, didn't he? It started with a wicket and finished with a wicket. Okay, well, let's see if Mohammed Hussein can reward the faith the captain has on him as he comes in for this one. It's a bit over-pitched, and they're asking the question, and I wonder if he gets back or not. They're going to go with a line review here, so this is going to be interesting. They don't seem to be overconfident. But looking at the batter thinks he's okay. It wasn't the best of throws. He has a lot of work to do. Just have a look at this. He's going to be gone. I think, yeah, he's gone. He's out. He's a long way out, in fact. The bat is in the air as well. I mean, if he's trying to slide it in, maybe. But we're going to see this as a wicket. So Zishan, once again, looked like Zishan wanted it. Then he decides halfway not. And Jahid Hassan, I think he's going to be run out for... I think that's going to go down as a diamond duck because he hasn't faced the ball.
I mean, how must the Zishan Mahmood feel right now? He's run out his own captain on a diamond duck.
Well, I don't know if you have many ducks in Cyprus. Well, that's the first one that we're seeing in the day, and it comes in the form of a diamond, and it's the captain that gets well and truly barbecued by Zishan.
That was quite a moment there, of course. And that was despite that throw, which was a slightly loopy throw. It wasn't flat enough, but still managed to get there on time. Of course, Zishan's been a bit dodgy with his running. Of course, we know he's not the most keen runner.
Yeah.
But his calling hasn't been that strong either. Of course, Iftikhar Jaman's the new man in. He's a power hitter as well. And the left-hander going back around the wicket.
And this is high, but it's a chance. And it's taken. It is another. So 2 in 2. A run out and that one. Team hat-trick coming up. That is a huge moment, isn't it? A massive moment because Zishan, he didn't want to run. And in that decision making, he gets his captain run out without facing. And then the very next ball, he smashes it hard, but it goes high and mighty doesn't have the distance on it, and Atik Mughal takes a very good catch.
That is an excellent catch and a pressure catch as well. Huge in the context of this match, of course. This is what the Qalandars have managed to do, which is just about kept them in this game. They managed to go bang-bang on a couple occasions. Zishan, we saw he wasn't, as you mentioned, too keen to run, and he tries to beat the fielder. He backs himself to go over deep mid-wicket, and in the end gives him a catch. So once again, we see this game. It's been back and forth, back and forth. The momentum swings between the two teams. And the Qalandars, they are right back in a situation where they've made this game even.
Yeah, I mean, it got to a point really we were saying, well, the way Nicosia Tigers was so far in front that maybe it was theirs to lose. And well, we've seen 2 bits of play there, which looks like, yeah, they could throw it away. They've lost the captain without scoring, without facing a ball. Then Zishan, who was in, gets himself out, going for a boundary in the biggest part of the ground. Mohsin. Good delivery. Dot ball. Gets it right. Ends up in front of the umpire. The umpire's a word. But look, it looks like the captain, Mohammed Farouk, makes the right call in the end, because it's been a good over from Mohsin so far.
Yeah, it's been a good over. In his first over, he was bowling over the wicket, and he decides to go round instead, and looks like he's doing equally well either way.
This one is probably going to be too high. Well, seeing they're still, well, there's no point running from there because the other batter is running to town and having some local refreshments. But have a look at the height on this. I reckon this is going to be a tight call, the height. Just watch this. And he's on the back foot. Is this too high or not? Well, let's see. He's in the air when he's playing it. And then we see this. So that is fine. He does get himself in. But for me, it's a question of whether this is a no ball or not. I think they're just looking at the height one more time. And, well, I've seen him called. And the other thing you got to look at, he's actually off the air as well. So this is going to be a tight one. I think it's a third umpire looking at it. Let's see. It looks like they've had a look and decided it's okay. Only just, though, I'm sure. Back to the action.
Yeah, right call there by the third umpire. That just about looked legal to me as well. And then, of course, there was that very near run after that. So a lot is happening in this over. It's been extremely eventful. A couple of wickets, you know, borderline no ball calls and run out attempts.
Oh, well, he picks this up beautifully. What a shot this is. Shaba Kinnasona Shaka Lagia. What a way to get off the mark. Well, if it's a car, Jaman, you said he's a hard hitter. I didn't expect to see that from his first ball. Both batters are new, and Jaman goes big off his first. What a big hit that is.
That is a huge hit, and that's the thing when you're defending such a low total. It just takes one delivery to swing the momentum, and now the Nicosia Tigers, suddenly the required run rate has fallen below 8 with just one swing of the bat. So Mohsin now, it's completely changed the momentum, and you can just see now their faces look a lot different to what they looked 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, and well, how it swings around and roundabouts as the fielder. You saw him amongst the olive trees, retrieving the ball. Okay, so Mohsin got a fight on his hands again. Jaman quite had to respect this one after smashing one out of the ground for a big 6. This one's more angled into him. I think if he was nimble enough to try and work it away on the legs, it would have been the shot to play, but he's quite happy to block it out. See out the threat of Mohsin, who bowls very well actually. Picked up a wicket in that his second over, only goes for 13. This is what's coming up next. As I said, the Limassol Qalandars, they stay out there and they're up against a team called Everest.
Yeah, just 23 minutes of that game, of course. We take a look at this side. Of course, Everest are also a new team. Not too many experienced players in there. Of course, some of our viewers might have seen Arjun Shahi. He had an absolutely sensational debut, and we had a chance to interview him on this network. We felt a bit anxious for his first interview, but didn't show any nerves when he was out there playing. And then, of course, the Qalandars, they're going to have a quick change, so come right back to the live action. That was the spinner coming right back in there. Of course,
yeah, the man we were talking about, we like to see him. That's a good delivery. He had to get bat onto it. This is the second off his second over, and they do take a single. So they've got to hustle. They've got to make things happen. And Mayo Patel saying, what a shot first ball. Yeah, wasn't it just? And a few people thinking, well, maybe it could be a draw this one. Well, could we start with a golden ball? We'll have to wait and see. But this, I think, could be a very important over from Munir.
Yeah, of course, Munir's last over was quite an impact one. And he's going to need to produce something similar here. And it's going to start with trying to get rid of this man, Jaman.
It just swings a little while it's in the air as well. And it's well bowled from Munir because he takes all the pace off it. It sort of drifts in the air towards him. He wants pace, doesn't he? That's the batter, Jaman. Balm goes back on strike. I think Balm, looking the way that he's batting, he looks like he's quite happy just to take singles and try and keep feeding the strike back to Jaman.
Yeah, the interesting thing with Jaman was he seems to be following a similar strategy to what we saw for Mazumdar. He's taking a few steps forward and trying to hit these on the half volley.
This one, he plays out. It goes to the fielder. I think he decided the fielder would be more challenging to get the single, so that seems to be his game plan here at the moment. Very tense. The rate just above 9. Munir wants to have a good finish. Firmly struck. Fielder does well, really well fielded, and he fires the throw in. He knows that the batters probably want to try and take the 2. Well backed up there as well. It's a good bit of cricket. It's nicely done by Naveed Akhtar.
I would like to ask you, look at the keeper's hand signal. What is he trying to signal over there?
You can see what he knows. I think what he's saying is, look, he's going out the crease. Give it in me gloves and I'll get him stumped for you. So he's sort of saying, look, don't be afraid to bowl here one wide. Hits it hard in the air. Work to be done by the fielder. He does well. Makes a stop. Gets the throw in early. 2 good bits of fielding. And that's a Junaid Bhatti this time in the action.
Yeah, that was excellent stuff. We had a beautiful vantage point for that. I got to see how well he fielded. Just for a split second, you're wondering if that's going to pop right through his hands, but it didn't. Very, very safe work, and that's exactly why he's out there at long off. You want your safest fielders on this ground, that position.
Have a look at this. It's pretty tight, isn't it? And you can see there for the first time, this sort of on a bit of a downward trend. They were always above, and now both teams neck to neck. They want to stay on the right side of that red line. So,
of course, just 20 runs needed at these last couple of overs. Nicosia Tigers, if they don't pull this off, they're going to have a number of things to look back on in this game, especially those extras. The Quaylanders have been pretty good with theirs. This one is very wide, and looks like that's the commentator's curse right there for the first time this tournament. Right after I praised them for their lack of extras, we see probably the most appalling wide of this Quaylanders bowling effort.
Mughal, I think, well, it's another Gandhi one, and this one gets past the keeper as well. Look, they've done so well, haven't they, to keep it tight, and now all of a sudden it's 2 wides on the spin. And the extras, they really have controlled the extras well up until now. But this is a crucial moment. I mean, we say, Nish, it all happens in the 9th. We're in the 9th. This could be the deciding factor here.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Going to continue after this ball.
This is high, and it's just vanishing. That's going to be, what, 4 runs, I think? Let's see the umpire. No, it goes all the way. In fact, so it's Manos arriba. 6 runs, so really the first legal delivery balls gets clubbed for 6 as well. And this could be the over. That could really hurt them.
Yeah, this could really be that over. Of course, they still have Amir Hussain, Junaid Bhatti, 2 other bowlers who've done an okay job so far. So his decision to go to Mughal was might be one that they might pay for.
And this one's down the legs as well, but the batter is quite happy to play at this. He'll take the single. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's a strange decision because the game was right there on a knife edge. You get a good over in here, you put yourself in the driving seat, but it looks like it could work out totally against him. It's just a runner ball now. And hit straight, and Jalebi Kaji puts it down. He gets 2 chances as well. He goes with the left, misses it, goes again with the left, misses it. The chance goes down. It is a dot though, but what an opportunity this was. Bam goes bam, but it could have been bam, bam, out. Thank you, my man. It doesn't. So he survives. That's his bam. Now he comes charging. Hits this up in the air. Fielder's coming across and puts another catch down. So he's been dropped on 2 occasions. And then the ball goes over for 4 runs as well. Oh, dear. What a moment. When we talk about match-changing moments, first the corner bowl, and the very next one, this one, he goes for the catch, puts it down, does Muhsin, and then, worst-case scenario, it goes for 4.
Oh, it's an absolute comedy of errors for the Quaylanders here. We saw a wry smile from Mughal after he drops that catch, and another drop catch results in a 4. They are absolutely imploding in this penultimate over.
And then he goes big. It could be finished with this shot. It will be. Game, set, and match, and it's done with 7 balls to go as the batter, bam, goes bam, bam. Thank you, my man. Game over. 6 runs to finish. That is that. And the Nicosia Tigers, they do it the way they like to do it. They do it with an over and a ball to go. So they go back to winning ways. Limassol Quaylanders, it all fell apart in the 9th.
It did fall apart in the 9th for them, and you did say it all happens in the 9th. It certainly did on that occasion. That was a very, very quick recovery from the Nicosia Tigers. We thought we were going to be in for 2 tight overs and that the game might even come down to potentially a golden ball or something like that. The Nicosia Tigers are like, nah, enough of mucking around. We're going to take care of this the way experienced champion sides do. And it took them just 5 deliveries in that over to take care of it. Of course, the captain for the Quaylanders, he might be wondering that Atiq Mughal decision, that decision to bring him in, was that the costliest decision the Quaylanders took in that match? Well, it's all smiles for the Nicosia Tigers, but a very short turnaround for the Quaylanders, who don't have too long to do their reviewing.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be right out there again. I mean, there's some highlights, of course, but I think you're right. I think sometimes it's just about the decisions that you make. They could have gone with a couple of other options. I would have gone back to Barty. Barty bowls 1 over for 7. They go for something different in the 9th, and it turns out going horribly wrong as we have a look at the highlights. But the highlights, I think it was all about, well, to start off with, Zishan's other equipment that was scoring the runs for his side. But I certainly didn't like the way that Rahman Muzamdar played. I mean, his 32 of 16 was quite outstanding.
Yeah, Muzamdar's was outstanding, and of course you kept talking about the lack of footwork being an issue for both sides' batsmen. Muzamdar had the best footwork of anyone we've seen in this opening match, and it's no surprise he's been rewarded for that with 32 runs. We're taking a look at some of the beautiful shots he hit. That was his downfall, of course. It was right there, that Numan Munir over, where they got 2 quick wickets. The Quaylanders pulled themselves back into the game through there, and Munir was one of the best bowlers we saw today.
Yeah, I mean, that for me could have been the match changing moment. Those two, that over first to start off with, when you got the 2 wickets, and I think his second over was a pretty useful one as well. This one was Amir Hussain, and he didn't bowl too badly. But this was the big moment, wasn't it? This was the run out of the captain being run out without facing the ball. How costly was that going to be? Especially when we saw then the very next ball that Zishan himself hoiked out to cow corner. But in the end, I think just that decision making, that 9th over, just ends up costing, I think, the Quaylanders. We never know what would have happened if they could have done things a bit differently. But don't forget, there was this as well. The 1 drop catch from him, and then the very next ball, this is the first one, the cordon bowl chance goes down. The very next ball is Muhsin. Now, not only drops the catch, but it ricochets off him and goes for 4.
Yeah, that was a very disappointing little sequence for the Quaylanders, and it shows you how quickly things can unravel. It just fell apart for them in 5 balls, and I think lack of experience really plays a role in that. They've not been in these pressure moments like many times the Nicosia Tigers have. And in the end, the experienced side held their nerve and won the game.
Yeah, they certainly did. As we have a look at the scorecard, you can see that the top order really gave them the good start. I think Muzamdar showed the importance of playing well in the power play. He was caught and bowled brilliantly by Numan Munir, and then Zishan hoiking out when he was looking to see his side home, which meant that we had an exciting finish. But if it's a Jaman, I think him coming out and smashing the first ball for 6 was important. Then Ashish Bam, when he got a chance, went along and wrapped it up. And like I say, they do it with 7 balls to go as well. And Nish, talk us through who you think were the pick of the bowlers there.
Well, the pick of the bowlers has to be Numan Munir. I mean, he comes in, gives up just 9 runs on the 2 overs he bowls, and managed to get a couple of wickets. And I think that decision to not go to Junaid Patti for the penultimate over could be absolutely costly. How could they not go back to him? Instead, they go to Atik Mughal. He gives up 20 runs off just 5 deliveries, and that pretty much kills the game for the Quaylanders, who in the end, they lose with 7 balls to spare, but I think there's plenty of positives for them, as we'll see them right back in 12 minutes when they faced Everest. Hey, don't go away. We're going to be back soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome to the Ipswich Cricket Ground where we see the start of event number 101, and it was a good start for the Nicosia Tigers. They go back to winning ways. Remember last time when we saw them back in 2021, they started well but they finished badly with 7 defeats on the spin. And thanks to a player of the match performance here from Zishan, back to winning ways. Zishan, a great performance from you.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate because you come here and a lot of cricket we got it, and we are very happy to play this event.
I think it was important that you put a good performance in the field. A very good catch from you, I think, started your performance off. And then, of course, I think afterwards your bowling was very nice, very tight. You caused a few problems. But I think with the bat was important. It was important to stay in front of the game, and you did exactly that. Was it good to be back out there?
Yes, because we have this little plan to just play, just come down and just play according to the game. So when we need to make little hitting, so we go for it. So it's a single score match, for according to my mind, single score match. So we just got it, and I just appreciate my team. They just make good effort, so we won the match.
There was that little period when you were batting. I think, first of all, there was the unfortunate misunderstanding between you and the captain. The captain gets run out without facing a ball. And then, of course, there was the very next ball, you got caught on the boundary. Did you feel at that point that maybe you missed the opportunity to win the match?
Just a little bit. I'm worried, but I'm not worried too much because I just see the scoreboard is not too very high chase. So I just tell to my batsmen, calm down and stay on the grease, so you will get it easily. So they done the job very well.
Well, you did the job very well. Good performance from you. Player of the match, thoroughly deserved. Next match coming up is going to be the Limassol Colanders. They're taking on Everest, a team also making their debut. What's your feelings going into the match against Everest?
Everest, I think, is a good team, so we will go with good effort and the more strong. So hopefully, inshallah, we will win.
Okay, well, good luck. Well, let's go join the two captains in the middle for that all-important coin toss.
Okay, Everest to call. Heads is called. It is heads.
We bat first.
Bat? Yeah. Okay. Good luck, guys. All the best. So Everest have won the toss. They're having a bat. Back over to you, Rico.
Well, as we're ready for action here in Ipswich, it's game 2 of our Monday quintuple header from the birthplace of Aphrodite, Cyprus. And a very quick turnaround for the Colanders. We just saw them bowling earlier, and they're right back here as the Everests have decided to bat first. First delivery of the innings. That's a wide one to start off. Of course, we'll take a quick look at the fantasy for this match. Of course, the Colanders, we have seen them appear here. Sohail Ahmed with 29 points. Of course, he was the most successful batsman for their side, and Mohamed Farouk, the skipper, at 30. And we just saw him go a bit too far down the leg side. He's tried to correct that, and he ends up going way too far on the offside. So it's two very different types of wides here for Mohsin, who's just trying to find his radar to start off this match. Of course, Mohsin did pretty well in the first game. He bowled very tight, had some nice lines and lengths. Him and, of course, Numir were the two best bowlers for the Colanders. Changes the angle, goes round the wicket, bowls a much better line, but that isn't the best throw in the world. However, Everest will not capitalize on that. Of course, there's an old cricket saying that you should never run on a misfield. So Everest, the new side in this tournament, decide not to. Of course, this is the first ever ECS Everest have taken part in. Of course, a side made up of Nepali expats in Cyprus. Ranabat getting ready to face his first ball. That's a good length there by Mohsin. And it's played pretty well by Ranabat as well. It's going to trickle away for 4. No, it won't. A very adept piece of fielding, and this is thrown back to the keeper. Good stuff there by the Colanders. This is just good cricket all around. Nice shot, nice ball, nice bit of fielding. That's exactly what we want to see in European cricket. There's a good work there by Amir Hussain, number 90. That That's a good ball, inside edge, and batsman lives to fight another day. Of course, a lot of reaction to the old match still on our YouTube chat. Everyone really enjoyed that. A bit of armchair captaincy going on. Mayur Patel has been almost spot on with all his calls so far, and he's questioning that decision in the penultimate over. Binge Watcher also quite critical of that final decision. And we're just starting to see a little bit of a drizzle here. Of course, Cyprus, an island that suffers a lot of summer droughts. We don't tend to get much rain here. Looks like we're just getting a bit of a spattering of rain. There's been a temporary pause as the umpires have a conference and decide what they're going to do over here. This is not great for Everest, of course. I mean, no batting side wants their confidence, their composure, their concentration disrupted in this way. And wouldn't be what they were hoping so far. Of course, I've got the great privilege of welcoming Rico Full back to the commentary booth. This certainly isn't good news for Everest.
No, hello everybody. Good to be back. Yeah, not good news. I mean, I don't think that the rain here is the issue. I think it may be more to do with some issues. Once again, technical issues behind. So, but we'll take the opportunity to welcome our global family back into our little house here. And, well, it's a great privilege for me to be with you as well. I know I've heard you in comments before. I know that we've communicated by other means. But it's great to be standing next to you and using, well, and hopefully using, and the viewers, I think, appreciating that all your local views and knowledge about the game here in Cyprus as well. And I think Everest is very much a new team. I think probably, I'm guessing that a lot of their players are probably Nepalese.
Yeah, certainly it's a team made up of Nepalese expats. They've actually brought the Nepal flag with them. And they're in their little dugout they've made for themselves. And it looks like we're getting ready to resume action. As puts his gloves back on. Of course, Jeevan Lusmal is the most experienced player for this Everest side. He's played a fair bit of cricket for the Black Caps, of course. Last time ECN was here in 2021, so they're going to be looking to him to probably do the bulk of their run getting.
Big swing this time on the batter.
Yeah, I think he tries to follow a similar strategy to what we saw Roman Mazumdar do. It looks to go down the wicket, but unlike Mazumdar, was a lot more composed, played it with a straight bat. Lusmal chooses to go for a heave, so just needs to find his head here, takes his guard again. This one is a bit too full, uses his bottom hand. It's going to take a couple of bounces and go for 4. So it's the first boundary for Everest. That's a nice little milestone for this Nepalese team.
Yeah, that's not a bad shot at all, isn't it, Lamasal? What I like about this, he's prepared to play out on the offside. It's a very good and clever shot to play in the power play because he opens the face of the bat. He's hitting it on the up. He knows, get it over the infield, and he's going to get reward for the shot.
This one, again, he tries to dig it in. I think he's aiming for that hip. That's a common strategy in limited overs cricket. Gets it slightly wrong, and it goes for wide. And I think Mohsin, he's been slightly all over the place. Of course, you can see the potential he has, the quality in his bowling. But if he can get it right, he's going to be just as good as he was in the previous match as we head to the final ball of this over. Bit too full again, and it's the same result we saw in the previous delivery. It's gone away for 4. Jeevan Lusmal, the man who they were looking for, made 334 runs back in 2021. Manages to work that away for a boundary behind point.
Yeah, that's a really good shot, isn't it? He's got very quick hands. He's onto it pretty sharp, and well, it seems to be that he's in good shape at the moment. This is what the bat versus ball wall is saying in this match. Predicting it to be a very close match. Limassol Colanders in favour just by that smidgen, 97-96.
Yeah, of course. I think this is a good call. They're basically saying there's almost nothing in it between these two sides. They're both quite new to this game. Of course, Quaylanders had that one match earlier, but I don't think there's going to be much to split them. And let's hope we have another tight game here.
Yeah, of course, Quaylanders have got a defeat to their name, so there's 0-1 going into this one. But they're looking to bounce back strong, but that's a good over for Everest.
Yeah, this is a nice straight bat shot down for a single towards long on. Of course, Junaid Bhatti is bowling this over. Of course, he was the man everybody was calling for in the penultimate over, and I think he's been held back a match too late.
Yeah. Jeevan Lamsal, where have I seen the name before? Did he play for the Lions?
I believe he
RG
played for the
Lions?
Black Caps.
Did he play for the Black Caps? Okay, because I know he was well, this one is worth a shout. And the question, I mean, is he giving this out? He's giving it out. It's interesting that he's giving this out pointing at the scorers, not pointing to the batter. It's an unusual decision, but the decision does stand. Now, I didn't mind the appeal. The question, though, was the umpire had to think, A, is it going over the stumps? Is it missing? But he has a good look, and he does give it out. It was sort of a half-hearted appeal. Some thought yay, some thought nay. The umpire eventually says yay. He steps across, and the question for me is height. That's the only thing. I think I mean, we might see it here. He goes back. The ball, I think he's probably a bit unlucky here. I think the ball is still on the upward march. So he's a bit unlucky to be given there. I'm sure that probably would have gone over the stumps.
Yeah, and it's also Jeevan Lusmal, which is doubly unfortunate. He's one of the most accomplished batsmen for this Black Cat, for this Everest side, beg your pardon. And he's the man you need to get those kind of calls. You'd normally expect a more accomplished batsman to just about be able to intimidate the umpire and say, hey, I deserve a little extra respect, but certainly not the case here on this ECS. Jeevan Lusmal has to depart, having looked quite nice in his 10 of 6 call. That was a couple of beautiful strokes. It's a bit full again. This is just tucked away for a single, and that's one thing I do appreciate about this Everest innings early is they are willing to rotate the strike and take those singles.
I like what they're doing so far. I mean, they're going to be very disappointed with Jeevan getting out like that. I thought he's a bit unlucky. I think the ball probably would have just gone over the stump, but the umpire doesn't have the use of the technology as we can see it, especially there's no reviews on LBW, so it's a bit of a tough one to stomach, but I like the way that Everest, once again, on debut, wanted to go out there, wanted to bat, and a lot of teams would have shied away from that, and so far it's been a pretty good start.
Yeah, I just want to take another look at this one. This was actually just about goes to the fielder at long on, and of course we have to return to the live action very quickly, and there was a run-on opportunity there. If the fielder, Moshin, had managed to collect that one cleanly. We'll head to the 5th ball. Oh, this one's just skidded, and it's almost hit the wicketkeeper on the foot. I'm surprised he's taken that as well as he has.
Yeah, this one right on the toe, isn't it? But at least he deflects it onto the slip.
Yeah, he really has concrete toes. That's going to be a painful one. And we head to the final ball this over. Chaitri again. They're bowling quite full to Chaitri, and he's going to have to run right back because he's going to be kept to a dot ball. So a good over here by Junaid Bhatti, the man we wanted to see bowl the penultimate over in the previous game. Gives just 3 runs off it, and the Quaylanders have managed to pull back Everest after a productive first over for Everest. I think going back to that LBW call, we're probably going to be talking about it a lot this innings. I think it's just the fact that Lusmal is so short, he keeps getting on the wrong end of these decisions.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those. I mean, the umpire has to give it based on what you can see there. You can see the teams we're going to see in Group A. No Amdocs playing today. We'll see them tomorrow. But certainly looking forward to seeing the other teams as well. The Cyprus Super Kings and Napa Royal Kings as well. Teams that are new to playing European Cricket Series. Have you heard much of those here in Cyprus yourself?
A lot of new teams, of course. Certainly you look at sides like the Super Kings, the Royal Kings. They've got a lot of players from CTL Euro College in Limassol. And of course, the ECN viewers have seen either teams that have sort of been, come from their talent pool, or either teams that have been derivatives of theirs in our series before. So there might be a couple of familiar players for our viewers as we come back to the final over the power play. This one is thwacked. It's gone straight to the fielder at long off, and he's dropped it again. It's Mohsin, and for the second time this morning, he's dropped a catch and pushed it away to the boundary rope. That is extremely unfortunate for Prashant Patel.
Yeah, well, that's a big let-off. Hits it hard, but once again, Mohsin, not only, as you said it, drops it, but once again, he kicks it over a boundary for 4. So that would help, and his runabout that's out there that gets the luck. So, well, we'll keep an eye on that. He gets dropped on 3.
And the captain's immediately moved him away from the boundary. He said, that's it. I've had enough of seeing you out there. He's moved Amir Hussein out to long off. This one goes high again. Is it going to split the 2 fielders? Forget about splitting the fielders. It's gone over the boundary rope. And it's the first 6 for Everest in their ECS career. That is a beautiful bottom-handed shot.
Well, the captain, Bima Ranabat, says, okay, you dropped me. Now I'm going to make you pay. And 4. And now this 6, and what a lovely shot that was straight down the ground.
This is a much better line in length, and this is what I like about Everest. They know the ball's not there to hit. They pick up the single. That's something I would say both sides are probably a bit guilty of in the first match. Not the case with Everest. I like the game plan they've come out with.
Yeah, they're attacking. They're looking to take the singles when they're on, play their shots, try to get to, I mean, once again, I think they'll be looking to try and get to around about 100 score. I mean, 100 score on debut will be good. But if you get one batter that gets in, they'll be able to bring up, well, and a few more of these. Well, that could be, I reckon that's going to be, well, he's given this as buys. Now, I thought this was down the leg side. Let's see this again. Does this go over the stumps? No, that's got to be a wide, surely. Yeah, he does change it. Yeah, I was going to say I'm saying things. So that's going to be a minimal 5 wides. That'll help. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is after a tight second over where we saw Junaid Bhatti really pull the Everest side back. It's gone away from them here again. Prashant Patel going for 16 already. And again, a much better delivery, but he's happy to work it away for a single. This is what Everest have done extremely well. Take the freebies, get singles off the good ones.
Yeah, well done there. I think to Chetri, he's just thinking, you know, I just got five wides for nothing. Play this away. That's like getting a 6 of one ball, basically. And now he says, there you go, captain, over to you. And the captain, wow, just starting to play some nice shots. I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Everest at the moment. They're batting and playing with a bit of confidence.
They are. It's a very technically adept shot as well. You haven't seen as many heaves from them. Not too many shots where they're off balance. It's all been textbook shots, and they've been rewarded for it. It's a bit wide here, but it's a bit too full, and it's a dolly for Gujar. It's gone straight to him. The captain is livid with himself. He's played so well. He goes out there, he rehearses the shot again. That is an incredibly soft dismissal as Everest gift a wicket to the Quaylanders.
Yeah, well, Mohammed Farouk has not taken an easier catch than this. It's straight to him. And it's unfortunate for Ranabat because I think he played really well. He wanted to be aggressive, but this one, I mean, you can see that when he's hit it, it hits right at the bottom of the bat. I think that has ricocheted and vibrated all the way up into his arms because he ends up letting go of the bat. It was so powerful. Well, it might have been a powerful rebound back to him, but it was a simple little dolly to the fielder. And no mistakes there from Mohammed Farouk. Takes the catch and gets a wicket for Patel.
Yeah, this is an important blow here. This over was a very productive one for Everest. They actually get 17 runs off of it. Prashant Patel gets that free wicket, you could say. And we're seeing the new batsman come back in. This is Akhtar for Everest. And let's see how Quaylanders will round out this power play. And that's a nice ball. Akhtar coming forward, trying to do a forward defense. Not something we see too often in T10 cricket. It goes past his bat. And this power play comes to an end with Everest 35 for 2.
Yeah, it's probably even at power play. I think Everest will be happy where they are. They're going at a 10 and over pace. They're looking to bring the 100 up, which I think on debut would be a good score. And it's a score that they can try and defend against a team that lost their first match to Limsal Quaylanders. But I think just that wicket there that you see on your screen, Ranabat going for 14, and the way that he went, it's a soft dismissal, and it would just, I think, have the Quaylanders, well, they'll have their tails up. Well, if you got your furry friends at home with the tail, talking about the dogs, of course, give them a hug on this International Hug a Dog Day. And what do you think for Mira O'Neill? I think even Stevens, that power play, right?
Yeah, it's pretty even. I'd have to say that a couple of nice breaks for Everest, beg your pardon, for the Quaylanders have pulled them right into this match as well. So, again, this is where we're going to see the Everest batting depth really tested. We've seen a lot of Super 8 teams. They tend to be incredibly top-heavy with their batting lineup, and this is where we're going to see what Everest are really made of. as the new bowler is going to come in. It's going to be Junaid Bhatti. So this is some very nice captaincy. I like it. It's aggressive captaincy. Bhatti had a good second over, and he's gone straight back to him. He's saying, get me another wicket. This is a nice full delivery. Chaitri, who's shown his willingness to just pick up singles, gets another one there. Third single of the innings for him.
Yeah, Chaitri, I mean, so far, I think when he's got an aggressive batter with him, it's not a bad tactic, but sooner or later, I think he realises he's going to have to play some shots himself. Let's see what Akhtar can do. He played a miss at his first from Patel. Let's see how he deals with Bhatti. Bhatti bowling his second over.
And we're just seeing a little bit of, looks like, yep, it seems like Chaitri wants another bat. I guess this is his boundary hitting bat. He had his singles bat out there.
He says, no more tiki-taka. I'll have the boom-boom bat. Okay, let's see. Well, he says, yeah, all right, everybody, wait for it. He's sort of saying, yeah, I'm ready. He's apologising to everybody. Well, no need to apologise. Just hit a few boundaries. This one is going to be probably called a no ball. It's called on the field of play. And, well, he gets a new bat and he says, I want to get into the action straight away. And, of course, it's a free hit. That's why he wants to get there. So, yeah, just far too high. Good call on the field of play from the umpire.
Yeah, far too high over there, and let's hope Chaitri's bat does the trick for him over here. You know, I think Junaid's bowled quite tight so far. That was a very strange loosener for him. And this time he goes a touch too full, but Chaitri, well, look, your bat can only do so much. If you lose balance, there's not much your bat can do.
Yeah, he's pretty good. And he's always acknowledging things and apologising for things, but swings and misses.
This one's just played away by Chaitri, going back to his trademark single, which has been a feature of his innings. Goes to mid-wicket, of course, now with the extra fielders allowed after the power play. The Queenslanders have quite a bit of protection. They've got a long off, a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and then a man at sort of deep cover point, I'd say.
Liking the detail on the shirts of the Queenslanders as well. I'm liking that combination of colour, the sort of lime green and the black. Oh! Firmly struck, and well, this one, Nish, is an opportunity for Corden Bowl, but he was travelling.
I would say it's maybe a quarter opportunity, not even half of one. I'm just glad he's got his fingers. I certainly wouldn't want to have my star bowler injured right at the start of this tournament.
Yeah, I think the umpire's glad he got his fingers in the way, though.
And this is a much better ball, but Chaitri, whenever he's tried to chase one for a boundary, he's just lost balance, and he's going to just rehearse that shot there. Looks a lot more balanced in his rehearsal.
Yeah, Bhatti. Oh well. I'm trying to work out what the logo on the breast of the shirt is. I'll have to investigate and have a closer look, unless you know more about it, Nish. But look pretty dashing. I'm liking those kits.
And it's the same story for Chaitri again. Just can't quite find his balance. And a few too many dot balls on that over. That was they seem to have gone away from the formula that worked very well for them in the power play, which was hit some boundaries and then rotate the strike. As the Everest run rate just dips back down to 10. They are 40 for 2 at the end of 4 overs. So those two, the dismissal of the openers was a massive moment.
Yeah, Chaitri, you're absolutely right. Chaitri there, he says, right, new bat, new game plan. But unfortunately, he's not quite working at the moment. The bat just not playing ball, if you like. But yeah, one of these two, they're going to start motoring. I think it's what we say in this format, Nish, is if you're not playing runs, if you're not scoring at a good rate, you're far better making way for somebody else. Somebody else can come out there with the hot hands. This is a nice looking shot, and it's not going to be dealt with well at all by the fielder. And this is going to be the case of, oh no, please don't throw it again. I think I made a boo-boo. He certainly does. He's got to get down for that. Not good fielding, Nish.
No, it certainly isn't. It's actually a bit of bowler's fielding. It's Junaid Bhatti, the man who bowled the previous over, who's basically looking a bit sheepish out there right now in long off. He knows he's going to let his fellow bowler down. That one just disappears. I think the batsman wasn't quite sure where it was. But it's a dot ball.
The dot ball, he has a big swing, and he had to be told that it's not worth taking. Patel still, I think he's giving the evil look, isn't he, to Bhatti, saying, hey, how can you do that to a fellow bowler?
This is much better line in length. It's very tight to the off stump.
Who's that that's limping around out there at the moment? I mean, somebody's certainly got a bit of an injury. I think that's Farouk, right? Farouk he's limping badly. He's still out there. I mean, if it's that bad, maybe get the 12th man on for a bit. It was Parminder Singh, but there he is again. Look, watch him field this. He's definitely got a bit of an issue. So I'm not sure what it is. We've had some bit of freeze spray out there. He's in a bit of discomfort.
Yeah, Mohamed Farouk, I think it's... we'll just take a look at this delivery. This one's just played away towards long on. Takes one hop, and that's not the easiest bit of fielding there for Numan Munir, who I think does pretty well to just make sure it's a single.
Yeah, he makes a stop there. We know you cannot hide any fielders anywhere. And this field is a bit unforgiving. Does well to get back onto this, and he's going to give you 4 runs. It's not a bad delivery at all from Patel. It's right on the stumps, right on the money, if you like. But Chetri somehow does get this to the boundary. Better bat, better performance, he says. 4 runs, good end to the over.
Yeah, going back to the skipper. Going back to the skipper, Umar Farouk, of course, I have to say, I think he injured himself back when in the first innings of the first match when I think he went for a run. He kind of might have twisted his ankle or something, and I think he's still carrying that. And the skipper is just pulling through for his team, being a good sportsman.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the captain wants to stay out there. It's the first day, and he's looking to bounce back after that defeat against the Nicosia Tigers. I can understand he wanted to be there, but he seems to be in a lot of discomfort. So halfway point, we're still on around that 100 mark, 51 for 2. As we will see a new bowler.
You'll see a new bowler and a new man, of course. Number 99, Shah Kali, didn't play in the first match, so this is his debut. This one's almost gets a wicket off his very first delivery. That was a tight one. It was never going to be an easy catch, but he just provided a little bit of width for the batsman. He goes to cut it, and he might have to take that one.
Yeah, look, he's going to be disappointed. I think bowler's disappointed. The fielder, he does everything right apart from take it, hits his hands and falls out. So could have been a perfect start for Khalid.
Goes a bit shorter over here, and this one's going to fall well in front of the fielder at long off. Of course, it's Junaid Bhatti who will collect that one. So it's a pretty nice start for Khalid. Of course, he had to sit and watch the first match. He saw his side lose, and now he's trying to step in and be the difference maker who helps his side pick up the W on this one.
Chetri will be boosted with the boundary of his last delivery. And well, this is where the batter spoils a wide. It always was going to be a wide. He manages to get bat onto it, gets nothing for it. I always say, if you're playing at those, send it to the boundary or leave him alone.
Yeah, he should have left that one alone. I think that was extremely wide. And a little bit of good fortune for Shah Khalid there after having some bad one on his first ball. He's going to continue around the wicket. Interesting choice of angle. This one's just at the pads. Very straight ball. And Chaudhry, once again, he can only get a single. It's about time he shows his power hitting abilities because they're only 2 down and this run rate's fallen a lot. There's still plenty of batting to come, hopefully.
That's the key. You're right. Only 2 wickets down. And both of these batters starting to chew up a few deliveries. 13 balls and 10 runs, Chetri. And Akhtar going at run a ball. And that trend continues as the captain Farouk wobbles and showing more signs of discomfort with that injury as he gets to that ball.
Yeah, he's really walking very gingerly. Doesn't seem to be in great shape. I mean, this could really be a chance for Everest to really look to exploit that and try to hit the ball more to cover. And this one's tucked away again. It goes straight to the fielder at point. Quick running between the wickets, and they're doing these little things right, but they need to start hitting some of the bigger shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick on the chat saying hello to ECM people. Hello to you, Nick, and yeah, looking very good in your green star. Hello to Nick and everybody else in the chat. Namaste, assalamu alaikum, sat sri akal, Aibawan. To everybody that's watching around the world, welcome to this Ipsona cricket ground here in Limassol. We are in Cyprus, and we will be here for 2 weeks for this European Cricket Series. We're in the middle, or the start, I should say, of Group A. Group A continues all the way up to Saturday. And then on Sunday, we'll see the start of teams from Group B, 6 teams in each group. And only the top 4 will go through. So very important to get some wins under your belt. And that's why I think this is a big match for the Limassol Highlanders. Having lost their first.
This one played away towards square leg. Who's going to win this race between ball and fielder? And it looks like it's the fielder. He uses his feet, which isn't something we like as cricket purists, but it gets the job done.
Rana Abdul, well, he's got a big long stride, and he's probably got big long feet as well, as he puts his foot on there, makes a stop, and just leaves it for the fielder to come along and get the throw in. And that's Sohail Ahmed says, thanks, I'll do the rest.
Yeah, and almost Aaron Ramsdale-esque save like yesterday we saw in the Liverpool-Arsenal game, of course. And Mohsin now, he went for a few runs in his first over, but otherwise he's had a pretty decent morning, certainly in the first match. And this is his chance to just make amends for that first over. Of course, we know what an accomplished bowler he is. Chaitri as well, under a lot of pressure. And this is just a bit of a chip, but it's chipped straight to the fielder at long on. Of course, it was Masters weekend, and that was no golfing expert, but that was a bit like a chip shot.
Yeah, did it run there? Did it take the run? Yeah, they did.
He took a single, yes.
I thought for a moment that they decided not to even run, but I mean, you see him there practicing shot. Yeah, you've got to go through with it because he hits it well, but he doesn't follow through with the shot. This, I get a feeling this is going to be giving runs. I think this is right off the bat. Is a difficult take for the keeper, for Varun Malhotra, but it's definitely a chance. This is off the bat, and I think he gets a glove to it. Yeah, it would have been a great catch if he was to take it.
No, and he certainly took a very nice catch in the first match, so we know his abilities as a wicketkeeper. He's a very talented man with the gloves. But Mohsin has just about managed to keep things tight, unlike his first over. This one, once again, it's gone high up in the sky. This should be a comfortable catch. It is a comfortable catch as Chaitri's innings finally comes to an end. I'd almost say he's been put out of his misery. He's really struggled out there, and I think some of the Everest fans who are watching this game might be glad to see him heading back to the dugout. This one, it's a wicket for Mohsin, who's managed to pull himself back in this match.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think we focused on the fact a little while ago they've only lost 2 wickets. Plenty of batters that we haven't seen from Everest, and I just think that look, no shortage of trying. Chaitri's got out there. He's tried to hit everything he can as hard as he can. He's even tried changing his bat. He has got one boundary to his name, but it's just not happening. So he goes, a new batter comes out, and maybe with that they could get some acceleration in. And I think the other batter who's out there as well, Sahil Akhtar, has to take the same approach. He's 11 of 11. It's a case of really, if I don't get going, I've got to go. And maybe even the captain, and we don't forget, the captain has every right to just say, hey, it's not working. We've got other batters. Time's running out. You come back. We'll try somebody else. So you could retire him out. And it's certainly something you've got to be thinking about. Great delivery, but well played. Good bit of cricket.
Yeah, Shahi gets off the mark with a single. Of course, ECN viewers have seen him before and heard him before, of course. We interviewed him back in October 2021. A very exciting young man. Didn't do much with the bat in his ECS career. Made just 7 runs in all the appearances he had, but it was really with the ball where he made his mark. This one's popped up in the air. Chance for a cotton ball. It's gone right through the bowler. That was always going to be a tough catch. Just trying to track that delivery. He manages to get to it, but it goes right through his arms.
Yeah, but this is where, if you're injured, don't stay on the field. This is Farouk's catch. But Farouk, you'll just see him come into the picture there. He can't run. He couldn't run to get it. The bowler had to bowl and then do a 360 and chase after it. And I think you saw Farouk straight away saying, sorry, good effort from you, but I can't get there. You got a 12th man. Get your 12th man on.
Yeah, 12th man just sitting there twiddling his thumbs. And, of course, we take a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're right here till the 23rd of April in Cyprus, and then we head over to Milan in Italy for the month of April to May. And then, of course, there's a brilliant international series coming over in Gibraltar. Of course, we saw the Gibraltar national team featuring this weekend in some cricketing action alongside the Netherlands and Portugal. Then we continue and remain in Italy for a nice weekend of cricketing action. Again, another ECI international cricket before heading up to up north in Europe to Austria as Amir Hussain features for the first time this match. This one's smashed away, and has this gone the distance? And we look to the umpire. No, it hasn't. It's going to be a 4, but a much-needed boundary. It's been a very long wait for one. Been 3 over since the last time we saw one.
Yeah, it was in the slot. He hit it well, and there's a nice sound off a ball onto Willow there as that one goes to the boundary. So Akhtar, yeah, he's got to start going. He's got to start going big, and that one helps.
Was considering taking a pace forward, but he doesn't in the end, and he hits this away for a single. Just 1 run there with Shahi back on strike for the second ball.
Yeah, they think about the 2 and they decide against it. I get the feeling if they went straight away, I think this is the sort of fieldness that if you run the first one hard and put a pressure on the fielder, you're going to get your 2, because it's not an easy one to field on, is it? This one is a bit of an edge, and it will go to the boundary, 4 runs. So 2 boundaries in this one, and Shahi, who's pretty lucky still to be there after skying one, and Farouk not able to get to it. He throws his bat at this as well and gets 4. This is the way I think they've got to go from here on in. Just throw your bat at everything.
Yeah, he's just rewarded for his positivity there. It's actually not a very good cricketing shot, but the fact that he advances down the crease and puts some pressure on the bowler actually means something happens. And this time we see a much cleaner stroke, and this will go right over the fielder's head. It's a 6. It is Arjun Shahi's first ever ECS 6, as he just about dusts the ground after that one. Beautiful looking shot. Gets down on one knee, and I don't think the fielder had any chance there, even if he was all the way back up against the rope. That was tight, but that was going to go the distance.
Lovely jubbly. That's what we're talking about. Good hit. It's a Gandhi ball, and batter loses out on it. A couple of times that they've done this, have Everest. It's been a Gandhi ball on the leg side, and rather than take the wide, they're going after it, and then they spoil the wide. We're just getting a single.
Yeah, that's bowler gets away with that one. I think Hussain, he went for a few runs in the first match as well, and it's been the case here as well. Very, very lucky there. And this one, ooh, that was a chance for a wicket. I don't know if the keeper gets that one. Could it have been a stumping? Shoaib Akhtar might be a very lucky man.
Yeah, this is Varun Malhotra. He misses out on this. The batter is nowhere to be seen. Just needed to take it. Doesn't. He's a little bit guilty of not moving his feet. No footwork from the wicketkeeper. And needed to take that and whip the bails off. So Hussain, he'll be unfortunate that he hasn't picked up a wicket, but 15 come of that over. So they just tried to get the acceleration in. Ended the over 78 for 3.
Yeah, the Everest just managed to get themselves back in the innings with that nice little over there with Amir Hussain. 15 runs off it. It's been the most productive over since the power play. And looks like they're going straight to Shah Khalid, who gave up just 4 runs in his previous over here. So this is a good decision. This time the Quaylanders, no experimentation in the penultimate over. They're going with the man who's proven it. This one struck away by Shahi. It's going to go towards the fielder at long on, and they're looking for a second. That was quite comical because they were sitting there looking at each other wondering, should I throw it? Should I not throw it? Why would you not throw it?
Khalid can't believe it. He and a few others are a little bit filthy with the fielder. He's saying, okay, get it in, get it in. He doesn't want to get it in, so the batter says, right. And look, he said, now. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? Yeah, that is, well, comical maybe. The bowler's not very happy with it. And I like to see that a lot of the Spiders decided to come with me from Portugal to Cyprus as well. They're here. This one gets played out. They'll think 2 again. They're taking it on. And he's going to be in trouble if it's a good throw, but they get there. Good, positive running. Goes back to the point that I was making earlier. If you back yourself and run hard, put the pressure on the fielder, you will get there.
Yeah, that's the one thing I have to give Everest an A+ for in this innings is how well they've done the little things. They've rotated the strike better than any team we've seen so far this morning, and they've also run better. And they're really making up for their lack of power hitting through doing the little things right. As Khalid will run in for this 3rd delivery. This one's quite wide, and on this occasion, Everest don't actually get in front of one of these wides. So Khalid, he's feeling the pressure, of course, now. He's given up a few more runs than he would have liked. It plays on any bowler's mind.
Yeah, I mean, good bowlers don't like runs coming off them, especially freebies. So that 2 that was run earlier, play on his mind.
And there's a bit of a late appeal, not a very unenthusiastic appeal. That was always going down the leg side. We see a big thud off his pad. We'll have a look at this replay. Yup, that was, you need a second or maybe third set of stumps for that to be LBW.
Good decision. Easy decision, of course. It's not the best of appeals. Once again, hello to everybody in chat. A lot of people on the chat enjoying the cricket.
This one's struck away. Is this struck away firmly enough? It certainly is. It's gone the distance, and that's the second 6 for this young man. That is a brilliant shot. Take a look at that one. He tees off, manages to get underneath the ball because it's a bit of a half volley. It's more runs for Everest.
Yeah, well, Shahi time. As he goes big once more. Remember, let's go back though to that moment when he does go in the air and not able to take the catch. So that's a big hit. And that might be, it's actually Akhtar, apologies, we're just a little bit slow on the graphics there. But Akhtar really going. Goes for another, and well, this time the catch not taken, but at least this time the ball doesn't go to the boundary. So it's Munir. He gets one that smashes into his hands. The catch goes down, but he keeps it on the right side of the rope.
Yeah, that shot's almost like a tennis forehand. It's a bit of a slap straight to the fielder. And yeah, at least they haven't given away a boundary after dropping the catch. And the batsman advances down the wicket, but this is smart stuff by I beg your pardon, Khalid. He saw the batsman coming down the wicket and he just dug it in a lot shorter. That's something which we were commenting on in the previous match, as Everest are at 90 for 3 heading into the final over of this innings. It's been a fairly decent batting performance. It's been a mixed bag for Everest. I think you were talking earlier about how they would need to reach 100. They're well within that range now.
Yeah, they certainly are. Look, they were going at 100 pace, and then we had a few overs there in the middle that slowed things down, didn't they? I think Shah Khalid's one over number 6 and Mohin's number 7 was good. But I like the way they got the acceleration in. And Everest, yeah, if they do get past that 100, I think they'll be pretty happy with where they are in this match so far.
So it's an interesting decision again. They've gone for a new bowler for the final over. Of course, we know their love for going for new bowlers in these late stages, and they've done that again. It's Abdul, who we didn't even see bowl much in the first match, so let's see how he does here. That's actually a very nice delivery. It's quite full, and it's going to be difficult to play, but they're going to go for the second run. Well, Everest are a lot more agile right now than the Quaylanders, where I think he was just a bit too slow getting there, Mohsin.
Yeah, it's too slow. Doesn't get there. He's got a long way to come, of course, but this is just, again, very good, positive running. They're converting those ones into 2. I like to see it. Hello to this Yurav on the chat, and they're enjoying the cricket, enjoying the conversation.
This time he just gets out of shape there, Akhtar. And we've seen them play some nice cricketing shots. And this little partnership Shahi and Akhtar had, not the case over there. Abdul managed to come back after that. He would have been obviously very frustrated after the first delivery. But again, I think Everest haven't hit too many 6s, just a 2 so far, but they still find themselves at 92. And it's a slower delivery. This one's looping right up in the air, and it's going to be comfortably taken. Akhtar is just going to charge straight to the dugout. He knows he's played his role. A little 26 of 20, maybe not the quickest innings, but he hung around and made sure Everest were in a healthy position. Let's take another look at this one.
Yeah, once again, balls are wide, but he throws everything at it. If he went to the boundary, you would have thought, okay, well, at least I got a boundary from it. But he just, once again, clever bowling, I suppose, that Abdul, he does take the pace of it. And Akhtar, after being given a life earlier with Munir putting him down on the boundary, he just adds a few more before he departs. But yeah, you're right, at least he does give them the acceleration. It was a good innings for him to play. Went out there, didn't waste too many deliveries. 26 of 20 before finally departs.
And that's another dot ball. So Everest are just kind of getting undone in this over. We're seeing them go away from a lot of the principles they showed earlier in this innings, and once again out of shape. So 3 consecutive dot balls. That's almost criminal at this stage of the match.
Yeah, it's got to get bad onto ball, hasn't it?
So he's played away. He goes for the shortest boundary straight down the ground, but it's just going to trickle to the fielder at long on, and just the 1 run. So 2 runs off the first 5 deliveries off the bat, certainly, and then 1 off the extra. So this is kind of fizzled out for Everest, and they're not going to reach 100 here unless they get some help from the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, Let's see how Shahi deals with it. He's got a 200 strike rate, and he gets a high one, and this one may be called as well. I think that's 4, but I got a feeling there could be another ball coming here. And let's have a look at this. I reckon this is pretty high. And yeah, that's going to be called. They've got to call that. Got to call it. That's too high. They've got to call it. Yeah, look. Yeah, they've got to call this. Yeah, it is. It's a good call being made.
Yeah, very good decision there by the umpire. That one has to be a no ball. It's just around his elbow height. And here's another chance for Shahi, who probably should have had more strike in this final over.
Well, you said unless the bowler does something wrong, they won't get there. When he does do something wrong, can they get the 100 up? And looks like they will, because this is motoring to the boundary. So the 100 does come up. Everest, they're on their feet. They're applauding. And on debut, they get the 100. And that's a dashing stroke there, isn't it? From the new batter. So Hussain doing the damage and making it count. Well done to him. And well done to Everest. But I think Limassol Quaylanders, the same way they did, I think, when they were in the field earlier, just making some errors towards the end there and just letting Everest get some vital runs at the end of the innings.
Yeah, that was a near perfect over at the end there by Rana Abdul, and he just lets it get away from him. As we take a look at some of these highlights, of course, that was an excellent bit of fielding, and of course, Jeevan Lusman was looking so nice at the start of his innings, hits a couple of classy 4s behind square, and then he was a victim of this questionable LBW decision.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why the umpire's given it. And he lets everybody know, apart from the batter, that he's out. But yeah, I think the only thing was the height. But the umpire, of course, got to give it from where he is and from where he was standing. He thought he was going to go on to hit. So, and that was an important one, because I think Jeevan was batting so well.
He was certainly batting well, and you saw Bimal Ranabhat as well. He was the other opener, looked quite good. Hit a couple of boundaries, one of them being a 6, and then he got out this way. This was such a soft dismissal and a real bonus for the Quaylanders. If he'd hung around a bit longer, maybe this Everest total could have been a little larger. And then there was just that period there with Chaitri and Akhtar where neither of them were able to hit boundaries.
Yeah, you're right. And what we said there at the time was, like, when you get into that phase, you got to really, you either hit out and get out, or maybe you have to be sent back. Well, Akhtar, he did sort of hit out. He did the right thing. Chetri, he got himself out the way. And then by him getting himself out the way, that meant that you had another batter who could at least come out there and just get a little bit of acceleration in for you. I think Arjun Shahi did just that. I like the way, the positive approach he took. Okay, poquito suerte a veces, but he played the right shots. And this hitting there towards the end there as well from Arjun, I think it was just absolutely clinical. And then, of course, we had that no ball, but this is the chance. This is when Akhtar was dropped on 23, but fortunately for Munir, he wasn't able to score too many more. Just added another 3 before he was caught. Going for a wide delivery there. So this is one thing that I think that Everest can learn from. This is right towards the end. It looked like they were going to finish on below 100 when he bowls a no ball, which gets pegged to the boundary, and then the free hit also goes to the boundary as well. And though we lost the score graphic there for a moment, I think by my calculation, I think they'll end up on a score around about probably 102 or 3, I think. What we got there, 102. So, yeah, you see that on the scorecard there now. So 102 for 4. But once again, when you look at that scorecard, it's pretty healthy. Even when you got batters like the captain, Ranabath and Chetri got going, didn't go on to big scores. But I like the way that Akhtar and Shahi came together. And Hussain, he played his part at the end there as well.
Yeah, everyone just chipped in. That was the good thing for Everest, of course. At the start of this match, when Arjun Shahi came in, we said he hadn't done much with the bat in previous ECS. Has made just 7 runs. Clearly, he's been in the offseason. He spent this time, worked on his batting, and he was sensational. Of course, we take a look at this bowling effort for the Quaylanders. Pick of the bowlers, Junaid Patti, the man who didn't bowl the penultimate over in the last match. He certainly delivered for his captain. Nice work by Shah Khalid as well. Rana Abdul was going quite well in that final over, and then that extra really cost him.
Yeah, it cost him big time. And if this match goes down to the wire and Everest win it with just a handful of runs, you go back to those last 2 deliveries in that spell, the no ball and then the free hit going to the boundary. But you're right, Barty, sensational bowling. And really, when you look at that and you think, well, you know, only if they bowled him again, that first match could have been very different against the Tigers. So very evenly poised as we have a look at the mid-match summary. Everest, team on debut, going out there. I like their approach. They did a lot of things right. And even when they were under a cosh, one thing they did do is they eliminated dot balls, and then they got a good flurry, a good push on towards the end, and they get the 100 on the board. 103 are going to be required for victory. Nish, I think is going to be a very close encounter this match.
Yeah, certainly will be. And of course, make sure to join us very soon as the second innings is coming up in just a bit.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Ipswich Cricket Ground here in Limassol in Cyprus for this European Cricket Series. Rico Full here in the house, and alongside me, Nish. Nish, I think this is going to be an interesting game, a score of around about 100. And first, well done to Everest on debut, getting there. But another team also debutant in the European Cricket Series. Limassol K-Landers fell short against the Tigers earlier. Looking to get to winning ways themselves. How do you see this one panning out?
Well, of course, they made 98 back in the first match, so just have to make slightly more here. Of course, like one of the good things about batting second is they can pace their innings accordingly. And I'm really looking forward to this one, seeing how the K-Landers do. Of course, I know it's early in the tournament, and you wouldn't say the tournament's decided in the first morning on a Monday. Seems that's not the case over here. I mean, they're 0-2. They'll be in quite a hole, so it's already quite a bit of pressure on them early as we see Arjun Shahi charging in. Nice defense there. That ball is right on the money, and all the fielders converging around it. That's just what you want to see. Very positive body language right from the get-go.
The Shahi made a good batting performance already. 24 of 10. I think that was important to get them to that 100 mark. Now see if he can get them off to a good start.
This one's again, it's actually a pretty decent ball, but it's played incredibly well. Hussein swivels around and just uses his wrist to flick it away. That's a nice cricketing stroke. Picks out the gap. And maybe a touch too straight there, Shahi. He might have to adjust, but I think we're seeing some very good cricketing competition exactly as we want to.
Yeah, I mean, it's got some pace, hasn't it? It was pretty quick. I suppose the early thing was maybe just a little bit too, well, not too short, but just think the direction it was into the body of the batter. So he was able to just work that away. So, but nice little battle developing here between Shahi and Hussein.
This one's a bit wider. He's adjusted his line and length on this ball, and this time around Hussein goes for the swing. It's a dot ball, and I love this body language from the Everest. There's a lot of chatter, a lot of applause after every delivery.
Yeah, that's a better area to be bowling. He's gone back outside the off. He's swung at this wildly. Everest, yeah, they're up for this. I'm liking the way, I'm liking their approach coming into this series. And once again, a good delivery in that offside channel with another dot.
Yeah, the spirit of this team is very, very good. Of course, keep in mind, we're in the power play overs, these first 3 overs. So just the 2 men allowed outside the inner ring. And at the moment, we've got a deep third man. He's very, very fine. And then a deep backward square like so. You would expect Shahi's length to be just back of a good length. Yeah, that's a nice delivery. This is going to be a tight run, and it's a good bit of fielding, but also a good bit of running. Excellent cricket all around.
Yeah, it is good. I mean, we mentioned that Everest were very good in taking the singles and putting the pressure on the field. And you can see here that, well, the team from Limassol looking to do the same as well. That's a good single. Very well run. Good understanding between the batters.
That certainly was a great understanding, and they're going to need to have their communication absolutely perfect. We've already seen some costly runouts in this first morning when we were watching that Tigers game to start off. And Shahi just loses radar there. It goes a bit too wide. That's an easy call for the umpire.
Yeah, I still don't mind this. I think the adjustment from him has been good. His first ball, or his second ball, was a little bit on the legs. He got clipped away. Since then, he's got the ball outside the off. Just trying to finish with, squeeze one in there and finish with 6 off the over. But he has to bowl this again. Let's see if it ends up hurting him.
Goes fuller, goes straighter, and it's straight back to him. So Shahi's done some good fielding off his own bowling, and this is a nice, tight first over to start off. Just 6 runs off it for the Quaylanders. Good stuff there by Shahi. I'm very impressed by him. And we saw his electric debut back in October 2021, and seems he's really grown as a cricketer over these last 504 days. Yes, that's how long it's been since we last had ECS in Cyprus, and boy, are we glad to have it. This first morning has been very exciting. I've really loved these games. They've all been tight games. We've seen some very good cricket as well. And this might be a spinner coming in on the second over, so we're going to see. We're going to find out soon. It's Bimal Ranabhat, so the captain's decided to take the ball into his own hands, so I like this. The skipper is taking responsibility. He's going to grab hold of this innings here, and he's making a few fielding adjustments, so the difference is he's gone for a long off and a long on as his two men outside the ring. Might see him bowl quite full here. That's not really the length he should be bowling with that field setting. He's just going to allow the batsman to get underneath it and play it away. That's a boundary.
Yeah, the captain not helping his side with bowling that. And once again, you bowl that outside the off stump. It's a useful delivery. You're bowling to your field, but down leg side is an easy hit. And the batter says, thank you very much. Hussain, liking the way he started. He's still Ahmed at the other end. There's only faced one ball. Not got off the mark yet. It's all about Hussain at the moment. Better areas. That's where he wants to be. That's where the field is.
This is a nice comeback here by the skipper after getting struck for a boundary. I think this time he's gone a bit too far down the leg side, but he's going to get away with it. It's just one run, and I like this fielding by Everest. They're converging on these deliveries really quickly.
Yeah, once again, it's down the leg side. The batter loses out. And look, that's a chance for us to see the field very quickly. Packed on the offside. Hardly anybody on the leg side, so you don't want it. That's where he needs to be, out on the off. Get those fielders in play, and they're throwing themselves at it. Looking for two of the batters, and they will get there as this one escapes through the network of that fielders on the off. So they'll take two.
Yeah, manages to go through that network, as you mentioned. And I think that was just a case of over-enthusiasm. I think one of the fielders is really keen to put in the dive and make a good first impression, but he's actually managed to knock it past the fielder, who would have had a much more comfortable collection. As we're just seeing the ball being tossed around a bit, got lost, of course. Skipper has made a fielding change here, goes around the wicket. Goes straight to the man at mid-off, and he'll collect this for a single. Of course, the fielding change I was going to refer to is he's decided to get rid of the long off and instead put a man at a deep backward square. I think he's aware of the fact that he might be going a bit too far towards the leg side with some of those balls.
On him up. Captain. Takes a while to deliver this one. It's coming right arm round, and that's a snick. I'm sure there's a bit of sound here from me, and he's gone. The umpire needed a bit of persuading, and finally the batter has to go, well, how about that? Look at them. They're coming together, and they all go to the captain and look at him and say, come on, boys, let's raise our game. That's a big moment for the captain. Picks up his first wicket on debut for Everest. And what a moment this is. I mean, look, there's definitely a noise. That's a really good catch as well from Pandit. Takes a catch, they appeal, they ask, and eventually the umpire, after a long, hard think, puts the finger up. How's that? They say, how's that? And eventually, yep, the little nod, and he has to go. Big moment and a good moment for Everest.
A great moment. That's the first ever wicket for them in their ECS history, and it comes from the captain himself. A little bit of history for him, and he'll be very proud of that. Of course, Everest have a little bit of support here. Of course, some members of the local Nepalese community have come to watch them, and they'll like to see their cricketing side pick up the win over here. Of course, it's a good first couple of overs for Everest. They've restricted the Quaylanders to just 14 runs, and they've got that all-important wicket of Amir Hussain. So it's Shah Khalid, the new man, the man who didn't feature in the first match, coming out to bat at number 3. So they've put a lot of confidence in him. Hussain just straying down the leg side. It might have flicked something on the way. No, it hasn't. The umpire gives that a wide, so he's going to have to find his radar. Of course, left-arm quick bowlers are so useful in limited overs cricket. If you take a look at this one, oh, that might have been just an inch off some piece of clothing, but the umpire's got eagle eyes. Oh, this one looks like an LBW. This could be really close, and it's been given by the umpire. He took a moment to think, but you might as well take that moment if you're going to make the right call. And what a fantastic comeback for Hussein after the wide. He puts it right on the money, and he gets the wicket. They go bang, bang.
Yeah, great bowling from Hussein. And Ahmed, who's, well, he's not had a lot of the strike. He's watched things from the other end. He wants to get moving here, but he's not able to. And his ball number 5 will be the end of him. And this one, look, left armour. He gets his right on the money. He cuts back in as well. I think the only thing the umpire has to think about is whether it's going to go on a hit. The umpire has no doubt about it. Puts his finger up, and while he goes, well, they're wounded already. And the captain, who's walking wounded at the moment, is going to try and come in and settle things down. I like the way he batted in the first match. I think if he had stayed there a little bit longer, they could have been victorious against the Nicosia Tigers. But it's going to be interesting here because I don't think he's going to be running any quick singles.
No, he won't, and I think this is a bit of a, it's almost a bit of a let-off for Everest because now they can almost slightly backpedal a bit when they're in the field. They don't have to be on their toes looking to protect singles.
Do like the pace of this bowler. Farouk. Like I said, he's always going to struggle with his running. He literally hobbles using the bat as a walking stick to get to the other end, but he gets off the mark. So hands the strike to Khalid, who gets set to face his first delivery in the European Cricket Series.
And I think Farouk played that one really well. That was a very good Yorker by Hussein, and he dug that out. Umpire just having a quick word here on his walkie-talkie. Of course, for Mohamed Hussein, they've got a fielder at long on and another man at third man as his 2 fielders outside the ring. 4 balls left in the power play. Yeah, this is slightly wild, but I think it's just about stayed inside that little guideline. And excellent work there by the wicketkeeper. Gets a nice pat on the head.
Well, Shayan Pandit makes an amazing stop here because, I mean, it's full, it's fast, it's rapid. If he doesn't stop this, it's going to be 4 byes. He does really well. That's a great bit of keeping.
And keep in mind, that ball bounces off that green mat really quickly, so it's come at him with some pace. And this is a very, very quick delivery. A full one just outside the off stump. Khalid with a nice pose for the photographers, but doesn't get any bat on ball.
There's some pace being generated here by Mohamed Hussein. I really like his bowling. Left armour. He's quick. Got a good, lovely, smooth run-up. And the delivery stride is perfect. He's executing the perfect line, isn't he, for the left armour coming over the wicket. And he's showing you what the right-handers, when they're doing this, are trying to do, the areas they're trying to get it. There he is again. That's really well bowled. Well played as well. And, gets sent back. And, Khalid feeling the pressure a little bit here. And both the batters actually are. And what a good, I mean, this power play at the moment, not too much power, belonging very much to Everest. We've just seen the 2 boundaries, and that was from Amir Hussain, who hit 2 forced, but got to 9, but then got himself out. Other than that, it's been tiki-taka.
Final ball of the power play coming up. And this is Fuller and slightly over pitches because they 1 bounce from the boundary rope, and they get that 3rd boundary. A bit of a commentator's curse over there as the Quaylanders get a much needed boundary. They move on to 20 for this power play. Still not good enough, just over 6 and over for this restricted fielding period. I don't think they'll be too happy with that, but they've also lost a couple of wickets.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very important shot. It just helps to keep that rate under 12. It was just starting to creep up. But the thing is, you've got to play shots like that. They really, Everest are really putting the squeeze on with the fielders coming in. So you need to try and spread them a little bit more. This is a quick look at the tables. Nicosia Tigers, having won the first match this morning, are sitting pretty at the top. Which one of these 2 teams will join them? Limassol Quaylanders looking to go to winning ways, having lost to the Tigers. Everest on debut. At the moment, you got to say, looking pretty good.
Yeah, Myra Patel on the chat bringing up the same point we did earlier, commenting on how singles will be hard with Umar Farouk out there. You certainly are right, Myra. As getting a Bhuwan Khatri is going to come into bowl for Everest, a new bowler making his ECS bowling debut.
Yeah, good luck to Khatri. And, well, he's certainly steaming in, and he starts with, well, That's an interesting delivery. Almost knocks the castle over. I thought it was looked like one that was going to be pretty full and stay full, but it dips really late. What's this dip? And not missing the target by much.
Yeah, it's almost like a knuckleball for people who like watching baseball. That one dipped really quickly. And Farouk is just going to take a deep breath now. I mean, he missed out on a full toss, but at least he's still out there. It was a bit wide there, and umpire's going to signal that. So it's been not been the best start really for the new bowler. I know he almost managed to get a wicket, but a full toss, one that's too wide. He just needs to calm his nerves and find his radar.
Yeah, of course he's going to be flowing with adrenaline. He wants to bowl well. He's a bit excited as well, bowling the first time on the live stream as well. I think he gets this one just right. That's a good delivery. And it's going to be difficult here for the captain, Farouk, because he knows that he's already sort of hindering his side with the running ability. So he's put small pressure on him having to play big shots. So every time he's not playing a shot, every time he's not getting a boundary, he's pressurizing himself even more.
And this one again, it's this nice sort of slow dipping ball, which seems to be Khatri's strategy. And we'll go away to the leg side where he has quite a bit of protection. Of course, he's allowed extra fielders outside the circle now. He's opted for a deep square leg, a long on, a long off. He's got a man that's sort of deep cover, and also a deep third man who is very, very fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a delivery. You see this one, he hits this one straight down the ground, trying to split the two fielders, not able to. That's beautifully picked up by Mohammed Hussain. Does well, gets the applause from the bowler. Yeah, just talking about this sort of bowling strategy, Nish, is something that I've seen a lot of recently. I mean, just in Portugal, you saw the likes of Dewinder Singh bowling those slower full toss deliveries we saw in the ECIs. Sebastian Braat, the captain of the winning team, Netherlands, doing the same. It's a delivery that works well in this short format.
It's a slower, fuller ball, but this one's just swept away almost. Not quite a sweep shot, but flicks this one away towards fine leg. That is, there's no fielder out there, so it's a very safe shot and a very productive shot. And indeed, I mean, Sebastian Braat had a brilliant weekend, picked up 8 wickets and had an economy rate of just 5 in the overs he bowled. So whatever strategy he was employing was certainly an effective one.
Yeah, it was, and the MVP as well. And well done to all 3 teams for putting on such a fantastic and enjoyable little series there, the weekend of international cricket at Portugal. And that Centurion Cricket Ground, what a beautiful ground it is. And I believe that the cricket continues there with the T20 competition now between Portugal and Gibraltar. So good luck to all the teams there, and hello to everybody that's tuning in from Portugal.
And of course, a big hello to none other than Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sundu, who has joined us on the chat. Of course, great pleasure to have him on. This should be very exciting stuff. Of course, as we take a look at this graph over here, 4 overs concluded so far. The Calendars at 27 for 2, is coming at just under 7 and over, which is simply not good enough for them at this stage. Their required has really shot up to 12.7.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Cyprus, I'm told 300 days of sunshine. How come we got here yesterday and we had a little bit of the wet stuff, and now there's a bit of rain again? What's going on, Nish?
I've got to say, but extremely unfortunate. It usually is the case here. This one is just struck away once again to that fine leg field. It's either taken a bounce. The umpire indicates it's gone the distance, but going back to that, this is quite odd weather for Cyprus this time of year. We don't usually see rain outside of December, January, maybe February.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and of course, the last time we were here, we had great sunshine all the way through November, and then it was finals day that we had the bad weather. And of course, that final between the Black Caps and the Mufflons ended up being abandoned. Black Caps, because of their position in the standings, ending up being the winners. So they'll be back in Group B. They're looking to defend that trophy. But here they saw once again Runabout starts with a bad ball down the leg side, which gets absolutely plummeted to the boundary. Now he needs to get it right again. You see, he's trying to do what the genuine left-hander is doing, but he's having a bit of trouble because this is also going to be another boundary a little bit too short. And this Farouk is the battle of the two captains continues. Hits this one away, yeah, too short, gets a good swing at it. And he's trying to get his team back on track. There were only 20 of the power play, 27 of 4, way behind, and that rate was spiraling out of control, but he's bringing it back down with 6 and 4 and hungry for more. Runner, but under pressure as the wind now picks up as well, just blows the barrels over. Yeah, just overcast again, a bit of wind blowing.
Yeah, of course, this is really the chess match of the game right here. It's the two skippers themselves, the men who've been moving the pieces around the board and doing a lot of the thinking. Of course, we were talking about and questioning the decision of whether it was right for Farouk to come out of here. And he's trying to prove the point. He's saying, look, whatever I'm not capable of giving you in running right now, I'll make up for it with boundaries.
Yeah, just having a few issues with the bails at the bowlers, and I'm pretty sure this wind really does pick up. They may even decide to do away with them because every time they get put up, they get blown over. You see, it's a bit of position work there from the umpire. Let's see. Nah. He says, oh no, what's going on here? I think he's going to have to do away with it. I'm noticing that's. Let's see again. Nope. Let's see. Cue some music. You know when you have that music in the waiting room when you're waiting at the dentist? And make it sound it's going to be a good. It's going to be all fine, but it isn't. Well, this is what should be playing at the background here. That little annoying music. Ain't going to work. I don't think it's going to work. This wind is strong. Let's see. So far they're there. Here we go.
Yeah, this is a wider one.
They're asking for the catch. And the umpire is, well, what's going on here now? Now, those bails did come off again. So the question here is, have they, all right, I'm still looking out to see if a dead ball was perhaps called because the bails came up before the ball was bowled, or maybe it's just a dot. But either way, it's not out, and I think they're going to have to just do away with those bails. Yeah, I think they have. So the bails, they've removed the bails from the bowler's side. Now, normally when they do that, they have to remove from both ends, and that's exactly what you're seeing happen there. So if they're not using the bails, both ends, so now if the stumps are hit by the ball, it will be out, hence because there's no bails.
Goes fuller on this occasion, and it's going to go right over Arjun Shahi's head. So Umar Farouk explaining exactly why he chose to come out to bat despite having a limp. He's making up for his lack of running with some power hitting. Shahi should be all the way backed up, in all honesty. He should be right in front of that boundary rope. And I wonder if you'd had a chance to catch that.
Yeah, we'll have it in the first. He goes big again, Nish, and this time I think wind assisted because the wind has picked up. He's right behind this. He goes all the way, and well, this is exactly what he's got to do. He says, I may be wounded, I'm not going to run, but I'm going to hit, and I'm going to hit big. Maximo, and it's a great start from, well, they needed the acceleration. They get it right in, and hello to everybody that's joining us here at the Ipsona Cricket Ground. Rico Full here with the local expert, Nish Bhatt.
No, it's a real pleasure to be here with you, Rico. Of course, this has been a very good recovery by the Queenslanders. They were fizzling out a bit, really struggling after the first 3 or 4 overs, but Umar Farouk, the skipper, he's leading this chase by himself and saying, I'm going to try to get my side over the boundary.
Yeah, needed that over, otherwise they were falling well behind. I mean, still got a fair bit to do. That rate, as I say, it's just come down now. It's about 10.8. It was hovering around about the 12 at the moment. But this is an important moment, I think, here for Everest. And it looks like that they're going to Jeevan Ramsal to bowl this one. So let's see how he gets on. Big over.
This one's just tucked away by Khalid. Is this going to trickle over the boundary rope? It certainly will. That's a very innocuous boundary, but it certainly is one. You don't often see boundaries like that in T10 cricket. Strays onto the pad, Jeevan Lusmal, and this goes away for a 4. Of course, I was Lusmal. I just remind the umpire, remember, gave me out a pretty tough LBW, so I'm looking for a makeup call now with the ball in hand.
Yeah, that's a thing is, we say this a lot, don't we? I mean, on pitches like this, carry on that after this delivery, which he tries to whack, and he's going to get the 6. And once again, it'd be interesting to see exactly where the fielder is here. Has he once again come too far off the boundary? And you can't see where he is there on the line because the olive trees are in the way. But I get the feeling there if he stays on the line, he's got a better chance. So, well, 4 and 6 here. So the attack now coming from both the batters is now Khalid's turn to go big and go wild. Well, they are trying those bails back on again because the wind, that gush of wind that came from nowhere, seems to have died back down again. So both umpires now being put to work. Well, they're on at one end, they're on the other. So the bails come back, but they'll be hoping, Everest, that the dots come back as well, because at the moment, well, it's a bit of rain in the air. It's been raining runs, but that's better. He loses his shape. The batter, he literally dived back into his crease. Well, the rain still is there. And well, watch this. They say you need balance to play good shots. There's no balance there.
Yeah, now got to watch out on your ankles for something like that as well. Could easily have been an injury, and of course, it's fairly early in the tournament. Don't want to lose a key player. A bit of width on that one, gets a bottom edge, and there's a fielder. Sort of a short third man kind of position, and he does well to collect that one. It's going to be a dot ball. And the interesting thing, of course, looking at the manner in which these Everest players are fielding will continue after this one. This one's popped up in the air. It's once again gone to Arjun Shahi. Doesn't matter where he's standing there. That's going to clear his head by quite a bit and go for a 6. So this partnership is developing into a really fruitful one.
Yeah, Nish, I'll say this. I mean, we're standing in. That wind is right in our faces now. It's come from nowhere. These last few have been wind assisted. When he's hit that, he hasn't hit that out the middle, and I'm thinking, right, catch on here. The wind has just taken it. And this one will drop just short of the fielder who gets down and makes no mistakes. That's Mohammed Hussain. So, yeah, the wind coming to maybe the rescue of Limassol Kaylanders here. They really have got the acceleration in the last couple of overs. That's an end of another. And the score quickly moves on to 67 for 2 now after 6.
Yeah, it's been quite a turnaround. Quaylanders were really stuttering at the start of this innings, but this partnership between these two men, 51 runs between them, has had quite an impact, of course. Look at the start of this innings. I mean, look at some of these overs. 6, 8, 6, 7. And then the last 2 overs combined 40 runs of 2 overs. It's turned the whole equation.
Yeah, that's where everything now gets going. And you're right. 27 after 4 quickly becomes 67. And they need something to happen here. Who do they go to try and stop the rot? It looks like they're going to the pacer again. He bowled very well, didn't he, Hussain? Just 6 runs and that 1 wicket. And let's see if he can just slow things down again here. They need a good, and that rate has gone to 9.
This one's right on the money again. He's been so good with those Yorkers, hasn't he? And really like the way Hussain is bowling. He's been very, very impressive. He's got pace, and he couples that with accuracy, which is just such a devastating combination.
Yeah, you know, and that's another thing. I think this is good. Good bowlers do this. He's had a bit of a break since he's come on. He's come on. They need a good one. First ball, right on the money.
Goes full again. Not the cleanest hit stroke, but it's going to go to a single to man who's been the busiest person in the field today, Arjun Shahi.
Yeah, makes a stop. But once again, see Hussain gets the ball right up there and relying on that angle, and that's why he's going for these darting those Yorkers. And if he gets we haven't seen, one thing we haven't seen a lot of is too much swing, especially swing coming back in to the batters. We saw some away swing earlier, but we haven't seen too much of the ball coming back. And that's what Hussain here, I think, is trying to do. And this is inside edge. Where will it go? Will it beat the fielder? Yes, it will. He's a bit lucky. He's a bit streaky. Here's the old French cut. But it goes to the boundary. A veces que necesita poquito de suerte. Hay mucho ahí por el batador, Farooq. And the captain just keeps on motoring along, doesn't he? And looks like he's putting a match-winning innings together here. Wounded, but not done and out.
Yeah, fortune favors the brave, as they say. And these two have taken the most risks. They've been the most willing to attack these bowlers. And they've also had the slice of fortune with them. And suddenly, everything's changed for Everest. You know, they were G'd up about 15 minutes earlier. They were on top of the world, and now you see a little bit of nerves settling in. That one is very well stopped by the keeper. He's had a very good innings.
Yeah, I mean, watch this one again. Watch how quickly it goes past the batter, and he almost is taking this, having gone past him. That is such a good stop. Yeah, I think even the wicketkeeper here, Pandit, is getting surprised by some of the pace that's been generated here by Hussain.
This is a nice line and length that those edges have really not gone in favor of the bowler whatsoever. 8 runs off this over so far, all courtesy of edges. That's the misfortune of being a quick bowler.
Yeah, the other thing here is I think the captain, Bimal Ranabat, has to have a think here. I mean, how many balls have we seen being hit through the covers? I mean, that man who's sweeping in the offside has not had to stop one, so he needs to come inside. They're all swinging across the line, and I think you need to put another one out on the leg side there. Put your square leg in, have an authentic square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. They're not cutting. They're not going for a boundary on the offside.
Oh. He goes full and wide, and the wicketkeeper does well to get his glove onto that one. Shyam Pandit, he's put in quite a performance.
This is quick. This is genuinely quick. That is a really sharp delivery. I mean, you could be seeing someone like Mohammed Cameron come bowling that one, and you wouldn't be. You could quite easily mistake the two because of the pace of that. Obviously, I think the bowler here, Hussein's got a bit more here than Mohammed Cameron, but that is fast delivery. This is what's coming up next. Nicosia Tigers are returning, having won the first match. Match number 1, the opener against the Limassol Quaylanders. They take on Everest. So Everest, they're a team that have to prepare themselves for back-to-back matches.
Yeah, of course, the Quaylanders were the ones who had to play back-to-backs, and now it's Everest's turn to do that. Of course, Zishan Mahmood leading the way for the Nicosia Tigers with 119 points, the man of the match for the first game. He was sensational, and he'll try to lead his side to a 2-0 record to begin things, as Shahi is the new bowler. This one's struck away. Have they picked out the gap? They certainly haven't. Khalid hits this for 4, so this partnership, it could be the one that wins this for the Quaylanders. A little bit of length there, and once again, they keep targeting that boundary.
Yeah, they've got to make a change to this field. Yeah, finally, he comes inside. You see the fielder now comes back in to the 30-yard circle on the offside so they can put that square leg back.
Much better delivery, much fuller, angled into his pads. That's going to be a lot harder for Khalid to play. Of course, should keep an eye on the time. Everest, it's about 9 minutes and 49 seconds. Of course, they've got to get through these next 1.4 overs.
Yeah, I mean, they should be okay. But it all depends how they apply themselves here. High up in the air, it's an opportunity, and it gets spilled. And worst case scenario, it gets pushed to the boundary as well. Well, that's disappointing. He runs in, he gets himself in the wrong position. And it's well, you got to say it's a straightforward drop, but worst case is that he palms it to the boundary as well. And that's Kishore Basnet that gets it wrong. And it is Khalid that gets a life on 34.
Yeah, we all talk about catches winning matches, but that might be one where a missed catch loses one for them. And this one's popped up in the air, another catching opportunity, and it falls just a couple of meters in front of the wicketkeeper. This is agonizing for Everest, as they're just almost sitting around here helplessly watching this game slip away from them. They were well in front earlier. The required was as high as 13 at one point, and it's come down to just 7.7. Now the Quaylanders are now firmly in the driving seat thanks to this incredible partnership. And this is struck away again. Is this going to go towards the fielder? No, it won't. Going to take a couple of hops before going to him. So these two men just continue to hack away at this target.
Yeah, very good partnership. That one now 72 that it's worth. And Khalid and Farouk, they've best matched each other all the way through, haven't they? Match winning, as you said, Nish.
So he struck firmly as well. Is this going to go the distance? It certainly will. It goes into those olive groves we referred to a few times today. It's a maximum. It's gone the distance. And he gets underneath that one. Well, we saw Shah Khalid. He didn't play the first match, and we said this was the game where he was going to prove dropping me in the first game was a mistake. And he certainly has done it as he moves on to 45 of 20. This is now the Quaylanders' game to lose.
Yeah, well, this is what they were missing, weren't they, in that opening match? I mean, they didn't quite get to the 100, and even though, and bear in mind, they were giving 29 extras by Nicosia Tigers, but they couldn't make it count. They never got a partnership like this going. And, well, maybe they just needed that first match to get it out of the system, but it looks like they're bouncing back here well with a bang. Only 11 runs now needed for victory, and they've got 12 runs to try and get it in as well.
this is going to be an interesting call. They're gone for Bhuman Khatri, who gave up 7 runs in his first over. And he starts off with an absolutely wild delivery. That's going to be a no ball and a free hit. Slips out of his hands, and this is just going to make it even easier for the Quaylanders.
Yeah, it's not a good delivery, and well, not wearing a helmet either. You can see the batter suggesting to the square leg. Square leg says, "Don't worry, I'm giving it. Don't worry." Yeah, Khatri doesn't help his side now. This will be a free hit.
And he charges down the wicket, gets the lucky edge, and it's really all going for the Quaylanders in this partnership. The edge has been an incredibly productive part of the bat for these two men, as this one will trickle away for a boundary, and it's now just a case of, I think, almost putting Everest out of their misery. The Quaylanders are just one big blow away from picking up their first victory of this tournament. I know it's early days, but going 0-2 would have been quite a hole for them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because only 6 teams in the group play each other twice, and only the top 4 progress. So if you go a day without picking any points up, it's going to be a tough one. Everest, tough day for them. I mean, they're playing the first match here. They're right back up against Nicosia Tigers, and they play 3 games in the day. They take on Napa Royals at the end of the day. So it's going to be a tough day. They need to, and they don't want to go away without anything. So the next match for them, I think, becomes really crucial, but it won't be an easy one against the Tigers. And well bowled, a slower delivery. He gets a wicket. He's absolutely delighted about it, Khatri. But has it come too late? I suspect yes.
Well, certainly one to cherish for him. That's his first ever ECS wicket. Congratulations, Bhuman Khatri. That's a moment he will cherish. But certainly from the Everest point of view, you might think that's a bit too little too late, as this partnership has already done its damage. This is just an exceptional slower ball, and clips the top of the middle stump.
Yeah, I get the feeling. Well, a couple of things here. I think Khalid looking to win it with a biggie, and also looking to bring up his 50. It's not going to happen. He's going to fall on 45, but it's been a very good innings. They needed the acceleration. Remember, at one point, let's not forget where they were. They were at 20 at the power play, 27 for 2 at 4 when these two came together. So he's made a huge impact. A very good knock, 45 of 21 deliveries.
Yeah, an 83-run partnership in the middle of the innings is going to win you matches more often than not. And now Patel, well, he might get to enjoy the pleasure of stroking the winning runs here if he can strike a big blow. This one's just going to be tucked away by him, and that will level the scores. It's a low full toss right at his pads. There's no fielder in that region. And it's going to be easy pickings for Patel, the new batsman. That's exactly what he dreams of. Just a nice way to get a free boundary.
Yeah, it's delivery that he goes for the quicker one again, gets it wrong, strays down the leg side, and just gently clipped away by Patel, who now knows that he has the opportunity to bring up the winning runs for his side. Limassol Qalandars, they lost the first match, and the Nicosia Tigers got to the target of 98 with 7 balls to go. It looks like they will be victorious with an over plus a few balls to go as well. He goes for the big one, but I think the fielder is not going to get there, and that will be it. Victory done. Patel goes for glory, gets a single, and that's enough for them to bring up victory. And you can see there what it means to the captain, Farouk, who holds his bat aloft in acknowledgement to the victory and the applause of his teammates. He finishes with a fine 36 not out of 18. And Limassol Qalandars playing in their first FanCode European Cricket Series to bring up their first victory against the Everest. And the Everest, look, playing in their first as well. I like what they did. They did a lot of things right, but they just lost their way there in the middle part of this match, especially with the ball.
Yeah, just ran out of steam as the match progressed, and largely on the back of that incredible partnership between Khalid and Farouk, of course, the captain. Well, he was overjoyed. He was out there. He decided to come out and bat despite his injury, and that decision proves to be the right one as they move to 1-1, the Limassol Quaylanders. Not quite the photo finish that Prashant Patel was looking for. He clearly wanted to stroke that away to the boundary.
Yeah, he certainly did, but look, it's a good win, and once again, ironically enough, It happens with 7 balls to go. So they lost the first with 7 balls to go, and then they win with 7. So they certainly will end day 1 for them on a high. Everest, though, they've got a big day, as I said already. They've got to pick themselves up pretty quickly, because in around about 25 minutes' time, they've got a tough match against a team that were able to beat the Limassol Highlanders first time up in match 1, Nicosia Tigers. As we have a look at the start of the innings, the highlights, and it was all about the bowling line and the execution, really, from Everest. And they were good. They bowled well. They bowled with pace. They got the batters to make mistakes, but something had to give. And the Highlanders needed a partnership, and that was sparked by their captain coming in. He may have been injured. He was walking wounded, but he was hitting the ball well.
Yeah, certainly. As they often say, a wounded tiger is the most dangerous one, and that was the case for the Highlanders. And take a look at some of these strokes. They played some beautiful cricket. There's a lot of these 4s that they targeted towards fine leg. We had a bit of a discussion about some of the fielding setting. Could have been better.
Yeah,
but,
it was, because when you see the bowlers, they were trying very hard to get the length right, but I think they were trying too much, or maybe focused too much on getting the Yorker length delivery in. They were getting it wrong, and if you get it wrong and you're aiming at the stumps and getting it wrong, especially when the angle you're bowling from is around the wicket or left armers, then the chances of the ball is going to go to the leg side. So they had for a long period of time a fielder on the offside boundary, the sweeper, who never really fielded the ball. They made a change, but it came too late. As did that Victory. Look, very good bowling from Khatri. I like what he does. I think we're going to see a lot more from him. But the more he plays, the more they play, the better Everest will get. But this time round, it wasn't quite enough. And you can see the captain, though he didn't hit the winning runs, he knows he was out there. And that match-winning partnership, 83, he put on with a very fine performance from Shah Khalid, which helped them to win the match. And that'll be reflected on the scorecard, which is coming up here. So well done to Limassol Highlanders winning their first match in this series.
Yeah, it's all about those 2 men in the middle, number 3 and 4, Shah Khalid and Muhammad Farouk. Started off very slow for them. One thing I have to commend Everest for is just 5 extras given. I mean, we saw Nicosia Tigers at the other extreme, 22 extras in their case, just 5 for Everest. I think they did a lot of the little things right, but they struggled with some of the bigger things. And that Limassol Highlanders, that 83-run partnership between Shah Khalid and Farouk proves to be the difference as they get over the line with 7 balls to spare and win by 7 wickets. And we'll just take a look at the Everest bowling card over here. Pick of the bowlers has to be Mohammad Hussain, the quick left armer. He looked really, really sensational today. Bowled some nice Yorkers, had a bit of accuracy, but then every single one of these bowlers in their second spell, on their second over, they got thwacked, and that's really what ruined their economy rate. Well, make sure to join us again in 24 minutes as these very Everest players will be right back to face the Nicosia Tigers.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back. Preparations on the way for the start of match 3. Everest are hoping to pick themselves back up and go to winning ways themselves on debut. They're up against the Nicosia Tigers that have already had a win. Well, the Tigers were victorious over the side from Limassol Quaylanders, and I have their captain here with me who went back to winning ways himself with that win against Everest. First of all, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
It's always difficult to try and bounce back when you get a defeat. It was, though there were some good performances there against the Nicosia Tigers, the batting didn't really click. And in this one, it looked like you were going to fall short with the batting once more. But I think your partnership there with Khalid was very important.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much. After we lost the first game and we were a little bit in pressure, then we decided with my players and we did it with the teamwork and we bounced back and we did it. And we won the game.
I mean, credit to both sides, both teams on debut here, so it's always going to be a bit difficult playing your first matches. Did you find that you needed the first match just to try and get some of the nerves out of your system?
No, that's not. But few players have this problem because I have played before in the last year. Yeah. We 2 or 3 players we played before. We have experience, but the new one they have a little bit nervous.
I mean, Everest themselves, give them credit when they were out there with the bat playing on debut themselves. They got to 100 and sort of rewarded, or they were sort of gifted some runs there, especially towards the end with the no ball and then the boundary that followed from it. So it was always going to be a difficult chase. You didn't start well. I mean, you lost wickets, and I think at the 4-over point with just 27 on the board. But then all of a sudden, everything just clicked. And were you just conscious of the fact that when you were out there that you just had to go big? Because the other thing, of course, when you were walking out there, you're hobbling. You obviously are wounded. So I just had the feeling that you're going to go out there and in your mind, you're just thinking attack. And that's what you did. You attacked and you got the victory.
Yes, I know, because me and Shah, we both were on the game, and we know, I knew, because we can do this one, and we did it. We did the partnership, and we finished the games. We decided if we lost the wicket, we will go back. If we stay on the wicket, we can do, and we did it.
Well, it was a great partnership, 83 runs, and he got the player of the match, but I think your performance here was very important as well. Well, it's always good to get a win under your belt. I think you needed that. I don't think you wanted to go back home without a win in the 2 matches. Next match coming up, Everest taking on the Nicosia Tigers. Which way do you think this is going to go?
Both teams are very nice, very good, but Nicosia Tigers have a little bit edge on that. And they are experienced, and they have few players who have played international cricket as well. So they can do it. But let's see who's going to play well. He will win.
Well, it can go either way. Well, yeah, I mean, Nicosia Tigers, they're an experienced side. They've got some good players. They're up against Everest. Can Everest bounce back? Let's go to the middle, where the 2 captains are with the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch.
Okay, Everest to call. Tails is called. It is tails.
Like the bat.
And a bat? Yeah. Okay. Good luck, guys. Cheers. Okay, so Everest have won the toss. They're having a bat. Back over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much to Stefan Gooch. As we see a, very nice, impressive view of where this ground is, the Ipsona cricket ground here in Limassol. And very close to the coast as well, which is why we do get some of that breeze coming through. And the players are out in the middle. Let's go straight out there where the umpires have led the teams out. And you saw the news from the coin toss is that Everest winning the toss, selecting the bat first. I still like that move from them. I like the way that they were very positive on debut match number 1, and they got to the 100 mark, and that's what they'll be looking to do here. They just lost their way a little bit in the middle overs there in that last match against the Limassol Quaylanders, so they'll be looking to just keep their standards up all the way through. Up against the Nicosia Tigers, who of course won their first match against the Quaylanders, so they'll be boosted by that. And they put some good performance in, but one area that they really are looking to improve in and need to improve in is with the extras that they gave away. Other than that, it was a pretty good performance from them. They won by 6 wickets with 7 balls to go, chasing a target of 98 for victory. I'm Rico Full, and it's great to have alongside me a local expert in Nish. Well, Nish, welcome back. How are you enjoying it so far?
It's been a very good couple of games to start off this thing. We've seen some nice cricket. We've seen some competitive matches as well. I mean, don't let the 7 balls to end each match confuse you or make you think that any of these games are one-sided. These were very tight matches that were decided really on the penultimate over. As in comes the song.
First ball.
Very wayward, wide delivery to start off.
Yeah, it is, and not a good start from the captain, Jahid Hassan. And he didn't have the best of starts either, did he, with when he went out to bat. He was run out of course without facing a ball. So he's looking to make a mark in this one. Doesn't start with a good delivery. And this one, wow, this absolutely pops up. They're asking the question, and the bowler not interested at all, which tells you that maybe it doesn't catch anything, because the bowler's the first to want it. But what a vicious delivery that was.
Yeah, it's a brilliant ball. It just jags back into the batsman, Jeevan Lusmal, who was quite unfortunate in the manner he was dismissed in the first innings, and that was a chance for him to just put that aside.
Up in the air, and should be out, and will be out, is grabbed. And come the moment, come the man. And there he is again, Zishan. And taking the catch, well, he gets this completely wrong, the Jeevan Lusmal, and unfortunately for him, he's going to have to go this time around without scoring. That's going to hurt Everest, because he was sort of the shining light at the beginning of the last one. But look, it's a ball that's down the leg side. He's looking to flick it there, but I think it ends up hitting the back of the bat. And well, they were fighting over it, and in the end, it was Zishan that holds on to it. So unfortunately, Jeevan Lusmal will have to go for a... It's going to be a duck to start the innings.
Yeah, that's certainly a case of the bigger man winning the fight over there. Zishan Mahmood grabbing his third catch of this first day of cricket. That was a nice one. He's been a very safe pair of hands for the Nicosia Tigers. Of course, as you mentioned, I mean, those two openers were very impressive in the first match. But this is a quick early wicket, and we see Arjun Shahi promoted up to number 3. He was the pick of the batsman for Everest, and they brought him out here early.
Yeah, Shahi, you feel the pressure now, especially with Lusmal going early. Well, this is a Gandhi delivery, and it's going to be 5 wides. Oh, that's a terrible ball. And, well, he started with a Gandhi one, and this is even Gandhier than the Gandhier one. And the wicketkeeper, well, face down in the dirt. Rahman can't do anything about that.
Yeah, that is just poor delivery there for Hassan. Not quite the way you want to greet a new batsman. A new batsman's there. You want to give him a nice delivery first up, just to send him a message.
This is another one down the leg side. So I always find it interesting, Nish, how a bowler who once he's got his line, and it's not the first time that we've seen him play either, can lose it so quickly. And well, after getting a wicket, he's bowled 2 very, very poor deliveries, has to be said. And this one, now he overcompensates to get it even a bigger wide out on the offside. So has a wicket to his name, but the issues that they had in the first match seem to continue. Full toss, and well, this is going to be another one back of the bat, but this one goes all the way to the boundary. I'm going to pull the handbrake pretty quick. So that's 4 runs, not where he was looking to play this, Shahi. And he has no idea where it is. The 2 fielders chase after it, but it's going to be 4 runs, the first boundary, and it's a lucky one as well. And you can't stop that one.
Yeah, we talk about how good Ashish Shrestha was in the first match of the third. I'll continue my point after this ball, as it's a miss over there. Fielding out a third man is so crucial in this thing, just because so many balls get away from the wicketkeeper at this level of cricket, and that's why we see so many fine third men in this format. You know, you've got to be apt, you've got to be ready there for any edge, any keeping mistake.
Another wide. Well, just when he got it right, he's down wide again. Remember, not only are we talking about the number of extras they gave out in the wides, I mean, it ended up being 29 extras. And that was because of those 5 penalty runs that also went on the ball, because there were so many wide balls and extras. So many balls had to be re-bowled. So not a good start this from the captain in terms of the extras. And, well, there's another wicket. So it's been one of those overs. It's been a lot of wides, a lot of extras. We've already seen 9 in extras and 9 wides, all of them. And we've seen 2 wickets as well. So Shahi, they probably got a bit tired of seeing the ball being bowled wide and wide. Well, maybe that's the theory here, the plan. Ball them with the wides and then bowl a straight one, which they want to peg and creep. But this one straight to the fielder. Good catch. Another wicket.
Yeah, it's a good thing it went straight to Roman Mazumdar, one of the more accomplished fielders for this Nicosia Tigers side, and this is a tough over for Everest. Might have had a few runs on it, but losing 2 of your arguably best batsmen And just 5 deliveries could spell, well, possibly misery for the remaining 9.1 overs. They're going to have to find runs from different players this time around. They're going to need some others to step up. Of course, Everest, we were talking about potential rust for teams. They weren't involved in the local T10 league this year or at the end of last year, so they're a little bit rusty, even though they played that first game where they showed a lot of positive signs.
Well, this man, Akhtar, was in good form. That's another wide. In fact, this is called a no ball.
Yeah, he's having a really tough time there, the captain himself, Hassan. I mean, this has
it's
been
big. That is big. Look at that.
That is enormous. I mean, you talk about a mixed bag of an over. This is probably the perfect example of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is, well, no ball always takes precedence over the wide. So free hit, and Akhtar, what an opportunity he's got to get off the mark quickly, and he waxes away, and he will get 4. Mazumda can't stop that. Cuatro carreras. So the over, I think it finishes with the score on 18. 2 wickets come from it, and a number of extras, 10. So, okay, those 2 wickets, I suppose, are important because they're 2 big batters, but they won't be pleased with the way they've started. Bat versus ball wall is putting Nicosia Tigers just in front in this one, 101 to 100, but expecting it to be another close match. Tigers 1-0, whereas Everest are 0-1.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting, tight match here between these 2 teams. It looks like Iftikhar Jaman is going to be the new bowler, so they're going straight to with experience to start off this match. Of course, we had the captain himself who came to bowl the first over. Now he goes another veteran of ECS, Jaman, and Rana Bhatt, who looked very, very good in that first match until he gave a very soft dolly to the fielder at cover. He's going to get ready to face his first ball. So let's see the field they've got here. They got a long on and a deep backward point for Jaman.
Okay. So we're going to miss from runabout. Well, the captain needs to put a good innings together here. I mean, it's no time to be throwing the bat and everything and getting out, because well, the team have already lost 2 wickets. So really, he and Akhtar here have to make something happen. They've already lost Shahi, who made a fine 24 of 10. And other than that, it was only Akhtar who put runs on the board. So they want him to go big, but somebody's got to stay with him.
A couple of dot balls here to start off for Jaman, so he's looking nice. He's sort of delivering what we're accustomed to him in these ECS we've seen in Cyprus. It's just those 2 wickets that's going to make these 2 batsmen so much more cautious. And this one is cut away, and it goes straight to the man at deep backward point. That's exactly why they placed the fielder there. And it's a strong throw as well. Good fielding.
Gets off the mark. That's important, runabout. Now Akhtar, how does he go about things here? The thing is, I know they've lost those wickets, Nish, but they haven't chewed up deliveries, have they? They've still got plenty of time. There's still a lot of time to bat. That's another nice shot play, but the bowling to the field, the sweeper is in place. Just keeps it to, once again, just another single. As the sun comes out again. It's been a funny old day so far. A bit of sun and very light showers coming and going. Hazy sunshine. Some of those darker clouds are starting slowly to be burnt away. We just hear some of the wind blowing into some of the microphones around the ground. Oh, that is a vicious delivery. This is quick, fast, erratic, but I think probably dangerous as well. How high is that? Oh, wow. And have a look at it. He might get away with this, but that's a nasty full toss. Yeah, he does get away with it. Back to the action. This is hit pretty well, and that's the reply from the bowler. He says, well, you hurt me, I'll hurt you. And that actually goes into the goal to the right of us here. I reckon we need to start giving them extra bonus runs if they get the ball into the goalpost around the ground. We got what we got here. We got 4 around the ground, haven't we? We got 4. I think Every time the ball goes into one of the goalposts, I reckon they should get a bonus 2 points.
No, that certainly would be very exciting if they added that feature to it. An 8-run shot, well, it might be something we look at. Of course, if we take a look at the standings, of course, we've had, this is our 3rd match so far of this tournament. And Nicosia Tigers on top of the table, courtesy of that dominant win earlier against the Quaylanders. And of course, Everest sitting at 0-1 after losing to the Quaylanders, who managed to even up their net run rate. It ended up at a very interesting net run rate of 0. So losing by exactly the same margin, lost by 7 balls, and then won by 7 balls.
High up in the air, it looks like he's getting it over the infielders, and then, well, the ball, oh, well, never seen anything like it. The ball actually bounces backwards, but I think it ends up just catching a bit of the player that's chasing after it, and again, goes for 4. Well, they've got some support around the ground because there's a massive chair. Watch this. It ends up going backwards, and then I think it just clocks a bit of the foot off the fielder trying to stop it. Cuatro carreras. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mahmood puts in a great chase over there, but it's just that backspin you're referring to.
Taking the single. One thing that's Everest did very well in that first match is they ran well when they're batting, and they really did convert a lot of dot balls, well, what would be dot balls to singles, and a lot of singles to 2s. And that's, I think, what they need to do here to spark a bit of a fight back. So runabout. Captain needs to lead the way. He cuts well, but they have got a fielder back there, so they found him on a couple of occasions. We've seen some good cut shots played, but on each occasion the fielder has been involved and just keeps it to 1.
Yeah, the irony of it has been that the other 2 bowlers who bowl so far for the Nicosia Tigers have done a better job of executing the captain's plan than the captain himself, Jahid Hassan, who came in, gave up 18 runs on his first over, didn't really bowl to his own field. And it seems like his teammates listen to him a lot closer than he listens to himself.
It's this well, but finds the hands of the fielder. And that's a nice catch taken, no mistakes at all. And Yasir Mahmood takes the catch, and he removes another dangerous batter. Aksa gets to double figures, but he will go. Ball number 6 is too spicy for him. Goes for, I think it's the right shot to play here, Nish, but doesn't quite execute it well, doesn't get enough under it, and he allows the fielder Mahmood to get a chance, and that's all he needs. It's a good catch.
Yeah, Akhtar hung around very well in the previous match, made a solid 22. Wasn't the quickest 22, but he anchored that innings and allowed some other players to tee off. This catch going straight to Yasir Mahmood, who was the unfortunate victim of some nasty backspin when he went to protect that boundary. This time around, it comes right to his hand. That is a brilliant bit of fielding, and the Nicosia Tigers have started well, in my opinion, despite the run rate being fairly healthy for Everest. I think he keeps chipping away at these wickets. There just won't be much batting left for this Nepali Everest side.
Yeah, caught Mahmood, bowled Mahmood. And maybe on that note, and going by that, Nicosia Tigers are in the mood to register maybe another victory. That's a good delivery first up to new batter. I'm liking that, hasn't been wasted. We've seen that too many times today already, when a new batter comes in and gets a real loosener, a real gundy delivery, but that is right on the money as Jeshwal comes in to play. That I don't think we've seen him so far today. Jeshwal with the bat. Jeshwal.
This one's just played right back to the bowler. Of course, Jeshwal has featured in previous ECSs for Everest. Didn't really do much with the bat. He's actually never made a run. So he's still looking for his first ECS runs. Has bowled about 7 overs in his ECS career, taken a couple of wickets, but unfortunately has an economy of 13.3. And as we come to the end of the power play, and the score is 30 for 3, I would say the Nicosia Tigers are ahead of this game right now.
Yeah, they are. They've got this. I mean, it's not. There's plenty of time to bat. That's not the issue. I think the 3 wickets, because they're at still that 100 pace, right, in terms of run rate. But it's those 3 wickets that they've lost. They've lost Jeevan Lamsol, who I think is probably one of their best batters. Shahi went for 4, and we've seen Sahil Akhtar now 4 for 10. And really, and you said it, the next batter that comes in, well, you're the stats man, and you're telling me that he's never scored a run on ECS before, so, and he's coming at number 5. It just means that you probably haven't got a lot of confidence, perhaps, in some of the other batters scoring big runs. So really, once again, I think the captain is going to be so key here. He plays this out well, and once again though, he keeps finding this man that's sweeping the boundary offside. Got to say, they have bowled well to him. You mentioned it before. Apart from their own captain, Jahid Hassan, all the bowlers have bowled well, and they bowled to the field.
Yeah, this is a Roman Mazumdar coming in. He was the man who gave up just 1 run in the only over he bowled in the previous match. We were wondering why he didn't get a second over, so let's see if he gets one in this game. That's a nice ball, just fizzed in. And this is something which Mazumdar does very well. Not only does he bowl economically, but he gets through his over really quickly.
Yeah, that wind has picked up again, and I'm worried that the bails are going to start to fire off again. This one goes nowhere. He's trying to play. Yeah, that's right. It should be playing on the offside there. That's just wild. Remember, no runs so far. The European Cricket Series. Will he end that? Duck here. Will he get some runs? He thinks about it, but once again, straight back to the bowler. And Mazumdar, he's a classy player, isn't he?
Yeah, very good all-round player, brilliant fielder, shown his proficiency with both bat and ball in hand. It's for a bit of width on that occasion, but it's still going to be a dot ball, so Mazumdar doing a very similar thing to what he did in the first game with his only over, where runs through it quickly and doesn't give any runs. And they might sneak a single in here, Everest, so it will be the second run off this over. So it's 2 overs Roman Mazumdar has bowled today. Between the 2 matches he's played, he's given up just 3 runs in them.
Yeah, and Jaiswal finally gets a run, so there we go. That's a little personal landmark for him. Jaiswal is 1 of the 7 balls he's faced so far, but you can see that rate is really starting to slow down here now. 32 or 3 at 4 overs. Somebody's got to really, and yeah, that tells the story. It started really well. I mean, it was pretty explosive with 18 runs at the first and then 2 wickets, but then after that it's steadily going downwards. Somebody's got to really pick it up here, and maybe Runabout is the man to do it. Ashwal, well, that'll help. That'll be called a wide.
Yeah, it's going to have to be the captain himself, because a lot of these sides we do see over here, they tend to be very top heavy and then get exposed for their depth a little bit. And I think that might be the case with Everest, where really outside of the first top 4 batsmen, there's not too many runs to be found. So Runabout's going to have to lead his side.
He plays that really nicely. Nice straight shot. Doesn't try and get too much power into it. That's Jaiswal, but I suppose at the moment it's just all about trying to get a little partnership going. I keep saying they've still got plenty of time, and once again I think they'll be looking for that 90 to 100 score, and then bowl really well. And we know they've got some very good bowlers. Bit of width, no foot movement. Plays the right shot afterwards, as so many batters do, but at the time he doesn't take the right option, and he swings wildly and misses.
Yeah, you look at that projected score right now, it's just 76. That's simply not good enough. They're going to have to go at above 12 and over to cross that 100 mark, which I'd say is still slightly below par.
Yeah, when swinging and missing doesn't help. You're right, they need to be looking at least 2 a ball to get to a decent score here. Big shout out to the umpires that are out there. They've got Shashitra and umpire Shujit. Abdul is the 3rd umpire, led by Stefan Gooch. You see Stefan out there in the coin tosses. The men in black doing a good job. It's worked away, work to be done in the field there, and of course the ECN crew. Our scorers Nilkesh Patel and Mehel Dal being led by Sam Williams. We also got Alistair Priddle here as well, part of the ECN crew. A lot of grunting, and well, that's a foot field fail as the ball will go to the boundary. So 4 runs. So welcome boundary. I mean, he tries to use his feet. That's not a good look for the fielder, and that's Jaman. Jaman, well, he's a player that should know better. So to get a boundary.
Yes, their first boundary in 3 overs. That's not something you want to hear in T10 cricket.
Oh, well, what is his catch? There's certainly a noise from something. I don't know what. I'm just wondering what it could be. Well, what does this catch? I mean, there's certainly some noise. And the two batters come together in the middle. Well, let's see this again. He goes down and, well, that doesn't really show us anything. But there was it was certainly an, I don't wonder if we see anything on the side view here. Don't pick anything up there. Anyway, that does take us to a halfway play point. And we can see that one more time, but a good bit of action there. We are here at the Ipsona Cricket Ground. And tell us a little bit, is it right? I mean, I thought I heard this the last time I was here, but you could clarify maybe. Are we in an area which is more sort of British territory? Is that right? Is there a bit of is there an airfield nearby or a?
So we are in RAF. We are close to RAF Akrotiri actually. So this is, we're technically in Crown territory right now.
Is that so? That is a fact. Oh, there you go. That certainly
is a fact. Yes.
So I wasn't hearing stories there. So well, there you go. Because I think it came about when I think they wanted to do some more work with a drone or something, and they said no, we can't just do it because we're going to have to go up and get the right what's the word, the paper stamp from the military or something. I thought, well, what's that all about?
Yeah, indeed, we've got two bases over here, both in Akrotiri and Deucalion, and then one up on Mount Olympus, the highest mountain peak of Cyprus, where there's a radar base. And of course, in the end, the umpire does dismiss the batsman. They have come to the decision that there was some glove on it.
You're joking me. So he was out. Okay.
And we're going to see a new batsman out there. So that is another wicket that falls for Everest, whose first innings is really petering out at this halfway stage. The Nicosia Tigers are firmly on top.
Okay, so that's all happening while we were having a chat there. So I thought, well, I had the feeling that they did call over. So that's a rarity. Well, I suppose we did see a no ball called, and the batter's called back to face the no ball. So, hey, listen, I'm all for it. If you got the right decision and the technology's there to get it right, fair enough. So it's 39 for 4 at the start of the sixth over. Might get away with this one, the bowler. It's the captain who's had all sorts of trouble coming back. This one does come back a little bit, but that for me is still a wide. I mean, it comes back a long way, and I think they're just checking it. So this one definitely for me, I think here we go again. This goes, but it starts to come back, but I think though it moves a lot late, yeah, there you go, that's the right call. It is a wide. So once again, the technology, you've got it, use it, and that's what we've seen that on play on 2 occasions now. On both occasions, I think the right decision's being made.
Yeah, that's going to be a much easier decision over there for the umpire. That's a very easy wide to call, but I think the one thing I have to commend the umpires for is the consistency. Look, if it's been tight, they've called it a wide, so that's all the players can ask for. We're going to call it the same way for both teams.
And normally when he bowls a straight one, he takes a wicket, and he's done that in the first over he bowled. He went for 18, but he picked up 2 wickets. There were a lot of wides. So just to confirm with you that Ram Jashwal was given out from that short delivery. Obviously did catch ISIS. I heard it straight away, so I was surprised that nothing was given at the time, but they reviewed it, and on review he was given out.
Yeah, that's not an easy one for the wicket keeper. Just comes on the one hop, and oh my goodness me, just take a look at that one. It brushes the top of his glove, so he's lucky that hasn't struck him on the forehead. And this is one of the reasons why we encourage players to wear helmets. This is a nice back of a length delivery. It just hits the batsman on that very awkward region around their belly, and I don't know. This Everest side look really deflated to me right now. All the mojo's gone, the energy we saw in the previous game. This Nicosia Tigers machine has just come in and given him quite a gut punch. And no problem over there for the umpire. That's clean bowled as this Everest innings continues to peter out. The wicketkeeper Pundit disappears this time as Jahid Hassan picks up his 3rd wicket of this match. He played all around that one, and now he's just got to walk back to the dugout.
Yeah, it plays all around it. Ends up a bit of an own goal. Well, maybe that did catch a bit of his head, you know, because they are on He said on closer examination, well, the ball before must have made some sort of contact. But yeah, once again, when he bowls straight, he's a lethal little bowler, is the captain, Jahid Hassan. He picks up another wicket. And yeah, but you're absolutely right. I mean, you were talking a little bit about the body language there of Everest. But it's completely different this time around to when they were first out there, when there was a bit of buzz. There was a little bit of energy about them. But this time around, I think because of the way those wickets have fallen early, those 2 wickets going in the first over, they just really haven't been able to get over that. So a new batter that comes in now is Mohammed Hussain. Hits this pretty well, trying to get it through the gap, but will be fielded nicely. Fielder gets down. Sufyan Mohammed doesn't make any mistakes.
Yeah, Hussain was very impressive with the ball earlier with the Quaylanders, and he adds to the list of batsmen who bowl left-handed but bat right-handed.
Sort of stops his shot here, gets there, stops it. Probably thought, or whatever it was, he decided not to go through with it. He gets the single, does that runabout, and moves to double figures. So he's on 10 or 13. But the captain really now needs to, well, not only just go big himself, but inspire something from some of his other players out there to give him some support, because at the moment they're way below par where they need to be. They haven't got to the 50 yet. Yes, it's a 45 for 5 at the end of 6.
I mean, how different is this scorecard compared to the first match? I mean, no one's really got going for them. 0, the captain batting 10 of 13. Shahi 4 of 3. It's just no one's really made a score. No one's really put together a partnership. And I think if it doesn't come here, it might never come.
Yeah, and I don't think the Nicosia Tigers is the sort of team to do what Limswell Quaylanders did when they were batting first in the last one and give them any freebies. So it's going to be tough. They were 55 at this point against the Quaylanders, so they're not that far behind. The question is, we're not really seeing anybody at the moment that can come out there and make a change and make a difference. Hello to Steve McVeigh. Steve, how are you? I hope you got back okay. It was great to see you in Portugal at the SCG, and well, it's not great to see this. This is a real doozy, isn't it, as this goes through the fielder. And well, not a good look. Oh no, please don't do it again. Well, we're gonna, and that helps. That's what they need. And you know what, little things like that, Nish, can change the way an innings is going. So maybe that will spark some life into the fielder.
No, I hope someone's keeping a commentator's curse count. That's at least the 3rd one I've counted. We were just talking about how this Tiger side were going to give away too many freebies, and that is a freebie right there. Bikash Shrestha, complete turnaround from how he was fielding in the first match, where he probably saved his side a good double-digit in runs. Wasn't terribly annoyed. This one's struck away, and it's gone to the big man Zishan, who's going to use his feet. Mind you, his shoes look a lot like football shoes, so it's nice work there.
Hello to Chris Smith. Tell us more then. What do you know? Chris Smith is just saying that he knows all about the RAF base that you were talking about. Yeah, also I was in the process of saying thanks to Steve McVeigh. It was great to see him in Portugal. And oh well, this is a missed opportunity. He was running nowhere, running into trouble. And Rahman Mazumdar not able to take the ball and play a part in the run out. And Steve McVeigh also bought me some Easter eggs as well. So yeah. And had to leave slightly early before the day's play was done. So now I got round to thanking you in person and well, sharing a drink with you. But I'm sure we'll have opportunities in the future. They're taking him on again, and once again, oh, it's still going. I think this could be 6. This may be 6 runs. We'll have to wait and see. I reckon we could see Seis Kalidas here. And well, we saw a misfield that went for 4. We saw an opportunity of a run out, not taken. And now we're seeing this one. So what are they going to, well, the umpire don't know what to signal here. You don't signal 6. Because you're thinking, do I signal 6? No, you don't signal 6. And that'll be 2. And then the overthrow. So that'll be, I'm pretty sure this will be 6 runs that'll come up on the board. Well, they wanted the acceleration. It's come in the weirdest of manners. Mazumdar, the bowler, not happy at all.
Yeah, this is more like the Everest side we saw in the first match, the one that was taking on those risky runs. I was really putting pressure on the fielders, and good things happen when you do that. It's going to be struck straight back to the bowler. It's a nice comeback by Roman Mazumder, who's been a victim of poor fielding this over, in all honesty. I don't think he's bowled that poorly, and fortunately that's just the luck of the draw. At some point as a bowler, your figures are going to be spoiled by that. And this might be a stumping opportunity. They're appealing for this one. And the umpire, well, he's asked to have a look at it.
Yeah, well, let's see this. They're very confident. They think they've got their man. There's handshakes and there's cuddles and hugs and congratulations. Well, let's wait and see. Well, the stumps certainly have been destroyed. They are well and truly knocked over. Let's keep an eye on this foot. And I reckon, looking at this now, thing is though, where I like to go back.
Yeah, looking at it personally, I think I'm leaning towards the fact that he's gone. I don't really see anything behind the line. I think at best there might be something on the line, but I think his foot's just leaning forward. He's on the balls of his feet. Yeah. I think he might be gone here.
It's I mean, looking at that angle, it's difficult to be 100% sure if there's anything there or not, but I think when we're having a look at that, I don't think he's got the foot down. The foot is in the air, and by the time, and he also lifts the foot to get it back. He doesn't slide it, and because the foot is going up to get back, he's on his way, and the right decision made. They take the time to get it. You see there, that tells you there properly. If he's sliding it back, I think he would have made it. Because he's lifted it and trying to then plant it down, that's what he's undoing there. But you've got to say, good work from the keeper. And Sagar Rahman gets his man.
Yeah, that is another break there for the Nicosia Tigers. That was the first productive over Everest had in a while, and that's come to an end as well. Of course, if we take a look at the upcoming events, of course, we'll be live here in Cyprus through to Sunday the 23rd of April, and then we've got some excellent cricket coming to you from Italy. There's some nice series there from Monday the 24th of April through to the 5th of May. And then, of course, some international cricket coming from Gibraltar. Gibraltar were involved in some cricket themselves over this weekend against the Netherlands and Portugal as we return to live action. A nice ball coming back into the batsman. It's played away. The new batsman gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, just from that, you said they just got a good over there. And then right at the end, just losing a wicket at a key time. It was a big wicket as well to lose. It was one of their captain. So he goes for 21 of 18. So where can they get to here? Can they continue that flurry? Mahmood, it's a good ball. It goes all the way through. They're asking the question. The wicketkeeper he's always short. I don't know about this one. I think it just goes straight through. So maybe it catches a bit of the body of the bat, but certainly I think the bat seems to be, yeah, the bat is far enough away. The only thing it could be, he may have just caught a little bit of the leg or the thigh pad of the batter. Not out. Well struck. Fielder does well though. It's the single.
Yeah, now we're really starting to see now men who are not used to batting that much for this Everest side. They're asking a lot of them here. I mean, they're going to have to really pull something special. I think maybe 90 is realistic from here. This one's struck away. It's gone deep, and it's actually gone the distance. So, well, it's taken the lower order to hit the first 6 of his innings. That's a nice one. He somehow manages to lift it, and a beautiful pose for the photographers as well. And that's gone the distance.
Yeah, good hit. And no messing around. He says, don't worry, I'll get us some runs on the board. He absolutely clobbers it. So Hussain, who's out there, Mohammed Hussain, decides it's time to get going. And he's hoping that Kishore Basnat, who's out there with him, can also play ball. Okay, and the bowler has got some work to do. So Fahad Mahmood will not like the fact that he's just been blasted for the first 6. He's played away in that same sort of area. Clips it away nicely, but this time it'll just be a single. So they get a chance to work at the newer batter, Basnat. Thank you to everybody in the chat that's getting involved. Nick McVeigh, So replying back as the wicketkeeper just rolls this onto the stumps, and then over is called. So another fairly eventful one. 66 now for 6. You were saying, can they get into the 90s? I mean, it's possible, but I think they've really got to start swinging at everything. They shouldn't be too worried about wickets. I think they should be okay. But got to try and get somewhere. But you can see there, that certainly resembles like one of those proper ski slopes, doesn't it? It started going upright rapidly with 18 coming off the 2, and then you saw right at the top of the slope a couple of red dots resembling the 2 wickets that fell. But then after that, it's been a downward slide, but a slight incline here now. Can they continue it? But this man, he certainly is there to clobber it. And Mohammed Hussain has played a couple of good shots already. Played 1 big 6. But it doesn't get any easier as they will go back to Jaman to bowl. And he bowled a very good second over.
This one's struck away, and it's gone straight to the big man, Zishan Mahmood, who takes another catch. That's his 4th catch of the day. He's having an excellent time in the field. Man of the match of the first game. And another wicket falls. It's the 7th one for Everest. This is just some great captaincy here by the Nicosia Tigers. They spared Iftikhar Jaman for the penultimate over, and he immediately delivers.
Well, Everest, they might be up against Everest, Mount Everest, but Zishan, well, he's been something special, hasn't he, in the field? He is big, but he's, as we said before, he's nimble. That's a sharp catch, and it's a bit of a shame, really, for the batter, Hassan. He plays it pretty well, but not able to get it past the man, the Everest himself. Zishan takes the catch. He makes a quick fire 10, but ball number 7 is going to be too spicy for him, so they lose another wicket at the start of the 9th over. They say it all happens in the 9th. Well, let's see what's going to happen in this one. Is it going to be runs, or is it going to be wickets? It starts off with wickets. Jaman, his first over only went for 6. He's hungry for wickets in the second. Oh, that's a gunny ball. It's another wide, and that's disappointing. You get a good delivery, you take a wicket, and then you let yourself down. I mean, the wind's picked up slightly as well. I don't know whether some of these balls have been because he's blowing in that direction. I think he had a good hit here, Nish, going towards Cow Corner. The ball's going to travel.
No, it certainly will. I mean, if you take a look at this breeze, it's just going in that direction as Jaman continues around the wicket.
This one is the slower short delivery, which the batter loses. He's moving out of the way for a while before the ball even comes in. He's making his way down the leg side. As a result of that, he's nowhere near in the position that he has to be.
I mean, at this point, if you don't really back yourself to hit the big shots, you might as well just try to run singles, and there's a good chance they could be beneficiaries of some penalty runs as well, considering how the Nicosia Tigers have been getting through their overs.
Oh, well, it's clever from the batter. Once again, you see, he's too much down the leg side and keeps going that way. But what he does do is skip away. Well, yeah, I mean, he should be okay, shouldn't they? I mean, he's got over 3.5 minutes, but if he keeps bowling wides, well, who knows?
Yeah, this has been their biggest Achilles heels. Was 26 extras in the first game. Now they're already entering the 20s for this match as well.
Oh, it's another one. And this time he goes right across the umpire as well. And I like to see the umpire also having a chat with him. Now, one thing I will say here, I don't know how consistent the umpires have been with this sort of action from the bowler, but I reckon that if the bowlers don't learn pretty quickly, that here in Cyprus, you're going to see 1 or 2 bowlers going to be taken off the attack because they keep. Look, he's done the same thing again, and well, it's a nice looking shot. It's been well fielded and defended there by the fielder, but once again, well, they're going to take an extra. Yeah, they are. Well, this is good alertness from the batters, trying to make things happen here. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock as well.
Yeah, and it's sloppy cricket though. I think the Nicosia Tigers have been in the driver's seat for a bit too long. They've started to get a bit complacent. If I'm the captain, you need to start having a word with some of the fielders, maybe G some people up, get somebody to, you know, start a bit of an applause, maybe curse out a few fielders as well if necessary. You know, you need to be going into the second innings full of energy.
Better delivery. It was Fuller. Does well to get to it, and they do take a single. So good running, good hustle They're trying to get to something. How many did you say the extras were? Where are we at now with the extras?
I believe we're now at 17.
Right, yeah, that's a criminal. And the thing is, against better sides and in close matches, that's not good enough. That's where they're going to lose matches. And they were lucky against the Limassol Kaylanders. But yeah, I think once the competition gets a little bit feisty and some of the other big teams come into it, and they're going to lose out if they don't sort this out. Too many extras, really. And speaking of extras, there's another one. And well, that's going to be, is he going to go all the way to the boundary? No, it's actually a very good save from, well, it's probably our man out there again, isn't it? Probably Bikash, who has been a saviour. Well, the ball's still going. Oh my goodness me. Cue up the music. Well, we might as well start a little bit of the circus music. What is that all about? Was that a backflip as well amongst all of that? Oh dear. Not happening, of course. What's the time on this? I'd love to know where we got to. Still 2 balls to go. Where we got to? He had about over 4 minutes for this over. What are we at now? There's another wide. Oh dear, he's gone to pot. And where are we now here with time? Oh, look at this. This could be the longest over ever. Nish, it could be more penalty. The clock has stopped. Why is it stopped? Wake up. Knock.
I believe it's just frozen, but the clock's actually still running. I mean, this is why I was concerned about Jaman potentially not finishing this over in time because of his history with extras.
Where are we here now? It's going to be another one. Oh, there's got to be more penalty runs. In the meantime, they're running, rolling. That man, give him a medal, give him a crown, give him something. The amount of runs that he has saved out there, Bikash, has been amazing. I reckon we're going to see some more penalty runs for sure. Here we go. The clock it's got to be done. Surely it's got to be done. He had over 4 minutes, and I said he should be okay. He wasn't okay.
I mean, Bikash is, if you look at his stats, it's going to say he scored no runs, he bowled no overs, and you might think, well, he didn't play much of a part in this match at all. This man's been a borderline MVP for this side with just the amount of runs he saved in the field. As you said, this over needs the Benny Hill theme over it.
It is just crazy stuff. It really is crazy stuff. Anyway, here we go again. Where's this one going? Oh my goodness me, it's even worse. Nobody's stopping this. This is a laser missile down the leg side. That's a minimal. It's 5 more. Well, this is going from bad to worse. This is ludicrous. I've never seen anything like it. I have never seen anything like it. Oh, what is this? What has come off this over so far, Nish? Go on. You go and tell me what's come off the over.
I mean, this is going to take quite a bit of calculating. I really envy our scorers.
I reckon it's almost gone magical. I think the last over ended on 66. We are now on 84. So I reckon 18 have come off the over. How many of those are wides? You'll tell me, I'm sure, at some point. It ain't done yet. And I can tell you what, it hasn't cost 18. It's cost 18 plus 5. This one is up in the air. And they take a single. You might as well run for 2 because it's all been happening. Here comes the throw. They might still go for 2. That's why I said just go for 2. Back yourself. Okay, a ball to go. But yeah, whatever's come of this over, add 5 to it because it's coming.
Yeah, 19 runs off this over so far, and 15 of them courtesy of wides. Oh, that is just appalling, absolutely appalling.
I reckon that could be a record. I mean, Maximo, if he's watching from somewhere, might come and tell us. I reckon it could be a record in number of wides. It ain't done yet. And, okay, he gets this one through. So we'll finish with 19 off the over. Now, let's stay on the umpires. Stay on the umpires because I think we're going to see a signal. And it will be penalty runs. Let's see the men in black. Okay. So the men in black are going to come together here and give us a signal. And I reckon in terms of extras off and over, that's got to be a record because these 5 have to go on as extras as well, right? Penalty runs. Right, where are the umpires? Where they go on? Here we go. Yeah, he's giving the 5, the signal 5. Come on, show us some patting action. A bit of patting for 5. Here we go. I think he's already signalled to. There we go. Patting is for batting with a palm wide open. That's 5 penalty runs. The score on 90.
29 runs of extras so far, so almost a third of Everest's runs have come courtesy of extras. This is not good stuff at all by the Nicosia Tigers. We thought Everest would struggle to reach 90, and they've got there with an over to spare.
So that over went for 19 and then also 5 penalty runs. Crazy stuff. I reckon that over is that's gonna go in our Hall of Fame. Not one that the Nicosia Tigers will want to be pleased up, and I'm sure Mr. Maxwell will come back and tell me if that's the most wides in terms of runs in and over, because I know there was that 5 as well. And he goes down, he hits it pretty well, and this is going to go all the way to the boundary. Cuatro carreras más, and Everest, boosted by extras, boosted by some really wayward bowling, are looking to maybe bring up the 100 one more time. It never looked likely, Nish.
No, it certainly didn't look likely, and I think this is one of those shots where almost not having a helmet saved him. He felt a lot more scared probably about the length of that delivery, and he's managed to strike it away as he's falling. And, well, it's really unraveling here for Jahid Hussein's side. As we take a look at this, he's going with Yasir Mahmood, rightfully so, for this final over.
Oh, well, he is swung so hard that he knocked himself off his feet. The non-striker wants to try and steal a bye, but he can't run if he's down and out on the floor, can he? So, in fairness, I think Rawal doesn't really try and get back too quickly. So he's going to end up being run out. What I'd like to see also is this partnership, how many it was worth, because I can tell you, not too many come off the bat. How many is it worth?
It's a 28-run partnership, and these two men have 6 and 3 between them.
Oh, that's quite. Oh dear. So it's a 28-run partnership, and the two batters. Well, the man who's just out was on 3, and Gesnet's on 6. So most of those will be through extra. This is an hard shot. Going to take some stopping. Good work from the fielder. Gets his body behind it. They're running hard. They're running to. They'll get to. The noise that's coming, well, they've got some good support here as well.
Yeah, a lot of their wives and girlfriends of the Everest players are over here. Of course, the bowler was really frustrated. He wanted the ball at the bowler's end, but to be honest with you, I don't think that would have made much of a difference. I think they would have been home safe regardless.
Yeah.
So you have 2 balls left in this innings.
Okay, swing. You've got to run. Get up and run. Well, they're not reading the book. It could be another simple run out, but decides not. Yeah, there's a run on there. And the striker, that's the second time I think Basnet is being caught not thinking about the bigger picture and getting to the other end. Well, they've got some good support here. I tell you what, the noise that they're making over there is, well, is quite extraordinary, really. And they've certainly sparked Everest back into life. Right, a boundary could take him to 100. It won't be. It'll be bowled. And a good delivery to finish there from Yasir Mahmood. Well, he hasn't let himself down or his side down. He's bowled very well, 2 for 13. But Everest somehow, amazingly, end up to 96 for 9. Well, we know how, thanks to the extras. But there was one over there from Jaman. Well, I've seen nothing like it. 96 for 9. Cue the highlights and cue a little bit of comedy as well.
Yeah, they end up with 96 runs, 34 of them coming via extras. No real batting performance of note so far from the Everest side, but regardless, they're going to trudge off to the dugout. And the Nicosia Tigers, this is going to be a very strange team talk for them. You might look at this and say, well, we bowled well. We didn't really let anyone get away with things. As we take a look at the highlights, this was, of course, Jivan Lusmal, who got out very early in the innings. And then we saw, well, the biggest Achilles heel for the Nicosia Tigers.
Well, what we saw there was the highest run scorer. Can you give, I suppose it's called player of the match, so extras isn't really a player, so you can't give extras the award for that. But I tell you what, Everest are pretty grateful for them, because other than the extras, nobody really got going. And I know their captain stuck around for 21 of 18, but it was a difficult 21. But one thing that I think that the Tigers did do well, when there was an opportunity for a catch, they certainly did pounce on it. So their fielding in terms of the catching was good. One guy that did well. Now this was the controversial one. So they appealed, nothing was given. They looked at it a few times, nothing was given. Then it looked like we were starting a new over, and then it was given. So I think the right decision was made in the end with that one. Was he played all round it and gets another wicket. And this one was a real blooper from the fielder, which went to the boundary for 4. And so I think with the combination of a few misfields, and we saw a couple, we saw a foot fielder effort. We saw that one earlier. I mean, so much happened at that time. We never even got a chance to go back to it to see if it was recorded as a 6. I'll try and find out now. I've got a feeling that it was, but it was just an innings which needed those extras to make it look, well, to make it be competitive, right?
No, it certainly did. And we take a look at this brilliant catch, which Lishan Mahmood took, his 4th catch innings. And then we see this absolute comedy of an over by Iftikhar Jaman, which went for so many runs, almost entirely of extras. And here was that free little run out right at the end of the match. And there was the final wicket. Good stuff there by Yasir Mahmood as he cleaned up Kishore Basnet. And we're now going to take a look at this Everest side's scorecard. The real batting performance of note, of course, the skipper made 21 runs of 18 deliveries. Fairly slow innings, really, by T10 standards, but Everest, they largely lived off charity thanks to those 34 extras.
34 extras, that's quite amazing. And wides 28. I think on 2 or 3 occasions it was 5 of them. We saw one over that was quite sensational where 19 came off it in wides, and then of course you've got to add the 5 penalty runs to it as well. I mean, we were saying, I was talking about when those extras were on 14, and I was saying they've got to improve that, otherwise they're going to get hurt. But 34, well, that is just too many. That one, the overthrows, by the way, it was recorded as 6 as well because they had completed 2 before the ball went to the boundary. Bowling, amongst all of that, Jahid Hassan, who was as guilty as anybody himself in that first over with wides, well, he looks respectable, 3 for 24. But all the others, I mean, look, great bowling from Mazumdar, 1 for 14, and you can say that Fahad Mahmood, 1 for 15, was probably okay, but well, that over from Iftikhar Jaman, 25, and off those, a lot of those were extras, so they really did shoot themselves in the foot. And if they end up losing this match, well, you know what, there's only one thing you can blame.
No, certainly that's the case. I mean, as we've said, I mean, they're not even, Everest didn't even have to score many runs off the bat, so it's going to be a chase of 97 for the Nicosia Tigers as they try to get to 2-0. Everest, they're going to have to bowl spectacularly, otherwise they're going to be in quite a hole.
I like what they did in the last match. I think they got some good bowlers that are going to cause trouble. I like the pace of the left-hander, so they got some good ones in there. And but the only thing was about the midway point, they lost the track a little bit. But I mean, they can be pretty happy with some of the bowling performances last time around. But it was that middle phase where they lost it a little bit. If they get off to a good start like they did last time around against the Greylanders with the ball, and if they're able to keep the momentum up, they could go on and win this match. And Nicosia Tigers, well, they won't know what's hit them. And I think they're going to be a little bit flat when they come out as well, because that's not the way that you won and end in innings. The last 2 overs particularly didn't go their way at all. So we're going to leave you with the match summary and just remind you that we'll be back in around about probably just under 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 3. Join me, Rico and Nish, when we're back in about 10 minutes time.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the middle, the Ipsona Cricket Ground here in Limassol. It is the start, day one of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Cyprus. And in match number 3, we've seen Everest having a bat, team that are on debut against a team that have got a lot of experience playing European Cricket Series in Cyprus, the Nicosia Tigers. The Tigers, though, just lost their way towards the end of that innings. They had Everest under the cosh, had him 66 for 6, and then over number 9 just went ballistic. 19 runs came off it, and most of those in extras. They also then went over the time allowance, so 5 penalty runs were added as well. So that over cost them 24, and that helped Everest get to this score of the 90s, a score that they can defend, and they'll be looking to defend it as well. And they need to get off to a good start. The openers, Roman Mazumdar is out there along with Zishan Muhad. So they've got the 2 good hitters out there, but they've got some good bowling, Everest. I think if they can knock these 2 out early, they've got a good opportunity. I mean, in that win early on, Mazumdar made 32 of 16, and Zishan Mahmood scored 22 of 21. They were the main batters. So get wickets early, and they give themselves a shout. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Nish Bhatt. Nish, welcome. And I think we could see, well, we weren't expecting a close game, but maybe it will be close now.
Yeah, this could be a close match. I think, as you said, Everest have looked impressive with the ball. They've got some quick bowlers. They've got some exciting bowlers. It's a very youthful team, and we know they show a lot of energy in the field, but on the other side, they're facing this Nicosia Tigers behemoth who've got some incredibly talented and very classy batsmen. Including the man who's going to face the first ball, Roman Mazumdar.
This one gets played away.
Yeah, he just gets away with that one, Khatri. That was a full toss. Should have been dispatched in all honesty, and Mazumdar's been so good at just smacking these kind of deliveries to the boundary, but it's the first ball of the innings. You know, he might have a few cobwebs to dust off. As we see Zishan Mahmood, who's been one of the most active people in this game so far. He's been everywhere with his catching, his fielding. We also saw him bat spectacularly in the first match, so he's just going to look to continue his good day.
Yeah, he's been good, hasn't he? And like you say, he's been a good all-round performance from him so far. One thing that was interesting, you see this one, that will be a wide. That one just swings away a little bit too much. Is, we didn't see him bowl, did we? We didn't see him bowl in that last match, whereas he bowled very well in the match before. So I don't know whether that was just something to do with fitness or maybe a slight injury, but he certainly bowled the last time, and he bowled very well. He bowled over 7 and also over 9 in the first match when they were victorious against Limassol. Oh, this is an opportunity. There's a great effort from Khatri, and you can see the wicketkeeper. I'm liking that. The wicketkeeper comes up to him and says, great effort.
Yeah, this is a very tight match, and they're going to need to get as many of these opportunities to stick as possible. That one was a fantastic chance to get a catch, and that is really, really something they just got to grasp. Yeah, this is a wider one. What's the umpire going to do? He calls that one, and that is a wide. And Khatri's just got his hand on his hips now. He's let a couple of opportunities slip by. That one's onto his pads, and Zishan Mahmood, a man with as strong a bottom hand as he has, is always going to flick that one away for a 4. So that's the first boundary of the innings for the Nicosia Tigers. And this is just what they needed, a nice little thing to get their nerves. That is Zishan Mahmoud there in conversation with Roman Mazumdar. Bit of a slow start to this over as well. They need to keep an eye on that. 3 minutes so far to bowl 3 balls. The last thing this Everest sides want to do is give up penalty runs. That is extremely wide as well. It looks like the extras bug has infected this Everest team as well. So another wide there by Kutri. They really don't have that many runs to be playing with in the first place.
Yeah, that's I mean, he's just having difficulty controlling the swing here. So if you see the ball, he seems to be moving away quite viciously late on. So maybe he just has to hold it, maybe perhaps slightly across the seam. But look how far outside the crease he's batting. Hits it on the up, and that's coming our way, just to the right of Nish here. That's going to be 4 runs. It's a good hit. And he just is in the slot, isn't it? Look, he's so far out. He's there because he knows that there's going to be a fair bit of swing. He's trying to get to the ball before the swing can come into play. And he's always hitting this in the up and inside the power play. That's a good shot to play. 4 runs. It's turning out to be a good start for the Tigers. But it is Everest that need to get a breakthrough here pretty quickly. Hello to everybody in the chat, on the YouTube chat. Hope you're enjoying the start of the day here. And, well, remember, if you like what you see, give us a thumbs up, subscribe, tell your friends, tell your family. The more the merrier. We've got over 300 and I think around about 344,000 people that are subscribed now. We're keen to take that up to that. We want the 350. That's what we're looking for. So come on, share the word, get more people subscribed, and maybe by the end of Milan. And remember, we bought up 300,000 in Italy last year. Let's see if we can bring up 350,000 by the end of Milan.
It's a nice ball there by Kutri. Took some pace off that one. And it was going straight at Mahmoud's stump, so had to block that one out. This has been a long over, though, and I think that's going to be a concern for Everest. They're going to really need to speed up this rate at which they're going through these deliveries. Got a lot of quick bowlers in their lineup as well, Everest. They're not a very spin-friendly team. And that is extremely wide again, and this long over gets even longer.
Yeah, it's once again he's trying to overcompensate it. He can't get it right. Well, I've mentioned that it is an international give out handouts day, and but there are some big days. Today, one of them I've mentioned already. That is, it's well, animal lovers, especially dog lovers, will know of this day. It's all dogs deserve our affection. It's Give a Dog a Hug a Day. And well, we have a few spectators supporting Everest, and this is Copper. And Copper, so let's give Copper a hug. So go on, give him a big hug. There you go. It always rubs off. There you go, Copper. Isn't that lovely? And yeah, we have everything. All together now. So give your dogs a hug at home. And will you allow me to give you a hug? Can we just touch? A little touch. Hello, 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 hello. There you go. Well, he's looking at me with that little look, so I won't quite hug him, but he's getting a lot of love and affection from his owner. Who are you supporting? You're supporting?
I'm supporting Everest team.
Well, there you go, a supporter for Everest. Well, lovely for you to join us, and thank you for bringing Copper to the ground as well on this very special day for dog lovers. So there you go, bringing you a little bit of action from the comms cam as well. So yeah, good support here for Everest. Though it's not started so well from that first over, 14 off the first. This man, though, did excite me. Comes into bowl Hussain, just a little bit over pitched there. That's good work. Just a single.
He's faced 2 deliveries so far, Mazumdar, and both of them have been low full tosses. He hasn't managed to get to either one of them away to the boundary. But, you know, he's following a similar tactic to what we saw in the first match. He's taking about 3 or 4 steps forward in front of the popping crease as soon as he can, just to put the bowler off. And I think Hussein's somebody who's got the pace, and someone like him should be saying, no, dig it into his and aim it right at his body.
Well bowled. firmly played by Zishan. He certainly looks a very confident player, doesn't he? He says, I'm here, bat in my hand, and I'm not going to be deterred from playing my shots. And he's certainly looking in very good form. But just takes one ball, doesn't it? Just takes one ball.
You're going to need to find that Everest. They're a lot quieter than they were in the first innings. So it's struck away by Mazumdar towards mid-wicket. Is he going to beat the fielder? No, it won't. It's a nice bit of fielding. And he's kept down to a single. So it's actually been some pretty disciplined bowling by Everest. It's just the fact that they've given up too many extras. It's the same issue which really the Nicosia Tigers had. It's infected this Everest bowling lineup as well.
Yeah, one thing that we haven't seen too much from both these sides is the injection of spin. I mean, again, on this wicket, a good spinner could be pretty good. This has been well hit, well fielded, and they're liking that. And this time, well, we saw good work from Rawal earlier. This time it's Akhtar who goes down. Just a little bit full. I think you're right. I think he's pretty focused in getting the Yorkers in. And we saw that when he bowled last time as well, and getting the ball really pitched up. But what he could do, maybe just work on that shorter delivery, which could just surprise the Zishan here. But look at Zishan, how far he is out of his crease. And that is the shorter one, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. He rushes into that, because don't forget, there's two reasons for it. One, he's so far outside his crease, so the ball's coming to him even quicker, and then he's going towards it as well. So, okay, you want to play that game, fine, but then there you go. That's the ideal delivery, just shorter at him, and he does rush him. I'm saying the ball to go. Only 3 of the overs so far, so it's the perfect response after that fairly erratic first over from Buwan. Oh, and he's a little bit high here, and he lets himself down. But once again, you see, he's going for that Yorker length, and he gets it wrong. He's a long way out, and that's going to be a no ball as well. And this will be called. I mean, the umpires look like they're going to call over, but look, they've got to wait on the umpires. And yeah, it's a couple of times since we've seen that happen. So no ball now is called, so the correct call. So that ball will have to be bowled again. And
yeah, that was the right decision by the umpires. I think that's so well above his waist. Yeah. And again, it's just similar issues afflicting both these sides. All these extras are costing them.
So, yeah, it's again, you see, and look at the difference it makes. He could have finished you out, even if it was a single, 4 would have come of it. It gives a boundary, put a no ball, 3 hit. So all of a sudden, what was looking like it was going to be a good over could still end up being an expensive one. And it's a good finish from him. That's the delivery you were talking about. Now I'm talking about it. When you've got a batter that wants to bat that far out, you know, give him something spicy, give him something to sniff, and he does. So though he does bowl 1 gundy ball in the over, it still finishes with a respectable just 8 of the over. So 22 without loss. After 2, we get a chance maybe to have a look at some of the other teams that we're going to see in Group A. And if we don't, I can tell you who they're going to be. So we've seen the Tigers already. We've seen the Limassol Coilanders, Everest we're seeing here now. And then later on in the next match, we're going to see 2 new teams. Cyprus Super Kings are taking on Napa Royal Kings. And the Royal Kings will stay on the park to play Everest in the last match of the day. 5 matches a day, 12 teams in this series, 6 and 6 in Group A and Group B.
Yeah, certainly that's going to be a majestic battle coming up between the Royal Kings and the Super Kings.
Gundy ball, and it will go away to the boundary. It's too short, it's down the leg side, and that ends up being an easy hit. Arjun Shahi starts with a bad ball.
Yeah, we talk about bowling to your field. There's just no one over there. Only 2 men allowed outside the ring, and his man was at long off, and then the other fielder out at deep backward point. But they've decided to change that now. They brought point back in, and in response to that delivery, the captain kind of chasing the ball here a little bit. He's put a man out a deep fine leg.
Oh, this is a good-looking shot. It's probably one of the shots of the day. Just look at the shape, and I know Dan Horace, the ECM photographer, is round the ground taking photos. Well, this one He's want to take a shot up. He even holds the pose and says, Gidda, shot at Tamaria. Many 4 wickets there. Smile, please. Click, click, click. Lovely shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, that certainly was a beautiful shot there by Rowan Muzumdar. Held the pose exactly as you said. And he's a classy cricketer. And one of the things we've been so critical of people today is their footwork, but his footwork is exceptional.
Yeah, lovely shot. And now he gets a short one. Doesn't really come up. And the batters, well, they're keen. Well, Zishan is this time. Keen to get to the other end. Good backing up from him. Take the single. So it's good from these two. I'll take the boundaries, pick them up when they come their way. Take the singles as well. So going along at a good, healthy pace, these two openers. They were the key batters, the key contributors in the victory against the Limassol Islanders as well. One gets played and no run this time.
Yeah, that's better bowling. He's bowling to his field here. That one's just tries to open the face of the bat there, Zishan, and he finds the fielder, Sahil Akhtar. Be interesting to see if we see him bowling as well later in this match. And this one's a touch too full and a touch too wide. It's right in the slot, and Zishan can free his hands and strike this one away. That's a boundary. And we saw him bowl a couple of nice deliveries, but he's just gone with a loosener over there. As it goes past the ECN scorers 10, we take a look at some of the Everest faithful on camera.
Yeah, there they are, and there's Copper as well, enjoying the action. He's having a little walk now with his owner and the Everest supporters, but yeah, that's a clubbing shot. Well, one we saw Diana as well take a few snapshots off, so she's there busy. And remember, look out for all of the pictures on the social media. Whether you watch them on Facebook or on Instagram, and also on the website, the European Cricket Network, as this one, another one that gets past the fielder. It's a diving effort from Jam Jashwal, but he can't get there. It's 4 more, and they're motoring along here at the moment. 39 without loss after 3.
Yeah, Ram Jashwal, he just like completely misjudges that one. He actually thinks the ball might just slide past him, so he puts the slide in, and then the ball hops over his head. And that's one of the things about this field. You know, it can take some nasty bounces, and you've got to make the right anticipation and predict the bounce correctly. Of course, we take a look at the standings for Group A. Of course, the Nicosia Tigers won their first match fairly comfortably against the Quaylanders, and they're looking to go 2-0. And this Everest side better turn things around, otherwise they'll find themselves in a small hole to dig out of early in this tournament, as the umpire signals the end of the power play. So the skipper is going to take the ball himself here. I like this. He's going to try to really bring the situation under control. Not allowed to have fielders outside the ring, so he's got a long off, a long on, a man at cow corner, a deep square leg, and a deep point, so he's protecting that leg side, considering he's bowling around the wicket. And that'll be just a single, goes straight to the fielder replay. So the captain bowling to his own fielding to start off. Of course, at this stage, Everest were 31 for 3, so the Nicosia Tigers 9 runs in front without having lost a wicket. Still plenty of batting to come for the Nicosia Tigers, so the formula here for Everest is really trying to get some wickets, and this time a bit too much width by the captain Rana Butt. That was short and wide, but he's somehow managed to get away with it. I think it's the lack of footwork of Zishan Mahmood. Mahmood's very much a guy who likes to have a strong, powerful base, and looks to hit. It's off his pads. It's definitely not an LBW, despite some of the enthusiastic support from the Everest fans who were calling for an LBW there. Of course, anything that strikes the pad, they're going to be right onto it. A little bit of width here. He's not managed to strike that cleanly, Mahmood, but he'll trudge along to the other end for a single. Of course, it's a good idea that Rana Butt came in. They really need it to get some overs in with spin, because their over rate is pretty slow right now. They've just about spent 18 minutes to get to 3.4 overs.
Yeah, Rana Butt could be rewarded with a catch, and he does. He gets a wicket, so joy for the fielding side. That's a very good catch indeed. And Runabout, the captain, brings himself on. Well, remember, he was the only man that made any real contribution with the bat other than the extras. And then, well, the fielder just turning around and letting everybody know who he is Kishore Basnat. He takes a really good catch. Well, he looks like he's got a little smile on his shirt. Well, he will be smiling because this is a very good catch. Delightfully done. Just have a look at this. He takes off and takes it in the air, 2 feet off the ground. Brilliant catch. Well done.
And it's the wicket of the run machine, Roman Mazumdar as well. So very important wicket and a much needed one for Everest. And now from here, they can really start maybe seeing what their tactics are going to be from here. They might try to target the new batsman, try to go bang bang here, put some pressure on the Nicosia Tigers. Of course, we saw the Tigers in that first match. They started off really well thanks to Mazumdar, and then a couple of wickets fell, and we saw a bit of a stutter from them. So this is a side who are prone to a collapse, who are prone to making a few mistakes in the middle overs.
Yeah, well, we saw Mazumdar go for 13. Unlucky for someone. It was unlucky for him. And Basnat snapped up the catch. Good one from him. And, well, this gets played out onto the leg side. So, was the end of the over. Very good over as well. Just 2 runs coming off it. He picks up the wicket as well. So just with that, it just changes things slightly. But you get the feeling that they've got to get the wicket of Zishan pretty quickly, haven't they?
No, they certainly do have to get the wicket of Zishan, and it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to try something creative here to force it. Of course, we'll just have a look at this graph right now. Of course, at the moment, the Nicosia Tigers are just above the required run rate, of course, above Everest, and I think you had a very good analogy that the Everest graph almost looks like a ski slope. And it's going to be Ram Jeshwal coming in to bowl this over, so more spin. I like this tactic, of course. We've discussed the lack of use of spinners at times today.
Yeah, Jeshwal. Good start. Not too much of a big appeal from the keeper. I think he's just happy that he's got it and he's been able to whip the bails off. And he's probably not going to see too much of this. Oh, just enough. Thank you to the fielder there for just ducking in time for us to be able to look at it. Good hands. But that foot stays planted. Just needs to go a bit fuller here, Jeshwal. When he floats it up, he does exactly that. He scrambles to try and catch up with it. He can't, but I don't mind that at all. There's a much better length. He actually gets Zishan coming out of his crease, so it gives an opportunity to the keeper, if he misses it, to whip those bails off. And Pandit, he's been pretty good.
Yeah, that's very courageous as well, though, by Jeshwal, trying to fly to fuller delivery to one of the biggest power hitters in this Nicosia Tigers side, but he's rewarded for that courage. Just a bit of flight again, and it falls just short of the fielder, a short third man. But they're creating opportunities here, Everest. This is what wickets do. They cause a bit of anxiety in the opposition lineup.
Yeah, Basnat almost searching for another catch. I think this drops just before him, but I'm loving the energy. I'm liking it from Everest. And all of a sudden, just getting that one wicket, which was key, has now just given them a bit of a buzz. If they can pick up another one here now, they'll be up and about. Once again, it's well bowled. This is a really good over so far from Jeshwal.
Of course, Jeshwal has appeared in previous ECSs. He has a couple of wickets to his name. And he's looking for his third in this over. Just 2 runs off the first 4 balls. This one, either the wrong one or just the one that went straight in. That's a good bit of fielding by Arjun Shah. He had cover, throws it straight back.
Jeshwal, he didn't bowl in the last match, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. All right, he's got hit away this time, and bearing in mind that boundary is the shortest boundary there is, but I think he's created opportunities. Once again, he gets Zishan playing this shot. Zishan, he plays it really well, but he's played and missed at a couple of times. So goes for 6, the last ball of the over, but still, I think that's a really good over. It goes for 8, and he created a few chances, few swings and misses even from Zishan. But very close to bringing up the 100 here. 49 it is for 1 at the end of 5. So pretty much even Stevens at the moment. This is the schedule so far. We've got 2 weeks here, Cyprus in Limassol. And after that, then the road show goes to Italy. In between Italy, we got some T20 action in Gibraltar. And once Italy is completed in Milan, it's off to the Seaborn Cricket Ground in Austria. So plenty of cricket coming up your way. Don't forget to mark those in your diary. Play it away, hit hard, and the fielders do well. They think about two. But, I don't think Zishan's going to be too keen to be running, especially when he's going to the non-strikers end. 50 up now.
Yeah, this has been a nice little comeback by the Everest bowling team.
This is the big wicket runabout captain. Can he remove Zishan? Goes for a shorter one. Tries something different, short and quick. Zishan was up for it and manages to keep the ball along the deck as well. So he's quite happy to take the single and get to the non-strikers end. And Jarman, man who had all the issues with the ball, now bat in hand. Well, he's so far in a bit of a negative, isn't he? Because he was expensive with all the extras he gave away. Looking to make amends. He hits this beautifully, and that sails over the boundary for a big six. And the fielder says, well, forget about that one. That is gone into the jungle. Has gone to the area where the olive trees are, and the grass is long, and the snakes are lurking. Big hit, 6 runs.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot. I think Rana Bhatt, he went a bit too short for a couple of balls ago. He managed to get away with it. Tries to correct his length and ends up going a bit too full.
Played neatly along the ground. Well fielded by the player out there. That's Jashwal, who bowled pretty good last over. I think they may go back to him again to bowl the next. A bit more spin. Probably all depends how this one finishes. Once again, it's another short one. Zishan gets bat onto this. And it's well fielded. It takes the pace of it anyway, just a single. As we get another pitter-patter of rain. It's been an interesting day. I mean, you wouldn't think it when you're looking at the screens or when we look around, because it's bright and sunny. This one's been hit pretty well.
The weather's certainly very unlike Cyprus. You don't tend to see rain like this much. Usually it's either it's a massive downpour or no rain at all. As we take a look at this side on,
I think that one's okay. Looks like it was going downwards, so will be the end of the over. And the captain, Ranbat, it's not bowled badly at all. Taken 1-13. So I think it's probably a good idea to continue with the spin based on that. And looks like they will. So Ram Jashwal will bowl. He's second as well with the score 60 for 1. After 60, just finished this match. 1 good over to the batting side. Well, that I think finishes it for Everest. But if Everest can get 1 good over in with a pick up, a wicket or 2, and only 3 or 4 runs come from it, they'll be boosted by it and they'll have their tails up. So evenly poised.
So Everest have really pulled this one back very well since the power play. They've given up just 21 runs in the last 3 overs. And that's kind of what's brought them back into this game. But as you say, unless they get a couple more wickets here, you feel like the Tigers are close to victory.
It's another edge, and great work again from the man who took the catch to remove the Muzumda. And that's our friend out there, Kishore Basnat. Does really well. This ball's getting away from him. He has to take it on the up, and he does. Good fielding. A bit of discussion here between. Oh well, a free. Is that that's a lamest free hit signal I've seen. I think there was too many men out, so this is going to be a free hit, and it's high up in the air, so won't be out. And it won't be out. It can't be out. There's a lot of screaming. There's a lot of celebrating. But everybody's realised that it was a free hit. I think I only just caught it from the umpire. So, despite all of that, not out. But the free hit, at least it only cost 1. It could have been worse. Oh, this is hit hard. And it goes all the way over the fielder. There's nothing you can do about that. Ginnasona. Shukka Lagya. So after a couple of tight overs, they're now going after the spin, and it's Jaishwal that is being attacked. And this is the over, I think, that Everest are looking to avoid. Can he come back with a good one here? Still 4 balls to go in it. Okay, this one's a little bit straighter, a bit flatter, so he doesn't fly it as much. Single gets taken, but already 11 have come off the over.
Yeah, this over is just kind of allowed the Nicosia Tigers to reassert their authority in this match. Not quite bowled as tightly as he did in his first over, Joshua. This one's a beautiful delivery. He's just missed the stumps by a whisker.
That's a beaut, isn't it? That's an absolute beaut. That's right on the money. Here's a peach of a ball. So, well bowled. Chance. And, well, direct hit is a goner. And in the end, they'll go for... Will they go for 2? No, they won't. They decide against it. But this is a good, real opportunity. I wonder if getting it thrown to the bowler was probably the best bet here. He goes for the stumps. I think the bowler, being that he's a spinner, should be there or thereabout. So it's probably will go down as a bit of a missed opportunity. But the over comes to an end. And Joshua, look, all considering, he goes for 21 off his spell, which isn't the worst. He bowled some good deliveries. He certainly bowled some wicket-taking deliveries as well, but he finishes the over with 13 coming off it. The score 73 for 1, and these are the two teams that we're looking forward to seeing again. Both teams on debut. The first time that we're going to see them is the Cyprus Super Kings taking on the Napa Royal Kings, but 1 or 2 players in there that I think we have seen playing for other sides before, Nish.
Yeah, certainly a lot of talent there from the old CTL Euro College teams that we were accustomed to seeing. Some more OG fans from back in 2020 will have memories from our old Cyprus 2020s series as we're heading into this final 3-over stretch here. The Nicosia Tigers, though, are well ahead right now, but they're just going to have to find a way here, Everest, to drag this game out as long as possible.
Yeah, well, we just saw that there was still a ball to go in that last one, so yeah. So this is what some of the players that Nish is talking about. So Napa Royal Kings, certainly, well, I've got a few Singhs in there as well. That's Subjit Singh. That name rings a bell to me as well. So, and then we've got the Cyprus Super Kings as well. And they're a team, looking at those names, maybe made up of a few Sri Lankan players.
Of course, Hardeep Singh played for the Henry Lions back in November 2021. And Sandy Reddy's played a lot of games in the past as well.
Well, this is a Gandhi ball. It's short and it's been absolutely thumped. And Jivan Lasmal is a guilty man of, well, losing another ball. So he'll have to get into his piggy bank and get a few euros out. That has been hit hard. He can't be bowling there. So, well, Jarman, I think maybe now he's probably in credit because he gave a lot of runs away off his own over. Floated up, and it's another one that's been hit high in the sky. It will go all the way as well. Balle, Ginna Shaka time here at the Ipsona Cricket Ground. And, well, the sixes have been hit long and far. And now it's time for Jaman to say, right, now I've cleared my slate. I'm going to go big, and it's party time. And he is partying. 31 of 12. And he hits this firmly as well. Fielder does well, though. Doesn't have to move at all. There's Jashwal. Keeps it to 1, but I don't think Zishan is going to be hanging around either. He's probably thinking, hey, you're not catching up with me. Okay, they're almost there here now, aren't they? Just a few big hits away. And entices him. Better areas to bowl, though, isn't it? That little bit outside the off stump is not in the swing zone of Zishan or Jaman, so ends up being a dot.
Yeah, 45-run partnership between these two batsmen, and it's really crippled any hope this Everest side had. Of course, it's been interesting to see that Everest spinners are keen to flight the ball.
He's got the fielder to beat, and the fielder does really well. Probably didn't need to throw it away, though. That's bad cricket. So we saw some good and bad at the same time. It's a great stop because this ball always looked like it was going to beat him. He got a nasty bounce, but he able to make the stop, did Arjun Shahi, and then he unfortunately throws it away when the batters were in anyway. So just disappointing. Zishan looks like a tired-looking shot, but the fielder makes a good stop. That's nicely done out there in the deep, and that's Akhtar showing some good standards as well, getting there and knocking the ball, keeping it in the field of play. Good work, just reaches out and says, there you go, get the ball in. That is the end of the over. So 8 overs complete, 89 for 1, and just 8 runs off 2 overs to bring up their second victory in day 1 of this European Cricket Series in Cyprus.
Yeah, the important thing isn't just this victory, but they've got a chance here to really end this game with several deliveries to spare, which will do their net run rate a world of good. They won that first match with 7 balls to spare as well, and again, this could be a very, very tight series.
Yeah.
And net run rate is going to play a big factor, and the fact that Nicosia Tigers is going to leave here with a 2-0 record, as well as a very healthy net run rate, would put them in an absolutely stellar position. They couldn't have asked for a better Monday to start off the week, whereas Everest shown a lot of positivity. I think there's a lot of things they can leave here with.
Short in the air, chance, and then action all round. First it goes in the air, lands in no man's land, and then the throw comes in. If it hit the stumps, probably would have been curtains for, I think, Jamal. You see Zishan, you can see he puts the stop sign up and said, I'm going nowhere. I'm looking to finish this game with a couple of big hits. I'm liking that Hassan comes in. Hassan, if he can get, again, 1 good over in here, you know, let's say they just get a couple of runs, he takes a wicket or 2, we go to the last, anything's possible. But this one gets past the fielder and we go to the boundary. And it's going to be Cuatro más, just like that. The hope, well, I was giving him hope, but it ain't going to happen, is it? Because he dances down the wicket, hits it hard, gets it past the infield, 4 runs.
Yeah, we saw Zishan Mahmood run out as captain in the previous match and then send one straight down the fielder's throat. Not on this occasion. Jaman just about managed to get back thanks to that errant throw, and then good shot along the ground by Zishan Mahmood. It seems like Everest are now pretty much been set with their fate. Just 1 shot away now, the Tigers.
Oh, well, this is another quick delivery. The fielder, well, I don't know where he's throwing this, but he somehow manages to get it in the direction of one of the stumps anyway. So Zishan swings and misses. By signalled, pretty close to knocking the stumps over. I think this guy, Mohammed Hassan, I think next time we see him, or each time we see him, he's getting better. And they'll have a little bit of a break now between the end of this match and the last match. They need to recompose themselves, refocus, and come back strong. And this one will just bounce lamely to the fielder. They'll get 1. But we've seen good things from them with the bat and with the ball. We've seen some good players. But just a few things that they can execute better. I think they themselves have to be a little bit more tidy with some of those extras. But looks like here they are going to go down. And it's going to be Zishan that's going to try and finish things off here again. And maybe they're going to do it. Could it be another victory with 7 balls to go? Well, let's wait and see. 2 runs required. Well, it looks like it will be, because he's going to finish in style. Bolle. Well, 7 is the lucky number here at the Ipsona Cricket Ground, because we've seen all 3 matches won by teams batting second and bringing up victories with 7 balls to go. And this time it's Zishan Mahmood, who, of course, remember, he was the player in the match the last time we saw the Nicosia Tigers, taking 2 for 17 and also scoring 22, 21. Didn't bowl this time. Well, he didn't need to. He said, I'm here to bat, and bat he did, and he sort of batted his team to victory. They finished on 101 for 1. And once again, it's 7 balls to go. Everest, they've shown us some glimpses of what they can do here on debut. They've played some good cricket. They've just let themselves down in a few areas, a few discipline areas in the field and maybe with the batting. But they've got time now to recuperate and have a talk about that. Focus on the good things, improve on the things that they didn't do so well, and come back in the last match. The last match of the day, of course, they'll be playing in later, and they're going to play, they'll be playing the Napa Royal Kings, who are up next against the Cyprus Super Kings, as we have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, this highlight, look away if you're an Everest fan. Not over there, though. That is one of the cutest things we're going to see today. That is fantastically struck there by Zishan Mahmoud. Of course, him and Roman Mazumdar had a very healthy partnership to start off. 41 runs for the opening partnership, and that pretty much set the tone for the Nicosia Tigers. It was always going to be their game from there, and we see this wonderful catch by Kishore Basnet. He had an almost half chance to catch one later, and here we thought, is there a window of opportunity for the Nicosia Tigers? No, there wasn't, as these two men, Iftikhar Jaman and Zishan Mahmoud, would pretty much shut the door, slam the door in Everest's face with a strong 60-run partnership. Look at some of these power strokes by two wonderful hitters. Zishan Mahmoud, he's been a real star today. He's just done everything right. Bat, ball, fielding. It's just been a great day for him and a great day for the Nicosia Tigers. 2 wins with 7 deliveries to spare. This scorecard will look very, very nice if you're a Nicosia Tigers fan.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, they've had the issues with the ball once again, the Nicosia Tigers, and especially with the extras in both their matches. I think in both their matches together, combined, they've given over 50 runs in extras, which is quite crazy. But they've been able to rely on players like Roman Mazumdar, Zishan Mahmoud, and also, well, this time around with the bat, particularly with Iftikhar Jaman, who scored 33. But again, is that fine knock once again from Zishan, 46 of 33, a great knock from him, gives his side victory. And I think the teams that are watching will learn pretty quickly that there's 3 men that you've got to see the back of pretty quickly in that Nicosia Tiger side, and once you've done that, you get a good chance. The bowlers, well, nobody really had too much joy there, but 2 overs from the captain for 13, picking up 1 wicket. That was pretty good. I like Ram Jashwal being used as well. I mean, he was a little bit luckless, but only gave away 21 runs as well. And I get the feeling that the more that we see of this series, that I think the slower spin bowlers are going to be the ones that are going to be key on here.
No, that's certainly been the case in T10 cricket. Even if you look at international level, spinners are really the key to sort of keeping your run rate low, getting through those overs quickly, as we've already seen the Nicosia Tigers struggle twice with their over rate. And, well, Everest, in the end, falling short once again, succumbs to an 0-2 record, while the Nicosia Tigers move on to 2-0 with a healthy 9-wicket win. Well, we're going to see a majestic battle soon.
There we are.
The Royal Kings will take on the Super Kings.
Battle of the Kings, but which Kings will be victorious in the battle? Will it be the Cyprus Super Kings or the Napa Royal Kings? That match coming up in just under 19 minutes time. So join me, Rika Fall and Nishbat, when we come back for that one. I think it's going to be an exciting one. All the matches so far today, it's been 7 balls that have made all the difference. Will it be the same in match number 4? Join us in around about just under, or just over, I should say, 15 minutes time.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Well, I'm with the winning captain right here as the Nicosia Tigers make it 2 wins in 2 today. You must be a really happy captain seeing your side have this brilliant day.
Yeah, I'm really very happy, especially with our batting side. Our top order is amazing. Although we give some extra runs on the field, but our batting side, they back up everything. I'm really proud of it.
Of course, there is a small concern for your side that you've given a few too many extras. Anything you're going to do to change that?
Yes, I'm trying to do something in the next matches. We have some new players in next matches because our main players is coming. Still, we have some. Our 12 or 13 players we are playing on this match. So I hope next match our main players will come and it will be better. I hope so.
Absolutely, and of course the Nicosia Tigers will be facing Everest again tomorrow. How are your preparations going to go for that match? Because you've got a night's rest, but you're back here again tomorrow.
Yeah, actually yes. Everything I think will be better from tomorrow. So we are looking for it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for taking your time out. I hope you get some well-deserved rest. And once again, congratulations. Your side was amazing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Of course, it's now time to go over for the toss for the Super Kings against the Royal Kings.
Okay, Royal Kings to call. Heads is call. It is heads. Okay, good luck guys. Good luck. So Royal Kings have won the toss. They're having a bat. Back over to you in the commentary box, Rico and Nish.
Thank you very much, Stefan, as you see this beautiful drone shot right over Ipsanas. What a gorgeous part of the world we're in here. Of course, this village of Ipsanas is developing very rapidly, becoming the home of many people who work in the Limassol maritime trade sector. As we take a look at this battle, this imperial, majestic battle between the Super Kings and the Royal Kings. Of course, Sandy Reddy, we've seen him play in the past for the Cyprus Eagles as well as CTL Euro College. He's going to be a crucial player for the Super Kings. And then on the other side for the Napa Royal Kings, Hardeep Singh, he's played some games for the Hadri Lions, and they're going to have to lean on these experienced players to just tell them what it's like to play in these major pressure moments. Of course, a lot of these teams are accustomed to playing one another in the domestic T10 leagues, but when you're on the European Cricket Network, that always adds a bit of pressure for these sides. They all want to impress in front of the European cricketing audience. Just adjusting a few things here before we get ready for the first ball. As you can see, the Napa Royal Kings won the toss and decided to bat first. And here we go. It's the main man starting off. And he starts off with a wide, so that's not what they wanted to see, of course. I do like the move nonetheless to start off with Sandy Reddy. You want your main bowler bowling right from the get-go, putting some pressure on the opposition. And this one just jags back so far. That is a nice delivery there. Good stuff here by Sandy Reddy. A very good response after bowling a wide earlier. And a big swing and a heave there by Syed Tanvir. Of course, Tanvir, one of the few experienced players for this Napa Royal King side. Of course, he has featured in previous ECNs for the Hadri Lions. Made 217 runs at an average of 31. Blistering strike rate of 293. This one's popped up in the air. Wow, this is going to go way over the camera tower. That is a humongous six straight into the olive groves. And Sandy Reddy's been greeted by the dangerous Tanvir. This is a man who's now hit his 29th six in just his 11th match here on the European Cricketing Network. That's the power he holds. A lot of our fans got to see it last November in 2021 when he absolutely powered through for the Hadri Lions. And of course, these two are going to be We're seeing really a matchup between probably two of the most important players on either side. What's the bowler's response going to be here? Surely he has to pull his length back a bit. That is fantastic, right on the hip. That's exactly where you want to bowl in limited overs cricket. This is right there, right where it needs to be. So hard for the batsman to hit that. You know, he's just completely cramped for room, and that's also good bowling to his field, of course, is got some protection out at deep mid-wicket. This was struck towards the fielder at mid-off. Will just squirm underneath him. Is this going to go for a boundary? It certainly won't. That's a good bit of fielding there by Subaretti. Comes across to cut it off. Some free runs there. Some free runs. I think Shivapati is not going to be very happy with himself there. He let the ball squirm underneath him, and you know, you can't be giving away runs like that. We've seen how tight these first few matches have been. You know, it's come down to one big over here and there to really determine the outcome. Yeah, as you see Sairan Ahmed, the left-hander, the first left-hander we've seen this Monday with all our action, of course. This is the fourth match of our quintuple header. This one's struck up in the and it's been popped up. Is the fielder going to get to it? He puts a hand out almost in vain, and it's going to go past him. The umpires look at each other. Is that a 4? Is that a 6? What's the decision going to be here? This one was skied. And I think that's a 4. Yep, that's a 4. So if there was a man in long off, he would have been gone, and slightly quicker work there by the man in long on if he'd managed to just, if he'd run straight at it rather than taking his while to actually judge the flight of the ball. Of course, easier said than done. It's pretty hard work to figure out the trajectory of this ball. And we're going to see some changes over here. Of course, as the first over comes to an end. 12 runs off for the Napa Royal Kings. A very good start to their ECS career. Of course, both these sides playing for the first time in a European cricket series. That is a very interesting action by Alavala, but the outcome is something we've seen far too often today. That's 4 wides. A lot of the teams we've seen today have been guilty of bowling far too many extras, and he's managed to beat both the wicketkeeper and the fielder at short third man. That's just 5 bonus runs for the Napa Royal Kings cause. Once again, he's just got to sort out his radar. That is incredibly wide. And I don't know if this is just a bit of nerves running through him right now. Of course, this first European cricket series, he might be trying too hard. He's going to have to sort things out quickly. He's got protection, long off and long on, so really, he set his field to bowl full and straight. And once again, that's another wide. It's a hat-trick of wides for Alavala. That's not the sort of hat-trick any bowler wants. And I don't really know what he's got to do here. He might just have to almost aim it wide to the leg side just to get it on target. And well, there's been there's a fielding adjustment very interestingly here. He hasn't actually bowled a legal delivery, but captain decided to change the field. Goes straight to the man at long on, and that's a wicket. Well, this has been a really odd over. He's given up 7 runs without bowling a legal delivery, and then he sends one straight to the fielder at long on. Mind you, that wasn't the fielding change. The long on fielder stayed right where he was, and Tanvir departs having made just 7 runs, but was the witness to several extra runs. Take a look at this one. It's a slog right to the man at long on, and he just squatted down there. Tirupati Sandy Reddy, the man who bowled the first over and took a catch, so It's the first ever wicket for the Cyprus Super Kings side in the European Cricket Series. Excellent bowling indeed, of course, as we take a look at our live chat. Of course, Love Moments is praising the bowling, and yeah, I agree with you, Mayur Patel. Another game where we could potentially see time penalties if these sides bowl a lot of extras, of course. It's a double whammy, really, isn't it? Or maybe even a triple whammy, because it's the run penalties, the extra balls you're bowling, and the runs you're giving for free. And the new batsman, Karanveer Singh, gets down on one knee, trying to play a cover drive. Certainly a good idea, of course. There's a big gap towards extra cover if he can connect. This one's played away. It's a nice straight delivery. Goes to the fielder, and oh my goodness, he's got to be doing better than that. That's an appalling bit of fielding. Sandeep Bishnoi has to be really annoyed with himself. Goes with his feet in a very lackluster manner and makes a complete mess of it. I certainly hope he wasn't a football player back in school, because that was just nasty, and that's why you've got to go with your hands. I know it's a little bit rougher to field on that side, of course. The offside slightly more lush than the leg side. Of course, you can tell who's the captain's friend based on who gets the field on the offside all game. This was struck up in the air, another catching opportunity, and it's taken. And the second wicket falls for the Napa Royal Kings. That's 23 for 2 now. Good stuff here. Alavala, after starting off in a very lackluster manner with all those extras, has managed to pick up a couple of wickets. This is some good stuff here. You see that ball? I think it was a bit of an off-cutter. And the ball just turns in the batsman's hand. And it's a good catch there by Vinay Kumar. Very, very well done, as they've just managed to turn things around in this over. Started off really poorly for the Super Kings. They were, we had talk here from Mayur Patel about potential, extra runs from all these wides that were being bowled, but in the end, they managed to pull it back and get a couple of wickets. So this is some good stuff. Nice back and forth in this game. Of course, you do need to keep an eye on things here. The Super Kings, they want to get through these overs on time. Let's see, Alavala in for his 5th delivery. That's a nice line in length, and it's well blocked by Singh. Sarpreet Singh, of course, making his European Cricket Series debut. A lot of new players for these sides. This one's struck away. Nice bottom-handed stroke, and that's going to go behind point for 4. So he opens his ECS account with a nice boundary. That'll do him a world of confidence. Goes straight to the opposite, to his team dugout as we come to the end of the second over. The Napa Royal Kings, 27 for 2. Going well in terms of their scoring rate, 13.5, but they've lost those 2 important wickets, which will bother them. As we take a look at what this day's action has produced so far, of course, the Nicosia Tigers going with 2 wins and 2, 1.6 their net run rate. And we saw, of course, Everest taking themselves in a tiny bit of a hole, losing both their opening matches. As we see Saran Ahmed on strike, the only left-hander we've seen so far today. Everyone loves a left-hander in cricket. It's a nice full ball. That's actually a brilliant Yorker. The appeal might be a tad bit too optimistic. That was clearly nowhere near being an LBW, but it's a fantastic Yorker. A bit of a swinging Yorker as well. And nice stuff here by Shivapati. We saw him have a bit of an error out in the field, but he's can bowl well here. That'll be forgotten. That's very, very wide, and I think that was a tiny bit of a commentator's curse striking here for the 4th time today. And 4 wides, that's a sight we've seen far too many times today. It's almost getting worrying. It's getting really concerning. These sides are going to have to find their radar. can't give up all these bonus runs, and Nicosia Tigers have been guilty of it more than anyone. I think Everest have impressed me the most so far with their discipline, gave very few extras away, but couldn't quite get the wins though. But they certainly have my respect for all their brilliant efforts. As we're already moving on to 13 runs of extras, as we're only 2.1 overs into this innings. This one was a tad bit too wide as well, but I think Ahmed's really bailed out Putty over there. He's thrown his body in the way of the wide, and he's rubbing the part that was struck. Got the cow corner and long on here for this batsman. It's that big swing again. And once again, he's just looking up into the heavens. Really annoyed with himself here, Ahmed. He's not looked very convincing in these first few deliveries. Outside of that 1-4, he managed to get away. Fuller delivery. This one's been struck, and it's going to go over the head of the fielder at cow corner. Well, the captain kept a man there on purpose, but there's nothing you can do about the ball sailing over the fielder's head. Fantastic stuff. That is quite a few feet well over the boundary rope. I think a lot of Ahmed's mannerisms remind me of BLCS Kumara. He's someone who ECS Cyprus viewers will remember from the Sri Lankan Lions. And just pulls the length back a bit. I think that's smart stuff by Putty. And he's taking a bit of a clobbering here, Ahmed. You know, he's really looking a bit ginger there, isn't he? He's been rubbing all sorts of parts. He's been hit all over the place, but he's managed to get the runs, though, early in his innings. Once again, that's quite wide, but Ahmed, he's just going to strike that one away for 4. Nice work as he helps it along with the pace of the ball and hits it towards fine leg. Good stuff there. And that's going to be some extra runs there for the Napa Royal Kings, who've gotten off to a flyer despite the 2 wickets they've lost. Their current run rate going at 14. They've managed to hit 42 runs in this power play, so good stuff for them. And they're going to have to see how they're going to change their plan here. The Super Kings, I think all the Super Kings really have to do is just bowl straight. I think they've gone wide a bit too many times, bowled too many extras. They've just got a bowl straight ball at the stumps, and they should be good. Of course, you got the great pleasure of welcoming Rico Full back to the commentary box.
Good to be back, and an interesting start, isn't it? 2 wickets coming off that over number 2 from Avala. But other than that, the runs flowing pretty well as well. 42 for 2. Power play done. That's a delightful shot. It was just nothing more than just a bit of a push, wasn't it? But it's all about placement and timing, getting the width, and it just basically just stops the shot on it, and it's all about placement. 4 runs.
Yeah, it really is, and you've got to be able to use the pace of these bowlers. That's one of the reasons why we're fans of using spinners in this format. It's not as easy to do that with them. There's an appeal, and that's given. There was a little edge through to the keeper, and Avala, he's the only man who's looked like getting wickets, and he gets his 3rd one. That's 46 for 3 now for the Napa Royal Kings, and it's all because of this man. He's picked up his 3rd, just pushing at that one, Singh. He was a little off balance, pushing too far in front of his body, and he gets that thin edge through to the keeper, Venkatareddy Imani, who is both the skipper and the wicket keeper.
Yeah, Imani makes no mistake, and you can see he just once again he's looking to loft the bat at it. So he's got an unusual technique, hasn't he? It's not like a full flow of the bat. He sort of holds the bat almost like he's holding a baseball, and he keeps his arms bent as he goes at it, gets the edge. They get the breakthrough, so Saprit Singh has to depart, but not before, I suppose. He's given his team a pretty good start, but once again, like I say, runs on the board, not an issue, but wickets will be now as they're 3 down. Saprit Singh, he departs for 8 of 4 deliveries.
And we get Gundeep Singh in, of course, taking middle stump guard. And that's just flicked away. Has that got any bat? I don't think so. I think that was just sliding down the leg side.
It's worth looking at again because it's, yeah, just drifting down. The umpire deciding that it's not out as a result of that, but a big appeal. He wants to get his feet moving. He doesn't want to be planted in front, does Gurdeep Singh. Takes this one nicely outside the off and just take a single.
Yeah, this one's a little bit of width over there, and Olavala is struck to the fielder at point. Of course, he's got a field that really protects the straight boundaries a lot. He's got himself a deep long off. He's springing long on back in for the left-hander, interestingly enough. Or is he? Let's see what the decision is here. Just a little bit of conversation. So fine leg is actually brought back in the end, and he keeps long on out. And that's a full toss. There's not too many fields you can keep for that one. Well, he did all that ruminating about what's the right field setting, and in the end, he's just given the batsman a nice one, a juicy one to strike away to a completely vacant boundary.
Yeah, Gundy ball, an easy decision, no ball signal. So not only is it 4, it's one for the no ball. 5, we've seen far too many extras in the day. It's one thing that certainly all teams can work on. So free hit.
This one struck hard to the man out at cow corner. It's going to take a couple of nasty hops, but managed to get his body behind it and restrict it to just a single.
It's looking good, isn't it, Saran Ahmed? Played some nice shots. Nicely a left-hander out there. And working his trade pretty well.
There's a bit of width on offer there, and it'll be struck away to cover. He's been a busy man out there, hasn't he, so far? Vinay Kumar, that's another occasion where he has to go and chase it, but that's exactly what the captain would like to see. Ball struck stays to him, but the Napa Royal Kings, despite those wickets, going along at a very healthy run rate, up 13.5.
Yeah, great bowling, you have to say, from Alvala. 3 for 27. Marnus is in the chat, and Marnus is saying, Rico, who's the American gentleman commentating next to you? Well, I got no American here. There's no Yankee doodle-doos happening here. It's, of course, Nish. Nish, tell him who you are.
Well, no, I'm not American. That's just the consequence of going to an international school, I guess. And a very interesting thing there. Binge watcher pointing out his bowling action looks like Mushtaq Ahmed from Pakistan.
Interesting. Well, we'll keep an eye on that, why don't we? And, okay, 54 for 3. Runs, not an issue. Wickets could be. This is gently tapped in the air. The fielder backs away from it, and you can't do that. Oh, well, that's not a good look at all, is it, from the fielder? Not only does he back away from it, then he can't stop it. I think that's, who's that out there? Is that Kanveer Singh? No, it's not Kanveer, actually. It's Vinay Kumar. Vinay, not, I mean, first a catch, you've got to go for it. You've got to try and take it. He backs away from it, and then next thing he knows, he's not even in the frame for stopping it.
Yeah, he's got to show a bit of courage there, Vinay Kumar. Providing a bit of width, and this is going to beat all the fielders. It's going to go away for a boundary, so back-to-back force to start off this over. He will be very frustrated. How often do we see a bowler just a bit annoyed after a bit of misfielding, and then he bowls a loosener? That's exactly what Putty has done there. That's just really poor stuff, and they've got to find a way to stop this bleeding here, the Super Kings. This is the healthiest run rate we've seen from any team so far today. Going along at just over 14, the Napa Royal Kings have been completely unfazed.
Yeah, I like their approach. Okay, you've lost wickets, but they're not shying away from playing the shots. This one's kicked away. It's going to be a difficult, but he deals with it well. There's the man with the walking 6 on his back. Shiv already one to do. Does well. He kicks it away, but he doesn't give too many away. It just stays as a single. And a big hello to everybody on the chat, of course. Do get involved. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know if you're enjoying the action and if you've got any questions as well. And let us know if you're lurking. We often say that if you're out there and you're watching and you don't normally get in touch, well, why don't you take the opportunity today on Easter Monday to get in touch with us and let us know where you're watching from. You see another appeal. no way is this out. It's probably too high amongst other things. But Patti, he's trying his best, isn't he? He's banging his back as he's banging the ball into the deck. But so far, there's no joy for him. A couple of balls to go. Let's see if he can pick up his first wicket.
This one's just aimed out of the leg stump, but it's going to take a bounce and go for 4. Well, the umpire is actually signaling it's a 6, so I was mistaken there. That's gone the distance. It's a maximum. This is a brilliant shot. And yes, it actually falls just on the right side of the rope from the batting point of view. And that's a very short 6. He targets that boundary, Ahmed. And he's received the reward. So, real head scratching here for Patti. How's he going to respond? That's a much better line, man. It's hit straight to the fielder long on. And I'm glad Kasim has actually managed to hold on to that, because we saw a bit of misfielding in that over by the Super Kings. But Napa Royal Kings, the 70 mark already. And we're just at the halfway stage of the innings.
Yeah, they're going along well. Like I say, they're undeterred with what's going on with the wickets falling. It's all about scoring runs on the board. John Gray, hello to you, and hello to Binge Watcher as well. It's great to have you all with us. And of course, hello to all of our viewers that are watching on the sub-Indian continent via FanCode. Hope you're having a great day, and some people probably are on holiday because of the Easter celebrations. Some have got holidays to come, but if you are on holiday and you are tuning in, hello. And if you've got some youngsters, some juniors that are watching, and if you're allowed, get permission first. If you're not, get on the chat, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you are, if you do play cricket for a junior club, well, give them a shout out. We'll give them a shout out for you. Put it on the chat and we'll say hello. But great to have you all with us here. We are, of course, here in Cyprus, lovely island, and of course in Limassol. Cyclane is the new bowler.
Gets his line right on this occasion, Cyclane, and that was angling into the leg stump, and it'll go away for a single. But of course, Cyclane starting that over in what's almost been customary fashion so far in Cyprus with a wide. And keep in mind, of course, I think the Napa Royal Kings might have 5 penalty runs here, because the Super Kings are really behind the rate right now. Just over 15 minutes left for them to bowl another 3.5 overs.
Yeah, it can be done, but you're right. It's going to have to be spot on. And the thing is with that as well, every time the ball goes to the boundary like it does here, that doesn't stop the clock. So it always takes extra time. Get the ball back. Fielder gets back into position after getting the ball back. And yeah, so keep an eye on that. Now, we've seen that already on 2 occasions today. Now, are we going to see more of it?
Again, a bit of width on offer, and the umpires, they've been calling it tight all day, and that's the right call over there. That's another wide, the second wide which Cyclane has bowled in this over.
15 wides now, Nish, 15.
That's unreal indeed, and it's a very similar thing. We saw this on the Nicosia Tigers in their games. Much better line and length. That was going into the off stump. He cramped the batsman for room, and it's good cricket by the batsman as well. Recognizes it's a good delivery. They've had plenty of runs, and he just takes a single.
Yeah, better ball, wasn't it, from Cyclane? Gets it in better areas. He'll be hoping to try and keep it there now, but left-hander Ahmed been very impressed with his batting so far. He's certainly got his mind and his eyes set on a big score. And hits this well, and he's going to get 4 more. Cracking shot. And there's Alistair Pruitt, who he chases after that, getting a little bit of his exercise in. Go, Ali, go. 4 more.
Yeah, fantastic one there, but it was slightly overpitched by Cyclane. And he's not really bowling to his field so far, is he? I mean, I think they've now decided to go with the deep mid-wicket and also a man at deep backward square. This one's heaved up in the air. Is there a catching opportunity here? I don't think there is, as this one's been deposited into the olive groves. And Ahmed looks keen to get a big total here as he moves on to 37 with a maximum.
Well, it was deep into the olive groves, wasn't it? And then, well, I think something out there says, I don't want any of this stuff. It's not edible. So it comes thrown back. And well, that one, once again, had the man in the tower in a spot of bother. That's Richards up there.
This one just struck away, and is he going to beat the fielder? He will beat the fielder again. That's another boundary. They're dealing exclusively in boundaries right now, the Napa Royal Kings. And they've just got to find a way to stem this bleeding. This is some really dangerous territory now for the Super Kings.
Yeah, well, he swivels on that MJ style. Oh, he says, as he goes to the boundary, and yet they're motoring along. So we've seen scores, just to remind you the scores we've seen today so far. 97 batting first, Nemasoke Landers, it wasn't enough. Then Everest 102 batting first, it wasn't enough. Everest again 96, it wasn't enough. So the 90s have not been enough. The 100 wasn't enough. I think they're looking for 120 plus here. And if they keep going at this rate, Nish, I think a 140, 150 score is easily on here. I mean, it could be, as you see on your graphics there, as high as 172 if they keep going at this current rate.
It's a slower ball there by Sandy Reddy, and I think that was a good decision. Even though Sandy Reddy went for 12 runs in his first over, he's one of the most experienced bowlers in this Super Kings lineup. He was the most successful bowler for them as well in the domestic T10 league, picking up a few wickets. Being as their leading wicket taker, of course, this is exactly what they're going to need him to do here, is try to get wickets, because this partnership needs to be broken really quickly. And that's exactly what he does. That one just angling back in, jags right back and clips the top of the leg stump. He's managed to get Gundeep Singh out, and that's an important wicket for the Super Kings. That is some good bowling. Captain goes back to his experienced man when he knows they need a wicket, and he delivers.
Yeah, well, that's a good delivery. I think most coaches will say it's right where you want to be. Hit the top of the stumps for me there, say, and that's exactly do. Well, Gundeep, he gets gunned down. This is right on the money. Lovely delivery, and yet you're right, it's a partnership they wanted to break. Now, having said that, though, the man who's the driving force behind it at the moment is Saran Ahmed. He's still there, and you can see straight away he's firing some instructions to the new batter, probably telling him what's coming his way and saying, hey, you know what you've got to do? You've got to just stay here with me. That's what I want you to do. Stay here with me. So there's the instructions, and let's see if they follow them.
Yeah, Hardeep Singh is, of course, batted previously for the Black Caps in ECS cricket. Of course, some of our viewers had a chance to see them in 2021. Didn't do much with the bat. Only had about 7 runs. But he's come in here with his set batsman, and I think his main priority has to be make sure Ahmed faces as many balls as possible for the remainder of this innings. And he's decided to strike one. This is skied. Is the fielder going to get underneath it? He certainly will. And it's a golden duck for Singh, who's desired to add more runs to his paltry ECS run total. As certainly not going to be accomplished today. And they managed to go bang bang here. We just said how important it would be for Sandy Reddy to pick up wickets, as he has so often done for his side. And he certainly does that there, helped out by some good fielding. Very watchful stuff there. Didn't let his sight get off that one. And it's 2 wickets in a row, as Sandy Reddy is now on a hat-trick.
Yeah, hat-trick coming up, and there's going to be a for Hardeep. And Hardeep, he probably chose to have a healthy lunch today. There's no point eating that salad, Hardeep. Get tucked into those borontas. You're not going to be hitting big sixes on salad. Anyway, he goes first ball. And the next batter comes in, and yeah, you got it. We've got Sandy Reddy is on a hat-trick, 2 for 12 so far. Hat-trick ball coming up.
So it's a Munzarelli who's on strike. Man making his ECS debut as well. I mean, this is quite a way to be greeted. Starting off your first ever ECS game with a hat-trick delivery. Here's Sandy Reddy running in for the hat-trick ball. This one struck, and it's going to be a nice shot, of course, well fielded by the man at long off. So that was very comfortably played, and didn't show any nerves there whatsoever, Munzarelli, as he gets off the mark with a single and opens his ECS account.
It was interesting there, wasn't it? Nish, as the new batter Hardeep came in. He got a good talking to from Ahmed, probably told him all the things he wanted him to do. I think he paid no attention to what he got told. It's a nice, took his shot straight down the ground from Ahmed. Ahmed is looking very good. He's looking very accomplished. He's quite set in there, and he's playing some really nice shots. On his way, to what will be a very good and well-deserved half-century.
Of course,
So back to the action. It's another wide ball.
this one's struck away, and they're going to pick up a run here in Upper Royal Kings. So Sandy Reddy has certainly managed to do the trick, of course. Even though we went for a few runs in his first over, we did tell you that, look, this man's an experienced player. He's done it so many times for his side. And it was a good decision by the captain to bring him back as he picks up a couple of wickets. Of course, we'll take a look at some of the upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we'll be here in Cyprus through Sunday, the 23rd of April. So stay with us for a couple of weeks. It's going to be a great fortnight down in Southern Europe. Then we head over to Italy and Milan for a beautiful cricketing week. And then, of course, there's going to be those nice internationals coming up in ECN Gibraltar before we finally move up north in Europe as we go to ECS in Austria. Of course, we're down here in Southern Europe right now. It's quite warm here and excellent cricket playing conditions. Of course, Cyprus is almost a 10 or 11 month a year cricket playing country because of the climate in this island. And we see Patti come back. This is a bit too slow really to bowl at that length, and it's going to go for 4. A man with a kind of pacey bowls that really needs to be bowling stump to stump. You know, at that kind of pace, it just allows the batsman the time to really get underneath the ball, and Manzarelli strikes that one away for 4. So his first ever ECS boundary, a moment he will surely cherish. That projected score, though, has just gone down to 135. Of course, you remember it was 150 plus at one stage. This one's struck away, and it's going to be wide. And the batsman just kind of bottom edges that one through, and it's going to trickle over the boundary rope. Nice bit of fielding there. It's puts in a good effort for his side, Sandeep Bishnoi, and saves a couple of runs. Good stuff. This is some excellent work. That is incredibly wide. It's actually not even struck the green pitch, and it's going to be a no ball. So Vinay Kumar just needs to find his radar. This is going to be a free hit, and Manzarelli is going to have a chance to tee off here.
Yeah, well, Kumar, he's losing his shape. It's because he's losing numbers on his back. And this one, well, he gets away with the free hit. Does get a, well, no signal from the umpire. I thought this was all leg. Maybe there is one now. Yeah, leg bye does get signalled. So leg bye, I think it's a giveaway sign. The batter may have wanted to run, but when you're running down to the other end and you're rubbing your leg with the paint. Anyway, Kumar once more. And okay, that's better. And misses out on Ahmed, and he's disappointed as well. He wanted to get the boundary there.
Yeah, those couple of wickets have actually slowed down the run rate considerably. This is a much fuller delivery. Is he going to pierce the gap? He certainly will. He's a surgeon, Ahmed. He's got that one through with precision as he moves on to 46. Slightly over pitches it there, Vinay Kumar, and a man with his strength is always going to find the gap. So Ahmed moves on to 46 now, just a shot away from the first half century of this ECS in Cyprus.
This is why you have a slip in place, not to take the catches. but just lost the ball because the wicketkeeper couldn't deal with it. Yeah, Ahmed, he's staying focused here. That last shot, by the way, the boundary was absolutely beautifully played. So Vinay Kumar just having a few issues, coming back to bowl after we saw a great over from Sandy Reddy. Only went for 4 and picked up those wickets, 2 of them in the over. Now you can see, once again, extra's been an issue for the sides.
And I'm pretty sure I heard a shabash, shabash. I don't know if that was ironic or a bit of sarcastic cheering by his own teammates.
For a dot ball, an illegal one. And this will be it. It will go all the way. Bowl, bolle, bolle, brrrr. And now it's time to go shaba, shaba to the batter, because Ahmed does bring up the 50. It's the first batter, the first bit of individual delight for a batter. Brings up his 50, and he does it in style as well. What a lovely shot that was. He moves on to 52 of 20 deliveries, and if they don't get him out, Nish, I think that 140 is still on.
That 140 is certainly on, and they might even help their opponents with some bonus penalty runs, because they've now got just about 2 minutes to bowl this 9th over. That's going to be a bit of a squeeze. And looking at it, they're going with a seamer as well, so they're not even going to enjoy the luxury
Not smart, is it? Not smart. He just wanted to give it to the man who could have the shortest run ever on both 6-wicket deliveries. Played away. And the thing here is as well, all right, you get a wicket, you get a minute, come on, but it takes about that for the new batter to come out, etc., etc. So you don't really gain anything. I think just a false pretense. So again, well, he gets a little sort of jog back to his mark. So he's obviously aware.
Pulls his length back a bit, and that's one of the better balls Ahmed has faced. He's shown a bit of courage trying to face him.
Yeah, I think this gets him on the lid. Let's have a look. And well, yeah, right in the groove. Now look, all I'm going to say is this, and you've said it already earlier. This is why we do, the European Cricket Network, we say to all batters, please, please, please wear a helmet. We've seen quite a few here already that don't, and you've got to protect yourself. So get those lids on.
And look at this stuff. This is good stuff by Bishnoy. He's pulled his length back a bit.
Dot balls help with the time as well, because they go straight back to him. So, okay, keep an eye on the clock. 3 deliveries. Clock counting down. We're down to the last 40 seconds. It wasn't, I mean, that was a dot ball. That ball should have gone straight back to him, to the keeper. It ended up going round the houses.
Goes a bit too short on this occasion.
That's got to be called wide. I mean, I want to see it side on as well. I think it could have gone over the batter, but in terms of width, I mean, yeah, look, he's not even on the picture. So wide, that's it. We're gonna see a hat trick, I reckon, here now of 5 penalty runs. We've seen it in 2 matches already. We're gonna see it again for sure, because wait for it. That's the timer going off. It goes to 0. The ball also goes to the boundary, so that's a double whammy. You could turn around and say, Nish, if there was ever such a thing, that's 9 runs.
That's 9 runs, and this one getting a bit of a fortunate edge for Ahmed, who's had a lot of things going for him today. And we're just trying, well, it's almost a bit too late now to try to rush him in with your delivery. I'm not sure if they're aware of the fact that they've already run out of time. Of course, Mosharaf on our chat reiterating our point earlier, this is exactly why batsmen should be wearing helmets.
Yeah, you've got to. You've got to protect yourself at all times. Oh, this is going to be a no ball, because the one that was short, that one over the head height for a wide, yeah, umpires are right on it. That was your one for the over. So this one, it may not be over the head. Well, I think it is anyway. It says over the head. So, but because it's the second one, no ball. So free hit now coming up. We've seen another team losing the plot when it comes to the 9th over. Free hit, and it's been absolutely hammered. That's a biggie. Shaba, Kinna Sona. And that one is sweet out of the middle of the bat. Well, this is sweeter than a bowl of gulab jambu as it goes all the way. 6 more. And the score now into the 130s, 132. 5 down. Still a ball to go in this over. Remember, 5 is going to be added to that as well.
Certainly will, and of course, Bishoy started off very well using that short ball tactic, but he's kind of a bit too obsessed with it as the overs progressed. And this is the right length by Bishnoi as he ends the over with a dot ball, but not before he makes a few silly errors earlier. I think he got a bit too obsessed with that short ball tactic. I think the short ball is something that's well, when employed with moderation, not something you repetitively bowl, especially in this format of cricket, as the Napa Royal Kings are at 132 for 5 at the end of 9 overs.
And just watch the umpires again. Well, the umpires are getting good time as well, because we're going to see that signal again for 5 penalty runs. And, well, he's on the screen. There we go. 5 penalty runs. The palm open wide, padding the chest. 5 penalty runs to be applied onto that. So 137 for 5. 6 balls to go. Maybe, well, maybe the 150 is on here already, the highest score of the day by a team. High up in the air, fielder chasing. Can he get there? They should get there, but the batters have turned. They take 2, and they may even take 3. I don't know what's going on there. You got the batter who's running, and then also in comms with his teammates in the tent. They're obviously shouting some stuff through to him, and he's shouting whatever back.
Yeah, Shiva Patti using his feet over there to prevent that one from trickling away. Sick Lane bowls this one a little straighter. There's a catching opportunity here, and the catch will be taken. An excellent catch by Tirupati Sandy Reddy, who picked up 2 wickets earlier when he bowled, and now he takes his 2nd catch of the day. So it's been an excellent day so far for him in the field, doing the job with ball in hand and when the ball reaches his hand. So good stuff here as they get that all-important wicket of Mansur Ali, and more importantly, this leaves the danger man, Saran Ahmed, stranded at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I get the feeling, I mean, that's a great catch actually, by the way. He does really well to get there. So Sandy Reddy already proving what an asset he is to his side. But I get the feeling that all that shouting to Ali was basically saying, hey, why are you taking the 2? Just take the single, because you're the set batter. And I think you can see exactly what's going on. First, he's probably saying, yaar, achhi batting go diya, bahut badaiyan tano apni 50 ni. Now he's just saying, okay, get ready. All I want to do is trying to get you on strike. That's what he's saying. Whether that's what he demonstrates or not, we'll see. He's probably going to have a big swing at this. Well, he does, but he gets the single. So look at him go. That's the quickest we've seen anybody run today. And, well, I tell you what, he's been out there a long time, Ahmed. But watch him go here. Watch that. And nobody's run quicker today. He wants to get back on strike. Of course he does, and that's the right thing to do.
No, that's a real sprinter's effort. This one's a fuller delivery. It's struck down the ground and goes straight to Sandy Reddy, a man who's been very good in the field. So he finds the wrong fielder, Ahmed, and you can see just a forlorn look. He knows he's missed out on an opportunity.
Napa Royal Kings, highest team score of the day so far. And this has been firmly hit. He's trying to get it in the gap. Well, you'd have to say these two, Sandy Reddy and the other fielders on this side of the field, that's a putty. Fielded very well. The ground fielding has been good. So, okay, the last ball will be faced by Ahmed, who's batted beautifully all the way through the innings.
Goes for a big shot here, and is this going to go to the fielder? It goes right under his hand. He actually tried to go for the catch rather than backing up, and that might have cost him there. Oh, if he only stays on the boundary rope, I think he's got a chance of putting his body behind it and stopping it. In the end, that gamble, probably an unnecessary gamble, costs his side a few extra runs as the Napa Royal Kings end up with a very, very healthy score of 146. We're not going to be seeing too many sides score this many runs, but Napa Royal Kings are now in a commanding position heading into the second innings.
Yeah, they certainly are. They got 70 of the first 5, and sometimes we see teams slow down a little in the second, but they didn't. They added the 70 plus 6 more as they finished on 146. Once again, you saw another team that had a few extras go their way, and this was, you saw them early on, and this one was a minimum as it went all the way to the boundary. We saw some good hitting, but I have to say early on the Cyprus Super Kings, they were picking up wickets as well, so it was going to be interesting. But one thing I liked about this, the Napa boys is they never did have a nap, did they? They just kept coming out and blasting the ball, and that's the positive approach. That's the way you got to play this format. They played it well. They got the runs on the board, and well, they'll be looking to get their first victory on a European Cricket Series. As we see another ball go for 5 wides.
Yeah, extras were a problem for the Super Kings as well. They gave up 31 runs of extras too. So them and the Nicosia Tigers are going to have a little bit of a competition for who can have the most undisciplined bowling in this tournament. Take a look at some of these shots over here. This was that beautiful edge which they managed to draw. Sarpreet Singh was dismissed there by Subareti Alavala, who was initially the only man who could buy a wicket for the Super Kings. This was, well, that's not exactly what you want to see from your fielder. He decided not to go for the catch, backed up and gave up the 4 anyway. And take a look at some of this sweet striking by Saron Ahmed. The man made 67 of 28, 8 boundaries, 5 sixes. This was a delightful innings. A true left-handers in one.
Yeah, it was a great innings. I love to see the old wagon wheel on that. This one, Richards was in danger in the tower. But yeah, he played shots all around the ground, and his timing was beautiful. This was a good wicket as well. I think that was when you got Sandy ready to come back, and you said, right, come on, we need something to happen. And he answered the captain's prayers. Very good catch there taken in the deep from the fielder. So you looked like they were going to just slow them down a little bit, but it weren't to be, because that man there, what an innings that is. Saron Ahmed, he bats all the way through the innings. He doesn't even bat. The other thing, a remarkable thing about that innings is he doesn't bat more than half the deliveries as well, 28 deliveries, but still gets to a very good 67 score. Well batted. And I think the other batters, the way they batted and the style and the format they batted in, they batted well around him as well.
No, they certainly did, and that was the thing he had. He was the anchor that held together that innings, and then he had loads of nice supporting acts and little cameos to surround him. And going back to the talk about his wagon wheel, he made 63 runs, 61 of them on the onside. I think they should have made some tactical adjustments looking at the way he was batting.
Yeah, you're spot on there. That's exactly what I was about to say. I think sometimes we've seen that a few times from the captains. They're not really picking up on the way the batters are actually playing their scoring runs. And you can quite easily make changes to a field to accommodate that. But take nothing away from him. He gets 67 runs on the board. And like I say, the other thing I like about that no batter, you look at that, okay, Sai Tanvir 7 off 6, but look at the others. No batters really used up too many deliveries. They went out there, they played in a positive way. If you click, you click. If you don't, get out of the way and let somebody else come out there. And that's what they did. And I'm liking that from them. But Cyprus Super Kings, let's see. Look, we didn't know anything or too much about the Nepal Royal Kings. I know their team playing their first European Cricket Series. Some of those players we know from before. I think the same can be said about the Cyprus Super Kings. So maybe there's a star in the making from them as well. As we look at the bowling figures, 3 wickets from Alvala. Well, if it weren't for him, it could have really been nasty, couldn't it? And also 2 for Sandy Reddy. If you take their figures away from it, the other bowlers, as you can see, got absolutely hammered.
Yeah, that's not a very pretty sight if you're a Cyprus Super Kings fan. And then you look at the 31 runs of extras. It's like watching the Nicosia Tigers again. You're going to have to clean that act up to Cyprus Super Kings. But they've got a chance to make remedies with the bat in hand. It's going to take quite a monumental effort, but we've seen teams do that before in Cyprus. Join us again in a few minutes as we bring you the Super Kings Chase.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Eeps and Us for the second innings of the fourth match of our quintuple header. We just saw a blistering first innings here for the Napa Royal Kings as they hammered the Super Kings all over the park to set up a target of 147. They were in a very healthy position here. The Super Kings have really got their backs up against the wall, but this is a chance for them to show their proficiency with the bat. As we're going to see Syed Tanvir come into ball this first over. It's a nice fuller delivery, goes for the drive there, Putty, but makes no contact with that ball, wasn't anywhere near it. This is good bowling, of course, by Tanvir. He's supposed to bowl full and straight with the field setting he's got right now. He's got a man out and long off and long on to start off the power play. Expecting to bowl full and straight over here. Pulls his length a little bit back there. Wonder if that was a bluff or just him slightly going wrong with his length, but regardless, it's a dot ball. Of course, Putty, he's really going to have to get going here very quickly. He won't really have much of a chance to get his eye in, as there's simply not enough balls for them to do that. And this falls just short of the fielder, a short third man. Gets a little bit of extra bounce there, Tanvir. Seems to be slightly surprising Putty with the bounce he's managing to get. Of course, this pitch is one where you do generate quite a lot of pace on this mat. It's good batting and bowling wicket. There it is, and once again, just pulls his length back there, Tanvir, and it's completely whiffs at it, but he's not actually even managed to get close to a ball so far, which is extremely concerning from the Super Kings' point of view. Super Kings here, what's got to be the plan? Is it just go out there and try to hit as much as you can?
Yeah, thing is though, yes, the problem is that when batters have that approach, they end up swinging and missing, and actually seeing here more than hit. I think it's far better just to get the first few balls under your belt, play him out, get singles, avoid dots, and you can see he's thinking, and you can understand it to a way, he's thinking 15 runs per over required. So I'm going to go out there, I'm going to try and hit every ball to the boundary. The thing is though, the harder he tries now, the more it's going to be. And now because he's missed 4 balls on the spin, he's now decided, or there's no point, or 5 in the spin now, he's now decided no point in trying that, anything different. So it's just going to be, well, what's this? So we're going to start with a maiden. So it's the worst possible start. And that's what happens. He would have been, if he went out there with a different approach, say, right, okay, we'll get into this. Let me just get the first ball off the bat, get a single, get a run to my name. If you take that approach, sometimes it's better. He's going out there thinking, right, I want to go big. In the end, he's gone flat. He hasn't got anything. So, well, Putty, nothing's happened there for him. That's a maiden over for Tanvir.
Yeah, they're now going to somehow have to find a way to chase this behemoth of a target in 9 overs.
Yeah.
They've made their task monumentally harder. And that's the first maiden of course, this ECS tournament here in Cyprus. And we see Alivala, the man who picked up 3 wickets. He's now going to have to do quite a lot with the bat as well.
Yeah, well, his task has just become even harder because now that score of sort of a 150 now it's looking more of a 163 because, well, that's now 7 balls without any runs. A good delivery. I'm liking this from Hamza. The first ball comes out right. And as a bowler, when you're bowling your very first, so this is the first time we're seeing them out there. So when your first ball comes out perfectly right, you're thinking, hey, yeah, okay, I'm on song today. That's exactly what Tanvir was thinking. And now Hamza, he gets the first one out and it's in the right spot. Good areas from him.
Yeah, once again, he continues that plan of bowling wider, but the umpire calls this one wide.
Yeah,
this will be an interesting one to look at.
I don't know about it. Let's see. And I don't think that one is, to be fair, but the umpires have been pretty consistent. If it's there or thereabout, they're calling them. So
yeah, I think Hamza is just a victim of being a left-hander in that case. I think it's just one of those where you're more likely to see called if you're a left-handed bowler. And he adjusts his line. That's the first run off the bat for the Super Kings. It's come all the way in the 8th delivery of the innings.
Yeah, it's the first time the ball's hit the bat as well, and they've run, and it was an extremely good pick up and throw from the fielder. And he really does attack it, gets the throw in, and I think if that had hit, it would have been out. Liking the detail, I have to say, on all the kits that we're seeing here. And I think the Napa Royal Kings, well, there is a little bit of a royalty about that kit. I'm loving the action happening there in the back. Good bit of detail.
This one struck away for a single. Goes straight to the man at cover. Certainly is. It looks like a very well-designed kit. I believe it's inspired off the New Zealand jersey, just having a look at the back of it.
Yeah, it's that sort of mainly all black on the front, but then you've got a lot of detail happening there at the back. So, yeah, it's good. I'm liking it. Talking of jerseys, I've just seen Everest. Everest are playing 3 matches today, and they're playing the last match, match number 5 of the day, and they've shown up. And it looks like they've got a fresh kit on. It's different. A team with 2 kits. I'm liking that as well from Everest. I don't mind that at all. It's a bit more advertising for your sponsors. So it's not happening here at the moment, Nish. I mean, they need to go at a big rate, and it's all, well, they've only just warmed up the engine. Still running cold. It's another swing and a miss, but it gets away from, it's going to get 4 byes from this. The wicketkeeper won't be happy. Rabul Bahil with that effort needs to stop this. And this one, I think he nutmegs it. Yeah, he does. Goes straight through his legs, and once it gets past you on this outfield, going to race away. It's very not too dissimilar to the outfield that we just had 2 weeks of in Portugal. That one was like an upside down fruit bowl, where anything that goes past it just races away, but finely cut and quick and hard. This is very similar.
It's a good length there by Hamza, and that's really where he's been on the money. He's got those lines and lengths right, and that's one of the reasons why left-handed seamers are so popular in limited overs cricket. They're great at just cutting the angle to the right-handers, as the Super Kings are just at 7 runs at the end of 2 overs. Only 2 of these runs actually coming from the batsmen themselves, which is gotta be a tough watching if you're a Super Kings fan.
Yeah, it is going to be tough. We are, of course, in Cyprus. Cyprus's flag is white with a coppery orangey coloured map of the entire island on the centre, and 2 olive branches. Well, the olive branches, well, that signifies peace between the Greek and the Turk Cypriots, and it's also the only flag, well, not the only, it's one flag of 2 that has the map of its country on its flag. Do you know which the other one is? I'll put that out to the chat. There you go. So this one gets played out timely for, well, they do take a single, but the batters are running into all types of trouble. So Cyprus is the first country in the world to include its map on its flag. Which is the other country?
Am I allowed to take a guess at that one?
Once we have let the chat have it first, and you can tell us if somebody in the chat gets it right. Cyprus also was once a gift from Roman General Mark Antony to the Queen of Egypt, Cleopatra. So Cyprus has been around then.
No, Cyprus has had quite a few rulers, of course. After the Romans, as part of the Byzantine Empire, then Isaac Kimpenenis. We had the Knights Templar as well. He is as a base. That's one of the reasons why Cyprus is famous for the Commanderia wine.
So come on, you bright sparkies on the chat. Give us the answer. Which other country? This one's a bit of a swing, so nothing on it at all. Which other country has its map on its flag? Let's see how many bright sparks we've got out there. I'm sure somebody on our chat will get there. If not, it's going to go over to Nish. Ali with the ball. And it's just a chip over the fielder. I'll take one. Oh, one batter's running into trouble. Good throw, he's in trouble. But fortunately for him, he's got time to get back.
Yeah, I think the one thing he credited Napa Royal Kings for in their first inning was the fact that nobody hung around longer than they needed to.
Yeah.
They either hit out or they get out, and that's been the complete opposite for the Super Kings, where these 2 were just sort of dilly-dallying around, both of them batting at 2 runs of 8 balls. And again, they're bowling a lot back of a lot here, the Napa Royal Kings. They're looking to dig it in, and neither one of these batsmen has shown their ability to actually get underneath the ball and scoop some of these over the fielders.
You know, the difference is I think the batters here, you see, they're trying to give themselves room by moving down the leg side. And the bowlers so far have just followed them, which has been tucking them up. So really, they should be doing the complete opposite, try and go the other way and hook or pull. See, once again, look where he is. You're not going to hit a ball that's going over the stumps or over leg stump from that area. Got to try and go the other way and clip it away.
Yeah, this is absolutely shocking. 9 for no loss at the end of 3 overs. I don't think I've ever seen that in any power play in any of the games I've seen. Just going at 3 and over.
Yeah, it's not. There's not too much power in the play as we have a look at the skies above. It's a bit of cloud about, and I have to say that I think I'm probably quite pleased that we've had a bit of cloud going. It's we've had a little bit of breeze around now and again, because I think if it weren't for that, it would be really, really hot and sticky. And I know that the temperatures, having a look at the forecast, it's going to get hotter and hotter.
I think Connor might have had the right guess. My guess certainly matches Connor's.
Okay, so give me your guess.
It's Kosovo, just like Connor went with.
You are right. Well done, Connor. I knew somebody would get it pretty quick. We got some bright people on chat. Yeah, well done. You are right, Connor. So give yourself a pat on the back. And that maybe I like that. I think we should have. Hey, you're the expert. I want you to come up with. There you go. That's your task. You're going to come up with a few questions a day for our global family on Cyprus, and let's just see. Let's see if we can snooker them. Let's see if the likes of Connor is always going to get them, or we're going to leave them hanging for a bit. Hello to Nick Devonshire. I don't know what he's saying sorry for. We're fine. No worries. Let it charge up. Singh. Now Singh, I mean, he's certainly going to put a bit of effort. We've got to keep an eye on Singh at the moment. I've been informed that his batting form at the moment is not at his best, including, I mean, what we've seen him in domestic cricket and also following on for his little stint at the ECL. He's on, well, that last innings of his, he was out first ball. That's 5 golden ducks he's had on the spin. Now, I don't know if there's a word for that. We could probably look it up, but 5 on the spin. So he's going for, well, it's not a double hat-trick 6, is it? The sixth golden duck when we see him in the next.
It's a Fort Knox of golden ducks with that many golden ducks he's accomplished. He could really back a whole currency with all that bullion, as this one just whizzes past the batsman. Of course, he does have a pretty good career, though, in terms of bowling here in the ECS. He's managed to pick up 6 wickets in the 11 overs he's bowled. His economy rate, though, a little bit worrying at just under 11.5.
Yeah, but what he'll tell you is that, hey, I go out there to hit the ball. If I miss it, I'm out early. I leave more balls on the table for the other batters. Well, this one is quite a testing one. It's called a wide, but I'd like to see the height on it. Maybe it does dip enough. Let's see. And yeah, it does. It's I think it's supposed a sort of disguised slower delivery, which he gets completely wrong. So wide ball called.
That's a better length by Hardeep Singh. Could take a bottom edge, and fielder has a shy at the stumps, but the batsman was well in, so it wouldn't have mattered either way.
Wicket keeper Bahela having a real low go at the fielder there, saying, hey, what are you doing? You should have got that jumps quicker, but it shouldn't be worrying too much here. That rate has already, we're only into the 4th over. They already need, from here on in, what we call magical overs to win the match, and we haven't seen too many magical overs in the day. This is hit pretty well, and well, that's a very cool laid-back stop from the fielder. I think that's Tanvir up there, but then, well, they do still smuggle another. They get 2 from it. This wasn't the best of throws. So 2 come off that one.
We're nearing the end of the 4th over. Both these batsmen batting at strike rates of 25 and 30 respectively. At this stage, they both need to consider retiring Hurd if this continues.
I think I'm with you 100% because there's no wickets have been lost. This one will just poodle. I like the way they're looking to try and convert the 1s into 2s, but no boundaries at all. And I think, look, at this point, yeah, just do it. Just say, all right, guys, you two, you pairing, you've had 24 deliveries, you've given us 16 runs. Let's try somebody else. you know, you've got to do it. I think the Cyprus Super Kings just playing this match today, so that they at the moment haven't really got anything positive to take back with them. I think a couple of guys did bowl well. I mean, I saw Alvala, who's out there, certainly bowled well, took 3 wickets, but with the bat, they just can't get going here. So just chewing up deliveries. And look at that gap. I mean, I don't think I've quite seen it any bigger than that.
Yeah, that's you could pass a couple of aircraft carriers through that gap. That's how wide it is. And well, it's just really not much that the Royal Kings need to change from here. Everything's going perfect, but my eyes are on Venkat Reddy Amani, the captain of this side. Surely he's just got to call in a couple of these batsmen if neither of them get going here. I'd go for the old, you know, declaration from the pavilion-style wave. Up, come back in, guys. And in comes Singh. That's a wider delivery as a little bit of enthusiasm by Singh, who's, of course, playing his first ever ECS match.
Okay, so another bowler. So Singh coming into the attacks.
This one's just going to be tucked away for a single, but singles just won't do the trick here. This run rate's already at above 22, which basically means they need a 4 on every ball. I think we're well past the stage where even much of a captaincy change or changing the batsman would do anything, but they've got to think about their net run rate as well. I mean, if they lose this, I'll just continue that thought after this one. Is this going to trickle away for the first 4? It will! We've had to wait till the 5th over, but we finally have a boundary. This is a little late cut, helped by the fielder. Goes off his knee, but they deserve a bit of charity.
He actually, well, I was going to say, it would have been, it's not one that is all bat either, is it? It's more knee than bat, as that gets kneecapped to the boundary. But, well, it's a moment. They get their first boundary in a European Cricket Series. So maybe that will spark them into a bit more of a life. But at the moment, it's not looking good, is it? All right, positives. What positives can they take from this so far? Talking, of course, of the Cyprus Super Kings. Not too many apart from what Alvarez bowling.
I mean, at this stage, I almost wonder if the Napa Royal Kings don't want to get these 2 out.
Yeah, I mean, tactical stuff is very important. I mean, that rate going higher and higher and higher. Sarabjit will give another boundary away. It goes as buys. Won't go down to his figures. The wicketkeeper not able to deal with it. So there's another 4, the second. So we've seen a 4 off a knee. Now we see one that, well, misses everything, goes all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, that's now 10 runs of extra, 14 runs actually, off extras so far. So half the runs in this paltry Super Kings total have come of extras. Doesn't say much about the batting performance. The batsman advances down the crease. Will this finally go for 4 as we see a second one? This is a truly good cricketing shot. He came down the wicket and he hit the ball in the half volley and he gets a boundary. This is more of what we need to see from this side.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's waited till this, the 5th over, to use his feet and come dancing down the track and play a glorious shot through the covers. I mean, that's what you need to be doing right from the word go when you're needing 15 and over. But now, you just think, like you said it, they're needing literally a boundary every ball. He's left it a little late, and you think that every time there's not a boundary, whether it's a 1, whether it's a 2, or an unlikely 3, it's a win-win situation for the Napa Royal Kings. So the 5th over comes to an end. So 5 overs complete, 32 on the board. Yeah, I was asking you if there's going to be any highlights that you take away if you're the Super Kings player from Cyprus. I mean, what are you seeing? I mean, you're seeing there with the batting, certainly isn't anything there. What can they take away from this and come back more positive when we see him again?
I think it has to be the 2 bowling performances, Sandy Reddy and Alavara. I think those 2 were the 2 standouts with the ball. Otherwise, it really is very grim, and I'm struggling to look for positives here. You'd have to find a more optimistic person than me.
Yeah, well, this man certainly got plenty of positives behind him. The man is coming off the bowl now, Saran Ahmed. Batted beautifully, the left-hander, and now comes on the have a bowl. Just catches the toe end of the bat there. And already eyeing up, I think, the player of the match performance. And if he gets a wicket here, I think you might as well put it in the bag.
Yeah, Tanvir started off the match with a maiden over.
I don't think this is Tanvir. I think this is Ahmed. I think that's an error there on your screen. So that's an error there from the wicketkeeper. Is a bat ejection and everything. Yeah, I think you got. It's I think it's 101 on the back, which is Seren Ahmed. I think we've seen this confusion a few times. I don't think it is Tanvir. So it's probably wrong on the graphics. We'll probably get updated in a moment.
Yeah, certainly you can see the little tape marking in the end there. So it probably is Seren Ahmed, the man who had a brilliant 67 in the first innings. Now coming on to add a little cherry on top to his already wonderful performance. And this is a fuller delivery. Is this going to go the distance? No, it won't. And he's going to add to his half century with a wicket. He's pretty much cementing his place as the man of the match. Well, usually you'd say a bowling side getting their first wicket in the 6th over is quite concerning. Not in this match, as these two have both been content to play at strike rates of 50 and 60. It's not been a good partnership, even though it's lasted this long. And nice simple catch there. Probably made it a little harder for himself, Hardeep. I'm sure if he'd stuck to the boundary rope, he could have caught it at chest height, but that doesn't matter. He's managed to snaffle the catch, and the Super Kings are 33 for 1 in the middle of the 6th over.
Yeah, good catch from Hardeep Singh. He leaps high, takes it clean, so they lose a wicket. Well, the thing is, though, I think what you said earlier, they probably would be more than happy to have just left those two out there. So interesting what a wicket can do. Well, he brings a new man out there, and that's Abba Saqlain. But Saqlain, well, he's got to go like a speedy express train if he's going to get them anywhere near this court. But the thing, you touched on something earlier, and we were talking about things like the net run rate. I think that could be really key. So one that when you're a team and you know that it's, I mean, look, let's face it, 25 plus and over required. It's very, very unrealistic. So as a team now, what you're saying to yourself is, right, if we're not going to win the match, let's lose it well. And the way to lose it well is to try and get close to the score, and that improves your net run rate. Because I think what you're going to find, I personally think, that in each group, the two teams that'll lose out, it'll go down to net run rate. I really do. Top 4 go through to that, I think we call it the Super Saturday, when 8 teams come together. So it's a SFC, Super Quarter-Final state, but all the other 2 teams will lose out the bottom 2 from each group, and I think net run rate is going to be so key. So this is one thing that the Cyprus Super Kings can do here, is just try and reduce the margin and not really get beaten too badly, as this will help. There's going to be 4 more. So Singh coming across to trying to stop the boundary, not able to do so. And again, you know, we were talking about this before. You got 2 batters out there, there's nothing happening. Don't be afraid to pull them off and say, hey guys, look, for the good of the team, for no shortage of trying, it's not happening. You're coming out, 2 more going in, and a new man comes in and hits a 4 the very first ball he faces.
Yeah, that has to be rubbing a bit of salt on the Super Kings fans' wounds over there. There's another fuller delivery. Ahmed will just about skewer this one away towards point. It's just going to be a single for him there. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. But it's also from the other point of view for the Napa Royal Kings. I mean, they'll want to try to beat them as convincingly as they can. So let's see how they go. Are they going to be a bit more defensive in these remaining overs? Are they going to go even more attacking, go for the kill? Let's see how they approach it. Yeah, this one's just struck straight back to the bowler. Chance for a run out. But I think the batsman were probably right back there on time. But I like that from Ahmed. He knows his side is on top, and he wants to keep the pressure on those Super Kings. Let's take a look at this. Struck right back to the bowler, and I just wonder if there was a hit. Was there a chance for a run out?
Yeah, when I saw that first out, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, hit. If he hits, I think he's in trouble, and I think that replay probably just backs that up. So they get a slight bit of acceleration. Abba Saqlain comes out, and he scored 5 with 2 deliveries so far. But yeah, I think Subaredi Alvala, he's now got to decide, right, okay, it's time for me. I'm not doing myself or the team any favours. We need to get more positive things out of this contest. So if I'm not scoring runs, I need to get out of the way and let somebody else go out there who can get a knock in and maybe get a bit of confidence going into the matches tomorrow. New bowler. Singh to continue.
Fuller delivery. Is this one going to go straight to the fielder? That's going to be a tough catch, but he's going to take it. That might be the catch of the day. Brilliant stuff. He had to run to his left. He had the boundary rope right behind him, and he somehow managed to keep himself inside the limit. And he's taken this catch, so it's a brilliant one. And Suck Lane's very short cameo comes to an end. Take a bow. That was a brilliant catch.
Yeah, great catch there from Justy. I thought he's going to take this and maybe go over the rope. Well, his cap does, but not me, he says. That's a really good catch. Good reward for Hardeep Singh. The two Singhs combined together. And, well, a wicket gets taken. Well, when Hardeep came out and he went for the big shot, well, he's probably sneaked in an Alu Pronto too now because he's bowling like a demon and he picks a wicket. But Jasdeep Singh, well, he too plays a big part in that wicket.
This one's just played down to long on, so of course that's some very interesting dietary advice there. Of course, have your aloo paranthas before you go out to bat.
Got to be done. Got to be done. You need a bit of power. Jaan chahiye hai, thodi ji jaan talak chahiye hai. Anyway, Hardeep, he's putting an effort in here with the ball.
Nice Fuller delivery. That was close to the block hole, and I really like this stuff by the Royal Kings. Their bowling has been very disciplined, and I like the use of the Yorker. They've used it the right way. They've had it as a weapon. They've not become too obsessed with it.
Yeah, I'm liking this from the Napa boys, Napa Royal Kings. This one's been well hit, and this will go all the way. A nice shot. Well, that's a good reply. But once again, look, Inanimi is in now, the captain. And once again, two men that have come to the crease, both of them hitting boundaries within the first couple of balls of them being out in the middle. And I think that just goes to show that the Cyprus Super Kings, well, they could have made more of a contest off this. Could have got closer if well, the two openers, Pati and Alavala, didn't spend so much time doing a little bit of tiki-taka there in the middle.
Yeah, it's the first 6 of the innings for the Super Kings. It's come all the way in the 7th over. That's far too long a wait. And he pulls his length back here. Hardeep, this one's going to be tucked away, and it's going to go towards square leg. So finally, it's the captain himself, Imani, who's hitting a few boundaries, and he probably wishes he'd batted higher up the order or considered retiring the openers. As he hits a 6 and a 4, so this is the fastest flurry of runs we've seen for the Super Kings. But despite all this, that run rate basically demands that they hit a 6 of pretty much every ball. And he goes for the big heave over there. That'll end the over. So Hardeep Singh with very respectable figures of 1 of 20. Seems expensive, but in the context of this match, but that's normally pretty good. As we take a look at this fantasy dashboard, of course, right after this game at 3:30 Central European time, which will just be about 34 minutes from now, we'll have this Napa Royal Kings side coming back out to face Everest, who are currently 0-2, and they better not find themselves in an 0-3 hole. Otherwise, it'll be a terrible Monday for them.
Yeah, it's a huge match, really, for Everest, but Everest will be looking on here, and they would have seen just what the Napa Royal Kings have done so far in this match, and they'll be thinking, well, we've definitely got a match on our hands. The Napa Royal Kings have batted well, and I've been very impressed with their bowling as well. They bowled good lines, and their fielding. Their all-round game has been very tidy. This is into the pads, the optimistic appeal. In comes the throw, and the wicket-keeper needed to leave this. I think if this is on the stumps, it would have been out. I mean, have a look at this. It's not out, LBW, but watch the throw. And I reckon if he had left this, we might see this from side on. I think if he's left it alone, he would have been in trouble. This is Tanvir now. I like the way the umpire says, let me turn around, let me have a good look at your back. It's not Tanvir, it is Ahmed. So he's saying, let me just see if there's a 10 or it's a 1 in there somewhere. There is a 1. This one is too wide, down the leg side. So Ahmed does come back into the attack. Only 6 game of his first over. Those scores by over, by the way, let me just give you what they were the first 5 overs. 0, 7 of the second, 2 of the third, 8 of the fourth, and then we had that 15 of subject team. But other than that, it's been low key.
Yeah, it's just been a very underwhelming performance by the Super Kings. It's not the way to start a tournament. It certainly isn't one that will fill any of their followers with much confidence. You want to, at the very least, leave these sort of matches with a few positives. I know Everest lost a couple of matches to start off, but we saw a lot of good things from them that would encourage one, going forward in this tournament. But, you're really clutching at straws trying to find something good for the Super Kings here. That's a brilliant slower ball, and Ahmed's brilliant day continues to get even better. That's his second wicket, and this man can do no wrong today. He was thwacking it all over the park when he had the bat in hand, and now with the ball in hand, he's looking just as adept. And this might be a man who potentially we have to look at for the rest of this tournament as one of those danger impact players. Let's have a good look at this. Batsman looks to move across, and he pretty much nutmegs him, doesn't he, Ahmed?
Yeah, it does. And what was good about this wicket, and you can see the celebration, that's how much it means to him, is that he goes wide. He really gets a different angle into the right hand. The right-hander doesn't get in line with it, loses his stumps. And yeah, I mean, you're right. I think we're looking at a serious player there in Saran Ahmed. You're also looking at the player of the match. It's still a fair way to go in this match, but I think with the runs that he scored on the board, a superb knock from him, wasn't it, when he brought his half century up, scoring 67 of 28 deliveries, and now he's picked up a twofer and only given 8 runs away. A few people asking on the chat, the likes of John Gray, about where we are with the golden ball count. We can give you some info on that maybe after this one. I think Martins is finding a graphic for us. We'll put it up at the end of this over. But I think you're absolutely right. I think the 100 matches without a golden ball will be coming up probably at the end of the day. So are we going to break that or not? Well, we'll have to wait and see. And I think if it is going to happen, it'll be in the match between Everest and the guys that you're seeing out there in the field at the moment who are looking the part, Naparol Kings. And gets played out. And once again, I think the all-round game from them, Nish, has been so much better, isn't it? The batting's been good. I like the way that they went about the batting. They didn't really focus on not losing wickets. It was an all-out attack. I like the way the bowlers are bowled. They bowled good areas. Just have a look at the line that's been bowled here by Ahmed. And they've been good in the field as well. Again, it's full. They're not bowling too many short deliveries. And even this one, he chases hard. In comes the throw, and there's once again, another one that perhaps, if it was a direct hit, could have been interesting. And backing up as well, that's key. You can see there seems to be that bit of energy about them. And they're desperate to get a first win on debut.
Yeah, and the fact that they've actually had so many dot balls and so many quiet overs means they've actually managed to get over their overs a lot quicker as well. They've got a good 8 minutes and 45 seconds to get through this penultimate over, which is very, very healthy. As we take a look at this graph over here, that's a very ugly sight there if you're a Cyprus Super Kings fan, as we alluded earlier. That's quite a huge gap. You could take a ship right through there. You could drive a bus right through it. That is not looking good. They are nowhere near where they need to be, the Super Kings. I think the most alarming stat is there's only been 2 overs, which have even been double digits in runs.
This is a nice looking shot, but the catch goes down. And well, that's a big let off, and that's a big surprise. Hardeep Singh is normally safe as houses, so it's very unusual to see him put one down.
Yeah, a lot of apologies to all of his teammates right after putting that one down, but luckily the match situation is at a point where it's not going to affect the outcome of this game too much. And he flights this one up, and it's knocked down to long on, and indeed it is a no ball called. So I think Singh's been one of the few bowlers who's actually looked a bit shaky for the Napa Royal Kings.
I think this is given for front. Was it front or the return crease? Well, don't see. It must have been just before on the return crease that it was given for. It's back in the area of Singh, and Singh, after putting the catch down earlier, goes back to what he does best, gets right behind it, watches the bounce, deals with it cleanly.
And we're seeing Sandy Reddy, who is so good with the ball, now out there with bat in hand. He's going to strike this away, and it's going to go to point. So this over is going along quite as usual. Of course, now, if you're looking at this as Everest, what sort of notes would you have taken on the Napa Royal Kings, and what would Everest do here potentially to maybe try to attack this Napa side differently to what the Super Kings did?
Yeah, good question. This one gets worked away. So Sarabjit just losing his shape slightly. I think Everest, what I liked about them is they were very similar in what, especially in their first match, what we saw from Napa Royal Kings is their positiveness with the batting. And I think they will know that the Napa Super Kings, or Royal Kings I should say, are exactly the same. They will be very positive. But it's all about lines, bowl good lines, good areas, because I think they're the sort of team already demonstrated that if you bowl badly to them, they will punish you. And of course, I think Ahmed, you've got to watch Ahmed, and see if there's a weakness. And to be honest, from what we saw in that last innings, he played shots all around the park, so there's no real weakness. But you've got to go bowl well. But the other thing is, if you get an opportunity, you've got to take it. And with the ball, or they've just got to, just get the ball right up there, trying to create chances. And when they're batting, I think they've already seen that what I liked about Napa Royal Kings is, I know it's only the first match, but they've got the ball right up there. All the bowlers have bowled a good length. They haven't bowled too many half trackers, and they haven't bowled too much on the legs, so they've made the batters work for their runs. They've made it difficult, and their fielding has been pretty good. So it's going to be, let's be honest about it, I think going into a match when they've already lost 2 matches in the day and they're playing the 3rd match, it's going to be a long day for them. It's going to be probably a little bit tired as well, even though they've got fresh new kit, which I'm liking. It's going to be a tough match. I really think it's going to be a tough match. But really, sometimes you can't judge a team just by one performance. So Napa Royal Kings, even though they have been outstanding here, and they're going to thrash, aren't they? They're going to thrash the Cyprus Super Kings. But you can't lead too much into just one match.
As we head into this final over, it's a dot ball to start off, and I would certainly add to that the fact that I think the Super Kings' poor performance has really helped the Napa quite a bit. They've played some very poor strokes. We see the second delivery. This one is struck away, and it's going to be collected on the hop by Ahmed. And look at the confidence. That's a throw of a man who's had almost nothing go wrong for him so far today.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you're seeing a performance from a side in the field that have had no pressure put on them at all for the word dot. I mean, here we go. There's another wicket. So it's a straightforward catch. He says, can I take this one home with me? Well, maybe after the match you can. That's nicely done. Ricky on his back. And there's Karanveer Singh taking a good catch. And another wicket goes down. So it's wickets falling quickly. It's Singh doing the bowling. This is the other Singh. So we saw Sarabjit Singh bowl the over before. This is Sarpreet Singh. Sarpreet Singh does the bowling. And it is Karanveer Singh that takes the catch. But yeah, from the word go, and remember that first over was a maiden. And when you're chasing a score of almost 150 and you're giving them, and you see out a maiden right at the beginning, you're on the back foot from the word go. Well, this one goes through one, but Hardeep Singh is there as ever to focus and gets a good throw in. And batters do get 2. So it's a big loss for the Cyprus Super Kings. When it was going to be a battle of the 2 kings, it's the Napa Royal Kings that are victorious. And, here comes the throw. Once again, batters complete the single. So Alvala, I suppose he's been a highlight, hasn't he, for the Cyprus Super Kings? He bowled well. He's batting pretty well.
I think one thing I will add, though, is that they've certainly, this Napa Royal Kings, where we see this final ball of this innings, and that'll put the Cyprus Super Kings out of their misery now that this innings is done. One thing I will say, though, it's 31 extras given up by this Super Kings side. You compare that to Everest, 5 runs of extras in their first game, and 9 runs of extras in their second game. They've been the best side in terms of not giving freebies away, and I think that's going to be a big difference. I think regardless of what we saw in this match, it's going to be a much tougher match coming up for the Napa Royal Kings, who, congratulations to them for this absolute demolition of the Super Kings.
Yeah, certainly is. In the end, they end up with a victory by I think it's a 73-run victory in the end. So well done indeed. So yeah, they're just going for the motions. I think also when you got to back-to-back matches like the Napa Royal Kings have, you want the first one to be a fairly easy one. They haven't had to work too hard, and I think an opportunity was taken to get a few bowlers to turn their arm over as well. So they're ready for action as well. So you can see the 2 teams, the 2 kings, they're shaking hands with each other, but it was the Napa Royal Kings that have walked away with the points, and they're looking to double their point tally when they take on the team that have been maybe unlucky this first day so far, Everest. They've got 2 defeats against their name, but they're looking to bounce back strong in this next match. Everest taking on the Napa Royal Kings as we get ready to look at the highlights.
Yeah, this highlight reel will look more like a low light reel for the Cyprus Eagles. Not much happened, of course, at the beginning of this match. We saw a very, very slow opening partnership where both the batsmen were going along at strike rates of 50 or 60, and it reached a point where we were discussing whether it is tactically viable for the Napa Royal Kings to just keep the 2 opening batsmen out there as long as possible. I mean, just take a look at this. The opening partnership, 33 runs of 33 balls to start off. That is simply not good enough, and there was one of the first wickets of the day. And this one there, it's a nice whack. Not too many boundaries really to look at. That was a beautiful catch there by Jasdeep Singh. That was certainly brilliant and deserves all the applause he can get for that. As we see, one of the few boundaries that were struck by the Super Kings side, who leave this game with very, very few positives to look at. And there he is, the man himself, Saran Ahmed. He had a near perfect day. Almost nothing went wrong for him. The 67 came out, took a couple of wickets. That was one of the few blips of the day so far for the Royal Kings that we saw earlier, that drop catch. This one, though, he wanted to take the ball with him. I'm sure he can now that the game is over, and his side accomplished this absolute demolition of their Royal rivals as they win this one by 75 runs. That was a very, very one-sided affair, and will do their net run rate a world of good in what could be an extremely tight finish to this group.
Yeah, no surprise at all that Saran Ahmed will pick up the Player of the Match award. It was just a classy all-round performance from him. The left-hander batted beautifully, 67 to 28, and then 2 for 12 in this one as well. What can you say about the Super Kings? Well, really, I think they just needed to get the openers out the way earlier, and if they could have done, different things could have happened. It wasn't to be. But they'll be disappointed themselves that the first time that they've been out there in the middle of the European Cricket Series, they couldn't have accounted for themselves better. But at least they will learn what it is like to be out there. So they would have got that out of their way. And I think we're going to see them come back better and stronger. Well, we're going to have to, aren't we? And we're going to have to see the same from Everest that come into the next match against the Napa Royal Kings as we have a look at their bowlers. And I think, yeah, they used the opportunities to use all of their bowlers, get ready for the next match. Hardeep Singh, I think he was classy. I think we're going to see a lot more from him. Good with the ball and in the field as well. But Saran Ahmed, the player of the match, I think his 2 wickets were fantastic. He's going to cause a lot of players a lot of problems. And I think it's the spinners as well. They'll be key because I think teams that have spinners will probably the ones that will go further.
No, certainly will be the case. If you had to nitpick from this Napa Royal Kings performance, you'd have to say those 16 extras they gave away, a little too many, but otherwise it was honestly an almost perfect performance. And as you said, gave them a chance to get a lot of their bowlers some bowling experience here in the European Cricket Series. So the Napa Royal Kings, in their first ever ECS match, pick up as resounding a win as it gets. They win this one by 75 runs. And well, Napa, they're going to be right back out there in 18 minutes as they will face Everest, who are looking for their first win. Make sure you join us then. We'll see you in 18 minutes.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome. We're getting ready for the final match of the day here at the Inopsa Cricket Ground here in Limassol. But match number 4 was going to be a battle between the two Kings. But it was the Kings from Napa, the Napa Royal Kings, that were victorious thanks to a brilliant player of the match performance from Rana Saran here to my right. Not only did he put the runs on the board when he was batting, scored 67, but also took 2 wickets as well. Rana, congratulations, a very good performance. First of all, you're playing in debut. It's the first time your team's playing in the European Cricket Series. How was the feeling when you were out there in the middle?
First of all, thank you very much, because I like to play here. This is my game, so we work hard, all teams, and we expect this. So this is the new season, first time we play ECN, so we will make more better next time. Yeah.
That's going to be, I mean, you say more better next time. Your performance was very good, very good. First, very quickly, I'm seeing you batting out there. You look very natural. You looked very confident as well. Where did you start your cricket?
I start from in Pakistan. We play there is our team. So slowly when we come here, start here, these teams, before it's CCA and now is ECN. So it's nice cricket. I like that. It's good cricket.
You have another match now coming up, back-to-back matches. You weren't worked too hard in that one. You won that one quite easily by 75 runs. Playing Everest now, you've seen what Everest have done. They've been a little bit unlucky in the first 2 matches. Also a team making their debut. Do you feel confident in going into this next match? Do you think you can get a victory over Everest as well?
Yeah, inshallah. I'm 100% sure we are best, and we are too much struggle about this, and I hope everyone will be best. So I will give my 100%. All credits go to my captain. He gave me a chance and I play.
Well, your captain did do well, and we're going to see his captain out in the middle as he's going to join the captain of Everest as we join them and the tournament referee for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, Royal Kings to call. Heads to call. Whoop. It's tails.
Sorry,
Bowling. Okay. Good luck, guys. All the best. So Everest have won the toss. They're having a bowl. Back over to you in the commentary box, Rico and Ish.
Thank you very much to Stefan Gooch as we take a look at the view from the sky of the Ipsona Cricket Ground. And it looks a treat here in Limassol, not far from the coast at all. And we've been pretty fortunate here today. The temperatures are still in the highs around 24 degrees, but we've been shaded somewhat from the scorching sun, though it's still meant that the humidity has been pretty warm. The cricket has been entertaining. It's been a good first day. We've seen some victories for several teams. Everest, though, have not been able to pick victory up themselves. They're 0-2, and they're up against the Napa Royal Kings, who, well, they've added a victory to their name, so they're 1-0. And they're looking to double their tally and maybe join the likes of Nicosia Tigers there at the top of the table. And certainly if they can get a good win here with the way that they won their last match against the Cyprus Super Kings, they certainly have a good opportunity to be right up there at the top of the standings based on net run rate as well. Here's the look of the two teams. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me, I've got the local expert in the comms box as well, a great commentator and a man who knows all about the teams and the players here in Cyprus. It's Nish. But Nish, welcome back.
It's great to be back, and I think I like this decision by Everest to win the toss and field first. Their strength has been their bowling, and I think I want to see them go out there, try to restrict the side to a low total, and then chase that one down. I'm happy. They're going straight for it. They're trying to win this game with their strength. That's a very positive sign in this, I would say, close to a must-win game for Everest.
Yeah, well, they're getting ready to start. The umpires are out there. The batters are out there as well. I can give you some info on the openers as it comes through in the screen in front of me. So Gundeep is going to be out there with the man who's already got a half century to the name. The only man who's got a half century to his name so far, Siran Ahmed. He's at the non-strikers end. Well, Gundeep Singh just sort of paddles this out onto the onside. He'll get a single for his first ball.
Yeah, this is a very good tactic here by the Napa Royal Kings. They opened the last match with Syed Tanvir and Seyran Ahmed, but Gundeep made a quick cameo 16 of 10. So they basically said, let's just put both of our 2 best batsmen right out there at the beginning and look to attack Everest early.
Yeah, don't mind that at all. It's also their second game, and I think they're looking to make some little rotations without going crazy. I think Suran Ahmed has already shown that he needs to be right up there. He batted all the way through the last match with a superb half century, and he batted well. It wasn't a slog. It was proper shots as well. 67 of 28 deliveries. Let's see how Everest can deal with him. In comes Besnet. Short. And not the best of deliveries. Gets away with that one. Ahmed. Well, he's been disappointed that he hasn't been able to whip this way to the boundary.
Yeah, him saying Basnet didn't play in the first couple of matches, so he's really eager to play this third one. He was out there, though, during these first 2 matches, cheering his teammates on very enthusiastically, and now we'll see if he can bring that energy in with his bowling.
Straight down the ground, and he gets it over the infield, and now the chase is on. On the Riba, and now you've got to put the brakes on as a fielder. Well, you can't see the action there without the olive tree in your way. But he literally has the dive into the fence. But I suppose you could say good shot to play in the power play. He knows that the fielders are inside the 30-yard circle. Does just enough to get it over them.
And there was a long on just there, the ball before, and the captain brought him back in. How agonizing is that to see one go right there?
Short, well, he takes his eye off it, but he still gives it a good clobber. It'll be a couple of bounces as well. That's one way to stop it. Get it stuck in the fence. We'll plug that one out. And, well, this ball's going to have a mark on it. Yeah, look. He clonks it well, and there you go. It sticks. That's a one-handed one from the fence. 4 runs.
He's bowling just a bit too short for the field he has. He's got a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. Sure, he's got to bowl a bit back of a length, but not that short. That's just straying too far.
Yeah, too short, isn't it? And this one has been hit hard. It's going to take some stopping. Well done from the fielder up there. They think about 2. Slight hesitation. They're in trouble. Oh, they've missed it. They missed a huge opportunity to get out Ahmed. Oh, this is an absolute shocker from the keeper. The keeper does break the stumps, Shahan Pandit, but not with the ball in his hands. Oh, well, watch this. He has his man. He gets a kind bounce as well, and I'm not sure. And then look, he doesn't even know if he's got the ball or not. So he decides, just in case I've got it, I'll hit the stumps. But the ball had already escaped. Oh, Nish, what an opportunity.
And it was Saran Ahmed as well.
This one gets played away into the... Oh, it's another misfield. But will they take it? Well, they do. Or is it going to be second time lucky? It's they're asking the question. We might go upstairs here again.
I mean, this could be a massive moment in this match. I mean, we've already seen Ahmed get away with one where he certainly should have been run out. And let's have a look at this. This could be one of the pivotal moments in this game.
He's huffing and puffing. My first impression was that he does get back. And, yeah, he does. It's a good technique. Look, that's one thing to learn pretty quickly. He's an experienced player. Not only is he running well, he's got the bat stretched out in front of him, and also he's sliding it in on the artificial surface. There's no chance of a bat plug. I'm surprised they go for this, but he backs himself, and he got away big time with the one before. Not so lucky this time, but gets in comfortably. Good running.
Good running, and in the end, a very nice start for the Napa Royal Kings. 13 runs off that over, and a couple of missed opportunities for Everest. And for a side that's not really had much luck to start off this day with a couple of losses, this is the last thing we want to see as we take a look at the stats so far for Ipsanas Cricket Ground. Overall, 93 times the side batting first wins versus 66 for the side batting second. And so far today, we've only seen one win by the side batting first. That was a dominant win for the Napa Royal Kings. We hope to add one more to that stat for teams that win batting first.
Yeah, and I think looking at those stats, it's probably like you said, why Everest has probably thought, well, okay, we won the toss on 2 occasions before. We batted first. It didn't work in our favour. So, you know, we're going to try chasing. Let's see how it goes. Hussain coming into the attack. I like this guy's bowling, I really do. I also must admit, I like the fact that Everest have got 2 kits as well and looking pretty dashing in them both.
Yeah, and the sun's also now come out a bit. The sun's also quite low now since we're heading into the evening over here. And if you're fielding on the offside, you might have a bit of an issue with the sun coming onto your eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it's that gazy sunshine as well, isn't it? There's a glow when you look up, you're squinting up. Bright glow, white ball. Yeah, it can be difficult. Oh, good pace. Real good pace. Well, I said when we saw Everest in their first 2 matches that I'm always excited to watch this guy, Mohammed Hussein, bowl. He bowls with so much pace, so much firepower. As long as he gets it right, sometimes I think the only thing I would change about him, if anything, sometimes I think he goes for the Yorker length option too much, and batters will pick it eventually and start batting outside the crease. Slightly off-putting is that it's got different numbers, so it would be nice if he had different the same numbers on the back. So he was 15, I think, before. Now he's 99, but that's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. So you see Gundeep Singh, he was under pressure a little bit with the first couple, but he gets this one right. Good timing, good shot, good placement. 4 runs.
Yeah, that's the thing with having all that kind of pace. You don't have to get much wrong. Or all the batsman needs to do is just get a little bit of bat and ball, and that will help Gundeep Singh's confidence. He's just going to, as he works one away to third man. Are they going to make any fielding adjustments here? Doesn't seem that's the case. The third man remains extremely fine. Exactly where he is, and he's also got a long on.
Hello to James Stewart, it's on the chat, and to other people on there as well. Ahmad Chowdhury there, chatting away. And this one's played out to the fielder. And what I'm liking about the teams here, and they're learning very quickly. I think Everest were the first team to do it and do it really well, is that they're playing the shots along the ground and they're running and running hard. This is a very difficult sort of outfield, difficult surface to pick up the ball first time. I think we could probably turn around and say it is probably what you'd consider as a sort of typical European type of cricket field, artificial surface, the pitch itself, but then the outfield is a little bit bumpy and very difficult to attack the ball on. So I think that's where the batters have to really make that their advantage. Oh, this is quick. And tell you what, we know that the batter here, Saran Ahmed, is a class player. So to beat him a few times with pace and deliveries outside the off just goes to show the quality of the bowler as well. And he's had no issues getting it right to the left hand, has he? Left and right combination, but he's on the money all the time. Great over this.
And you have to force Ahmed to play to the offside. I mean, we saw in his last inning where he made 67 runs. 61 of them came on the onside. So force him to hit cover drives. Force him to play a little differently.
Yeah. Very good observation. And that's a nicely timed shot, but straight to the fielder. And Ahmed, understandably, wants something from it because he thinks I've hit this really well, deserves something. Slight concern here for the bowler because Mohammed Hussein, after bowling that, has gone down now. I don't know if there's just a bit of cramp there or whether the way they're dealing with it looks like it's cramp. But a bit of focus now on the knee.
Yeah, this would be a terrible sight if he was to go down. He's been one of our favorite players so far today. He's been so exciting to watch, but you don't like seeing that. You don't like seeing a quick bowler limp off. Let's have a look at this one.
And it was just that second step you see when he goes to land. Watch it here. And just there, I mean, he hits the ground really hard with his knee. And he's saying he's okay. He got up, he got a little bit of a massage there from one of the fielders. But I get the feeling, now is he carrying on here? This is a huge moment. It doesn't look like he is, you know. So that's, oh yeah, it doesn't look like he is. So this over looks like it's going to be completed by another bowler. Looks like a, oh, hang on, no it's not, sorry, I'm losing my marbles. It was actually the end of the over. All right, that's good, that's good. Because for a moment I thought that I saw him walking away and I saw another bowler getting the ball, but Nish rightly points out to me it was the end of the over. So 18 without loss, and I'm happy for Hussein. I'm glad that he doesn't pick up an artery injury there. So they're going to go back to Besnet, who bowled the first. 13 came off it. Hit hard, and this is going to be a one bounce, 4 runs. Once again, a good shot to play it from Gundeep Singh in the power play. And Nish, I think you're absolutely right. You saw enough of him in the last match to say, right, this guy in the power play can be useful. Hits the ball well. He's pretty solid. have him up there when the field restrictions are in place.
No, certainly it's proven to be a wise decision so far, and him saying he wasn't playing the first 2 matches, and we're probably starting to see why. Gave way too much width there. That was short and wide, and all the batsman needs to do is get some bat onto that, and now decided to move a deep point in response. Gets an edge, and there was a catching opportunity there. It slips through the fielder's hand, and maybe a run-out opportunity as well. So multiple wicket opportunities on that delivery.
Yeah, I think the fielder is Khatri. Let's wait and see this. It's definitely an opportunity. Oh yeah, you got to catch those. That's a real opportunity. So both batters have now given a chance, and then here's the throw. And yeah, okay, he gets in, but I think the wicketkeeper Pandit is probably having a few issues picking those up. Oh, but Khatri, what an opportunity that was. Hit well, fielder's got very little chances. This one comes sizzling wide of us here in the commentator's tent. This is hit so hard, and watch that makes it what's harder. When it hits the deck, it doesn't come up at all. It skids through. That leaves Bimal no chance at all to stop that. That's a laser off a shot from Ahmed.
Yeah, and once again, that's just right in the slot. It's exactly where he wants it. Gonna have to make him play differently.
And this one is another one that goes to the boundary. You just don't know where to set the field. I mean, we just saw the ball before. One hit pretty well, and that resulted in a field change. And then this time he hits it even straighter, dead straight if you like. It's 4 more. And the run's starting to come a little bit quick and fast here. They do go back to Basnet. And maybe on hindsight, it probably would have been better just trying somebody else.
Yeah, and you're starting to see a few glares coming from the rest of the fielders. As we've said, they need to force Saran Ahmed to play differently. Maybe bowl it full and wide. Try to make him play any other shot. Make him play a cut shot or a cover drive.
Well, that's not the place to bowl, and that's just a Gundy delivery. And they've got to get this right pretty quickly. Otherwise, you can see that the Napa Royal Kings once again very quickly moving on to a big score.
And it's not going the way they wanted this over. 30 runs off the 1.5 overs he's given. This change has proven to be a major tactical error.
And, oh no, because now, well, if it wasn't bad enough already, 35 becomes 40, because this is a minimo as the wicketkeeper Pandit, who's having a bit of a mare himself behind the stumps. He can't stop this. That's going to be 5 wides. And there's a little bit of hurt in the air here, and it's got to be said that that's on 2 occasions that a bowling side has not really bowled very well to the Royals, and this one has been smashed away. Volley, Kinna sona shaka lagya, and that over. Well, it goes magical. And, well, Mibsin Basnet goes big and goes for plenty. Well, it's 46 for no loss. It's another very good power play. And, well, the Napa Royal Kings, maybe they're getting better all the time. The first match, the power play against the Cyprus Super Kings was 42. This one is 46.
Yeah, this is a very difficult start for Everest, mostly because of the first and third over. One of the things we've really praised Everest for today is how few extras they've given. Just 5 runs of extras in their first match, 9 in their second, and that 5 wides means that they've already matched their tally for the first match. So this decision to go with Bhimsane Busnet really hasn't paid dividends. They decided to make this change to just freshen things up in the lineup, but hasn't quite worked out. And I think it might be the captain himself. Yep. Bimal Ranabhat, who's going to come on himself and try to take charge of the situation. Really like this tactical move because he's actually bowled pretty decently so far today. And let's see if he can force a wicket here, because this opening partnership has been very deadly. And once again, that man, Saran Ahmed, has managed to get off to a flyer. So, end of the power play now. He's just taking his time adjusting the field. He's got a long off, a long on, and he's decided to have a deep square leg. He's just asking him to just move a little squarer, and he has a deep point as well. So protecting those square boundaries and the straight boundaries. As we just have a very brief wait over here before we resume action. And of course, let's take a look at our chat over here. Of course, it's very nice to be joined by John Gray. Great to see you here, and it's really unfortunate to hear that you had a rather soggy Easter Monday in Brittany. Of course, hope that some cricket can brighten your day up. Hope you had a lovely Easter weekend.
Yeah, sorry to hear about the weather here. Well, I mean, we've had a little tipple of rain now and again, as you see a little bit of action in some other parts of this ground here. Well, we know that football is probably a growing sport as well as cricket, so nice to see the youngsters playing a bit of football as well. I suppose it is some holidays for some of the kids, and holiday all around the world for kids as well. Some Easter celebrations here. Of course, the big holiday will be this weekend. Slight delay once again. Just got a few issues. Just sorting out the scores, but we look like we're ready to go again. So to continue here, 46 on the board. Just the place as well. Every time the ball hits that bat of Gundeep, doesn't it sound good? I mean, even when he plays it defensively.
It's a real thought off that bat. I mean, might be using a big tree trunk for a bat.
Once again, this lovely sound that it makes. The fielder gets down. Oh, well, got an opportunity maybe to take another one on the misfield, but I think they've learnt the lesson on trying to do that. They've got lucky, haven't they? Don't forget, it was Ahmed himself when he was on 10 who should have been run out by Pandit, and he wasn't. And don't forget, we also Gumdeep has given a chance as well when he was on 10. Hit hard, and this is going to be it's a superb effort. That's the only way to put it. And Dana Oroz is right there snapping away with a burrito. So those shots we'll see on the social media. But look, it's a tremendous effort. Click, 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 click goes Dana Oroz. But the ball still finds its way to the boundary. Cuatro carreras despite an amazing effort from AJ. This one, I get the feeling that the umpire probably couldn't see too much of this in the line, because I think it's probably there or there about that. Okay, just sneaks it in actually, but look at the umpire trying to see where the ball was or not. Captain Bimal Ranaba doing the bowling. Short, Gundy absolutely walloped. Adios Bolota. This one is going all the way to the beach. Well, the beaches here are known as one of the cleanest in Europe. Well, this one, take a towel, slap on the cream, because the sun is coming out. That's gone a long way.
Yeah, this has just been a little bit undisciplined by the captain himself. He's pushed himself into the lineup, rightfully so, and we thought he'd just sort of try to calm his team down after a very expensive power play. But again, it just seems like they all seem to give Ahmed the ball right where he wants it. They're not forcing him to do something different.
Absolutely thumps it. Oh, and there's the misfield now. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's not good. They gave the man a chance as well. And now Ahmed, he's looking to bring up back-to-back 50s. Already scored more than 100 runs in the day. That's an achievement in itself. End of the over. Nothing going right for Everest. They're a team that have already played twice today. They've lost 2 matches. They lost batting first against the Limassol Kaylanders. 102 to 103 by 7 wickets with 7 balls to go. They lost in the very next match they played against the Nicosia Tigers. And despite being given 34 extras, they got to 96. And the Tigers got there again with 7 balls to go, winning by 9 wickets. They need to bounce back. They don't want to finish the day without any points on the board. But the way things are looking here, Napa Royal Kings look to be putting a big total on the board. It is 61 without loss after 4.
Yeah, they're going at a very similar rate to what they were in the previous match. They were going at about 15 in their first 4 overs previously as well. But the difference was back then, they were actually losing wickets at regular intervals. This time around, they've not lost anything, so they must be just sitting there very comfortable right now. We're going to need to see something remarkable from Everest here. An over with a couple of wickets needs to come by quickly as Khatri is going to come into bowl.
He's going to get lucky here as Gundeep. As he sort of chips it up, and I think Gundeep now is probably thinking, well, with the way that Saran Ahmed is batting, he's just quite happy to just keep casting on the strike to him. Saran Ahmed, it was nice to have a chat to him before the start of this match. He said him saying that he's very confident, he's very happy with the way he's playing, very happy with the way the team is playing, that the morale is good. Well, I tell you what, his form and his morale seems to be rubbing off on the others. And while this guy is batting the way that he is, they're going to be a handful to try and beat. So one big hit away from what would be another half century. And it's high up in the air. He may fall short. They've got an opportunity. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! This is not good. Okay. Oh, that nobody wants to see that. It's in the air. 2 fielders go for it. They collide, and I don't like the look of it. It looks like they've clashed heads, and you can see that even the batter, he knows this isn't good. Oh dear, and let's just hope. Look, let's just hope that this isn't too nasty. But both are on the ground. This is not a good look at all. Oh, nobody wants to see or likes to see any injuries like this, Nish. But, I mean, as soon as that went in the air, you could see it coming. One fielder running sort of backwards, trying to get it. Another one coming in. There was no call on it. Both wanted to get their hands to it. And then came the clash. And I'm just looking over that way now. And the good news is I can see both men sort of coming up onto their feet. But it's not a good look. It's something that you don't like to see on the cricket field. The 2 batters as well. Well, you can see they were very concerned straight away. It's like the way that that Gundeep, he went onto the floor straight away and just started, thinking that he hoped it's okay. But good to see that there were people on the site straight away, and that Sam Williams and Alistair Brittle were there. And I think there's definitely worse a clash of the heads.
The real concern is, Bhimsen Pasnett seems to have been the one who came off worse in that clash. He looks to be the one down. It was his head that really seemed to have the biggest impact, and I really feel for him. He was here all morning, very encouraged, cheering the team on with all his heart and passion. He was so eager to get into this game, and the last thing you want to do is see him leave with an injury rather than some fond memories.
Yeah, looks like, from what we've seen there, there was definitely a clash of heads, and I think the right thing to do here, we see it again here now, you just see it coming. They're coming together, they're both looking at the ball, and look, and you can see that he's held the top of his nose straight away, and I think that's where the impact was. And looking at him sort of walking away there, he's on his feet. That is the good sign. The good sign, he's on his feet. He's obviously, he wouldn't have been allowed to get up without the usual protocol of questions being asked, and without somebody doing the quick summary. You see Alistair, very experienced as well, is there as well. He'll know how to deal with things like this as being part of the Spanish national team setup as well. Sam Williams is there, as well as the 2 umpires. So I think this is now just the case of him finding a spot to compose himself. I'm guessing that well, I wouldn't be surprised that a clash like that will mean that he's got a bit of a nosebleed as well. But nobody likes to see it. The good sign, of course, is that both the players are on their feet. One of them is definitely got a wound, but it's a wound that for the moment doesn't look like it's too serious. But still, I think when something like that happens, Nish, I'd still like to see, because it was definitely a clash of heads, I'd still like to see both the players actually go and get that properly looked at.
Yeah, they certainly should. And of course, I think if he can come away with this with just a bleeding nose, that would be a very good outcome, considering how nasty that looked on first viewing. And certainly, of course, obviously a lot of concern on our chat, and we certainly will convey your emotions as well. That we hope that there isn't anything too nasty out there. Of course, this Everest side, I mean, regardless of the results, they've got a lot of enthusiasm. They play with great spirit, and so unfortunate to see anybody on their team suffer something like that.
Yeah, so of course there'll be no, it will just be and this clock would have stopped. We'll just have some time allowed for this. The match will still continue being a 10 over affair one. And if there's any updates, any more updates with regards to the players involved, I will give them to you. But I would imagine that for the time being, that the 12th man, the Candy Bahora, will be out there in the middle as one of the two fielders involved. Looks like he will be receiving some attention. But yeah, it was a nasty one. Nobody likes to see it. But the good news is that they are up and about. One or two people thinking that maybe it could be perhaps even a broken nose there with that conclusion. It certainly could be. But yeah, I mean, it's. I know John Gray's saying he needed a clear call, but you can see both men so focused on the ball there at the time. The adrenaline is flowing. They want to take the catch, and it happens so quickly, doesn't it? And both were committed. Neither one was able to get there. But well, more on that as we get it. But looks like we will continue with the score 64 without loss. And it was Katari, the bowler. He's still got 4 balls to bowl in this one. And it is Ahmed on strike. And also little things like that can affect not just the bowling side, but the batters as well. So let's see how Ahmed gets on here. And he does swing wildly at this one. Yeah, I think a break like that probably affects the batters probably more than it does the bowlers, because especially the way that Ahmed was batting, he was just seeing the ball so well and timing so beautifully. It could just throw him a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. It's also one that's probably best not to speculate about until we actually have any official reports. We'll make sure to keep you all updated with any news we receive. As Khatri runs into bowl his 4th delivery. Takes some pace off this one. Is it going to go over the boundary rope? It certainly will. That's another one deposited into the olive groves as Saurav Ahmed raises his bat for the 2nd time today. That's another half century for him.
Yeah, Shaba, Sari Bolo, Shaba, Kinna Sona, Rabane Tendo Banaya Saran Ahmed. He brings up another half century, back-to-back half centuries. This is just superb batting from him. It really is. And well, what a moment it is for him to perform on the big stage like this. This one will be called a wide.
And I think Khatri now, I mean, this is just a natural adjustment. He's been hit for 6, just like any bowler. It plays on your mind psychologically. He tries to correct his line and length, overcorrects basically, and ends up bowling a wide, as we can see him saying busted over there. Glad to see him walking.
Yeah, that's the good sign. He's walking. He's been well examined. And this one is up in the air, looking to get it in the gap. That's such a good shot, and it goes all the way. Balle as well. No problems at all. And this is all not just about his hitting ability, but even the placement. He knows where the gaps are. He's almost like toying about with them here now. 6 more to him. The score keeps racing up. And remember in the last match against the other Kings, the Cyprus Super Kings, at the halfway point they were on 70. They've gone beyond that already, and there's still a ball to go here. Khatri bowls another wide down the leg side, so this is another over. It's in danger of going magical. And yeah, just once again there on the bowler, so the bus net, on the fielder I should say. I know he's the bowler as well. So it looks like he's walked all around the edges. Sam Williams and Alistair Priddle were with him, so he seems to be fine in terms of knowing his surroundings and where he is. So there doesn't seem to be any concussion issues, which is good. But I think looking at it is probably a nosebleed. But once again, any further news on that will keep you updated. But I think again, I'd like to see him just go to the nearest medical centre and get a proper examination, because you never know with head injuries. As we have a look at the scorecard, and at the moment, well, Gundeep Singh is well, he's got the best seat in the house at the moment, isn't he? As he's sitting and watching another masterclass performance from Suran Ahmed, who 59 of just 20 deliveries is the score at the halfway point, 79 without loss.
Yeah, and he's played it very similarly to his first one. 47 of those 59 runs coming on the leg side. He really favors that, and I haven't seen Everest do too much to sort of throw him off that.
Yeah.
They've not bowled enough on the offside. I know he hit one boundary through there, but I'd still like to see them try that a bit more.
Well, let's see. The new bowler goes on. Well, and you said it. Hey, there you go. Hey, presto. Bit of a, I don't know if he lands badly there, the bowler, as he starts hopping around. This is Hahil Akhtar. But, yeah, that's the line, isn't it? Let's see. I think if you're a bowler and you've seen this inning so far, what you're saying to yourself is, all right, I've seen him play good shots on the onside. Let's see if you can cut the ball. And that's exactly where Akhtar puts that first one. And now he goes to an area where we know he can hit. And it's a good stop from the fielder. I love the way not only does he get his hands to it, but he makes sure he's got his body behind it as well. That's really well done.
Of course, we've got Stephen McVeigh asking in the chat if concussion subs are allowed in the European Cricket Series.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they are. And I'm sure there's somebody else out there that will know 100% sure. I believe so, yes. That's what I'm going to go with. Here comes Akhtar. And this one just gets lobbed up. It gets no power in it, and the catch is taken. So Gundeep, the same way that he did, I think, the last time we saw him, makes a small contribution. Then he goes. I don't mind that at all, you know, because I think you've already got a good foundation laid here for a big score. And I think all that Gundeep does here, he says, okay, I've had a go. I'm not going to chew up too many deliveries. If I hit a few boundaries, fine. If I don't, I'll get out of the way. And that's a nice catch being taken by a man that I've been very impressed with, Mohammed Hussain.
Yeah, it's a little polite smattering of applause, as you have to say this partnership's done the trick. 80 runs of 5.2 overs. That's exactly the sort of platform you want your side to build on. So, again, we talked about the decision to move Gundeep Singh up the order. I mean, he probably didn't contribute too much in terms of runs, but he was a good spectator and made sure that Ahmed faced as many balls as possible.
Yeah, it looks like they go with another left hand. I must admit, I think tactically, I may have gone with something a bit different. This one just gets played out, so he's going to get Ahmed back on strike straight away. Yeah, they go with Hardeep Singh, and the good news is for Hardeep Singh, he's got off the mark, so we're not going to see 6 golden ducks on the trot for him. So Hardeep Singh, he'll be relieved. Finally gets off the mark. I suppose that's a good thing for the captain, who's probably saying, hey, you need some confidence, go out there. If you get another golden duck, it won't hurt us too much. So Hardeep Singh, let's see if he can add more to the score he's finally got. This one could be out. I think it will be out. There's a shake of the head. Now, I would like to know why. It's pretty full. I don't think this is going down the leg side. And, I mean, it's signalled as leg by. Now, let's have a look at this. What are your thoughts on this, Nish?
I think it's sliding down the leg side, and keep in mind the bowler's also bowling around the wicket, so he's never really going to get that call from the umpire.
Yeah, I mean, let's see where it hits him. I don't think height is an issue. I think it's a close call. I mean, okay, I think that's probably why the umpire's not giving it. But hey, listen, I've seen him given, you know. I have seen him given. It's a good shout for me. Singh. Akhtar looking to finish what's been a good over. This has been absolutely clobbered. It's high, and it's a sensation. Oh! Shaba, Shaba. We have just seen a moment of magic from the fielder, and it's happened right in front of us here. Arjun Shahi has taken probably one of the best catches that we've seen in a long time. This is absolutely sensational. This is what it's all about, folks. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Take a bow, that man.
I'm absolutely out of words. I don't know how to describe that. Take a look at this one. He takes what's already a difficult catch, tosses it back up in the air, and hops back over the boundary rope to take a catch. They picked out the worst fielder, one of the most athletic men out in the field. He deserves a round of applause from everyone. That was absolutely superb by Arjun Shahi, the man who caught everyone's attention in October back in 2021 with his brilliant bowling spell. Now he's here doing it with his fielding, of course. We've always been known for having some incredibly athletic fielders in Cyprus. Back in 2021, it was Scott Austin and Minhas Khan, and I think this man, Arjun Shahi, is the next one we're going to have to look at.
Oh, what a catch. What a catch. What a catch indeed. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And it's just breathtaking. The thing is, Hardeep Singh must think he's the most unluckiest guy on the planet. After getting 5 golden ducks on the trot, he gets a single. Then he gets one clean out of the middle of the bat. Then to see AJ take a fabulous catch. Well, that one will be on the social media. That one will go viral. What a catch. I haven't seen better than that in a long time.
That was stunning. Reminds me of Adam Voges when he first started doing that. Brilliant stuff, and hopefully this lifts the team's spirit. They've just had a fantastic moment and maybe a chance to finally put some pressure now on these Royal Kings. And they've gone bang bang. Can they get another few wickets? This should lift their spirits.
Yeah, I mean, Akhtar, great over from him. I mean, only 3 runs coming off it and picking up 2 wickets. Oh, that's a good delivery, you know. And I still think, you know, I know it was maybe, I know you're saying maybe it was going down the leg. I think it was a good shout, the ball before. So Akhtar does get his reward, though I'm sure he would have liked to have got the wicket of Ahmed, who's still going strong, by the way, 61. Tanvir is the new batter that goes out to join him, Saeed Tanvir.
Yeah, so Tanvir demoted down to 4 after opening the batting last time around, along with Ahmed, but these two have plenty batted together before, so they should have some good chemistry and able to get those right calls when they're running. But let's see here, they're trying to get their field setting absolutely right. They're protecting those straight boundaries. That's the priority.
Okay, this is in the way of the fielder who takes a great catch. And that's another one. So the fight back continues. And this time, here's the man who did the great bowling, Sahil Akhtar, that is taking the catch. So Khatri gets a wicket. And, well, I reckon we're going to see some good pictures of those, because you'll see when this one is going to the fielder, Dan Oroz once again was in the firing line. And, well, Ruluka with a trusted burrito. I think we'll get a pretty good shot of this one as well. It's a very good catch taken. These are not easy. And look, the bowler, it doesn't matter what the score is, he is still absolutely pumped. And that's what it means to him. So another wicket goes, another batter comes out.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, bowling to your field, bowling to your plan. He went full and straight. He had all his protection straight down the ground. He had a long off, a long on, a very straight cow corner, and then a very straight deep extra cover as well. And he bowled to that plan, bowled at the stumps, and he's presented one straight to the fielder. That's some great stuff. And the bat turned in the batsman's hand as well. Of course, James Stewart commenting on that one. That one came down with a whole Hillary step on it.
Yeah, so it's another golden duck. So this time, you said Tanvir has been put down the order. Well, he's going to go golden duck. So Tanvir probably says, there you go, captain. That's why I need to be higher up the order. So a new batter comes in, and it is a captain himself, Jasdeep Singh.
Yeah, we saw Jasdeep Singh take a very good catch earlier today. That one's certainly been bested by Arjun Shahi by quite a distance, but he's now going to try to lead a little fight back from his side. It was a bit too full and wide here, Khatri, to the new batsman. You want to get it right on the money to the new batsman, try to pitch it just in and around the off stump, and that's just going to allow him to get his eye in with a freebie. Just under 10 minutes left for them, though. They need to keep an eye on it to get through these next 2.4 overs. I think that could be a bit of a tight squeeze. I'm not sure they'll be able to do that.
Khatri is the bowler. And the only way you can do it is just keep taking wickets. But you can see here now also, I think you've got to take, if I'm the fielding side here, and I know that it's tight on time, I'm going to say to the umpire, hey umps, we're ready. The batter's not. So can we please make sure that you take this into consideration when it comes time? I don't like this from Jasdeep. I mean, Jasdeep is a new batter out there. He should be ready to go. So just uses up a little bit of time, and I'd like to see the batting side getting a bit of an allowance for that. And, well, this doesn't help, though, does it? So now, if they did get an allowance for it, let's say that we'll whack 30 seconds on, but the bowler, Khatri, has just eaten into that already. So just keep an eye on that. So we get in now to 10 minutes to go. And they've got to bowl how many deliveries in that? What's that, 16 deliveries? 16 deliveries in 10 minutes. Let's see. well, every time the ball doesn't go to the boundary, it's a plus. Now, you need to be focusing on getting this ball straight back to the bowler. So he gets it, turns around, and he comes back again.
That was a slower ball there by Khatri. It took a lot of pace off it, which meant that Singh just couldn't quite make any contact on it. But this is the danger man, Ahmed. He's still there. And as long as he's still around, still a lot of danger for Everest. They pick up this wicket, then I'd really say it spells trouble for the Royal Kings. Takes pace off the ball again, but at least I like this. They try to force him to play it on the offside.
Yeah, I think this ends up right at the bottom of the bat. I don't think you could do this again if you try. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think while he's there, let's watch this, that's right off the bottom edge. If he's there, you're on still for a 130 plus score. Get him out early, and maybe you'd keep them to possibly even a score around about maybe even 110. Well, that's not a good delivery. You can't bowl bad balls to him. If you do, he's going to get walloped away. And that's exactly what happens there. And it gets crashed to the boundary. And Syed Tanvir is helping, doing a bit of fielding there.
But again, the main issue I have with that ball is they keep bowling to his strength there. That one's dug in short. He's waiting for that kind of delivery. Force him to play the way he doesn't like, and I just don't appreciate the fact that these sides haven't done that.
Oh, and now he gets a full toss. Where's this one going? It's a chance, is it? Oh, almost an incredible catch. Almost an incredible team catch. Now, I reckon he's okay when he takes this, the fielder. This is Sahil Akhtar, and he's trying to give it to a man that's already taken a brilliant catch to Arjun Shahi. Let's have a look. Feet here first. And, oh, that heel. That's what we want to look at. I wonder if we can just go forward with it. Does that heel make contact with the rope? The ball is released. I think, oh, it's so tight. What do you reckon? I think he might be just on the rope, you know. He might be just on the rope. And I reckon, yeah, it's going to be 6 runs. That is such great work by Spring Productions. Martins, Valentines, and Richards that are here. And Martins in the production room getting that spot on. So close. But, I mean, you can't blame the fielder. Fielder has no idea. So it will be 6.
Yeah, I don't see a blade of grass between his shoe and the boundary rope. And excellent production work there. We take another look at this. That was almost an assist. And if those two had pulled it off, they would have managed to best there already. Probably tournament winning catch.
Yeah, 7 overs complete. 95 for 3. But it is Ahmed that's doing the damage so far. He's into the 70s. Jasdeep Singh now is facing. How about this? I mean, we're looking at some of the fixtures coming up tomorrow. So Cyprus Super Kings taking on Everest the first match. So Everest are really, after a long day today, 3 matches today, first up tomorrow, they probably think they've got a bit of a rough draw. We'll go back to that at some point. But how about this? I think Jasdeep here has got to be thinking, if he can get Ahmed the strike, Ahmed has got a great chance of getting a ton here.
Yeah, Ahmed could well get 100, but think about this tactical change here. They brought the keeper up to the stumps around of Hut.
Very optimistic appeal. But yeah, I mean, Jasdeep Singh, the captain, has got to play smart here. He's got to be thinking to himself, all right, I've got somebody at the other end who's 71 or 27 balls. He's got a chance to not only get me a big score, but also go and get a highlight himself. This is hooked up in the air. He's going to be out, you know. Oh, this is not sensible cricket at all from the captain. So the captain will go for 1. A catch is well taken. It's my man there, Mohammed Hussain, who takes his second catch. It's a wicket for the captain. So the battle of the 2 captains goes to the captain from Everest, who picks up his opposite number. But I just think Jasdeep here, he's just eaten into 3 balls for his side.
Yeah, and the nice little double cap look there from Mohammed Hussain. He's got a cap up front and a cap behind. And that's exactly what he said. He's the captain. He's really got to set the tone for the rest of his team. He's got to be the one playing the smartest cricket. And the fact that he goes for a massive heave when he's got a partner at the other end who's batting at a strike rate of just under 263, I'm not sure that's the wisest decision.
Yeah, it wasn't the smartest of batting. And I mean, I'm not saying that the team should be batting to try and get to Saran Ahmed his ton, but I just think you play smart cricket. You've got a guy there that's hitting the ball for fun all over the place. You want to just keep him on strike. Let's see how the new batter does. Well, he hits this high up in the air. It could be 2 in 2. It will be 2 in 2. So we do have now hat-trick watch, and the man who took one of the most incredible catches we saw earlier. Takes one that is pretty straightforward. Arjun Shahi. It's going to be a golden duck for Saprit Singh, not the first. So we're going to have to quack him off because this is the way he departs. So it's going to be a lot of people saying, where's Derek the duck that we saw in Portugal? Well, Derek will join us soon, I'm sure. There he is. Well, Derek gives a send-off to the batter. But hat-trick alert. Look, here we are. We have seen hat-tricks. We saw one in Portugal. And it was the Team Tigers of Portugal, Saiful Islam, who took a hat-trick there. Before that, we saw some at ECL. Hat-trick ball. And they're asking the question, was there a bit of bat involved? I certainly heard a sound. There may have been. It's close. I think there was a bit of bat in this. Nish, what do you reckon? There was definitely a sound.
I think there was some bat on that one, and that's what spared it. But talk about high drama. Goes round the wicket for the batsman.
Oh, yeah, bat, big time.
There was definitely bat on that one. Good call by the umpire. He held his nerve because there was loads of pressure on him to give that decision. The entire team came up for that appeal. Look at the captain. He's bleeding.
Oh, how does this miss? How does this miss? Well, even when the batters aren't hitting the runs, they still find a way. Well, Manzoor Ali swings big, misses it. The wicketkeeper misses it. The fielder trying to stop it, sliding in there. Gimmery misses it. It ends up 4 byes. It's also the end of the over. And, well, Runabat, the captain, has bowled well, 2 for 15. And I suppose what he has done, I mean, we were talking at 1 point, score was 140 plus. You know, he gets a good over in, so it'll be 99 for 5. That over only going for 4 runs, and that is all down to very, well, I was going to say not so smart cricket from the Napa Royal Kings, because you've got a batter at the other end who doesn't even get a chance to face a delivery there. Well, I tell you, he's on strike now, and he's probably thinking, I think I just need to stay here. Hits it hard. Work to be done by the fielders, but they're not going to get theirs. 4 runs. I mean, it's intelligent cricket, isn't it? You've got a guy that's got the hot hand. Everything he touches, they're going to the boundary. And yet they left him off strike for 6 balls.
They did, and he's only faced 8 balls in the second half of the inning so far after facing 20.
Really? That's
in
incredible.
The first half. And that's exactly why when we saw the graphic earlier and we saw how their run rate just petered down since the halfway stage of the innings, that's exactly why, because what this Everest side has done really well is keep getting wickets at one end and keep them at the non-strikers end.
It's his hard straight. Will he push for 2? It's not an easy one to stop. The fielder does ever so well. Gets a single, so he gets a boundary and a single. And now that means that we'll go back to Manzoor Ali. But Manzoor, surely he will try and just get a single.
And I think potentially going through this tournament for the Napa Royal Kings, they might have a bit of a challenge here trying to find runs outside of Ahmed if, say, Ahmed has a bad day.
Very good point, yeah, from what we're seeing. Remember I said to you that you can't judge a team by just one performance. And seeing this performance, we're saying, well, this is a nice-looking shot. And, well, he may have missed out on the first one. Manzoor Ali shows good composure to put this away. I don't think he's the easiest bowler to handle, Mohamed Hussain. He's pretty lively, pretty quick. Comes at you pretty quickly, but I have to say, that's a nice shot from Ali.
That's a very nice shot, and of course Hussain, who's one of the quicker bowlers we've seen today.
Yeah.
He bowls at you with that kind of line of length. All you have to do is just use the pace of his ball to scoop it over the fielder. And this is smart batting by Ali. We've seen too many batsmen for this Napa Royal Kings side try to overhit things. That occasion just plays a good cricketing shot and uses the pace of the bowler. How is Hussain going to respond here? Is he going to go fuller?
Well, the batter wants to go after it. They'll get the single. So, well, he wants 2. I don't think Ahmed does. There's a couple of balls left in the over. Now, this will be a good sort of challenge for me. Hussain's 2 balls to bowl. He's bowled very good. I liked him today. He's up against certainly the best batter. Look at the time. You can see why he's rushing. Look at the time, everybody. Oh, and wicketkeeper, oh no, what have you done? Because, look, they're not running. It's not about the running. Well, they do run in the end. It's about the time. If he stops this, you roll it back to the bowler. The bowler gets the ball. He comes back. He's not going to. It's going to be more. time up. There's going to be more penalty runs here, I'm sure of it. And this gets played away. They take the single, in comes the throw. It's the end of the over. They appeal, the umpire says not out. And once again, for the 4th time today, I've never seen a day like it. All eyes will be on the umpire. And I get the feeling that he's going to be patting his chest again with his palm wide open for penalty runs. Let's see. Everybody's looking at the umpires. What are they looking at here first? I'm wondering if they're asking the question for, well, what's happening? I think it's saying if it's over. It definitely is the end of the over. And now let's wait and see what they decide. Are we going to see penalty runs here or not? Because the timer certainly did get timed out. So let's wait and see. Haven't seen. Well, there we go. Open that hand. And there we go. It's 5 penalty runs. So for the 4th time in the day, we have seen penalty runs being applied. Well, what a crazy day in terms of extras. We'll give you more on the extras by the time the day comes to an end. You will not believe the amount of runs that have gone down to extras. So 5 go on to that, and I think that takes the score to the 120, because I don't think that's been applied yet. Big swing and a miss.
Yeah, this is smart bowling by Oxter. He just needs to make sure that Ali stays on strike as much as possible for the remainder of this over. They want to make sure that Ahmed's just a spectator, but those penalty runs are going to be really costly for Everest. That was probably the tightest one in terms of just about failing to make it on time.
Well, it goes down to the wicketkeeper, who was once again in action here, which gets past him pretty quickly. But if he had taken that ball cleanly and passed it back, there, I don't think it would have been any, but because he fumbles it, it takes the time, takes up 15 seconds to get back to the bowler, and as a result of that, they came up. Well, that's 4 runs there. Just having a look if those penalty runs have been reflected there. Yeah, they have been reflected on the score. So the score, as you're seeing it there now, is correct. 120. Oh, this has been lasered. That is a humongous hit. That is out of here. And that is way beyond the olive trees. And that is into the zone where the big snakes are having a party.
And this one is just, I think, a bit too short for a bowler with that kind of pace. And an absolutely gorgeous shot. He rocks back, gets underneath it, has a high angle of elevation, which allows him to power it.
Signed run out, surely, yeah. And finally, they get rid of Ahmed, but not before he scored 76 of 30. What a day, what an outing that he's had. Credit to the bowler here. And he does really well. Makes a stop. And then gets the ball back under the stump. So, I mean, I think Sahil Akhtar, being one of the pick of the bowlers. The thing is here about him, it's the length. It's a bigger, better length. It's not in the slot. Does the fielding himself. You can't blame Ahmed. He obviously wanted to get to the other end. But a great knock from him, 76 of 30.
Yeah, really good knock from him. And, of course, there's still a couple of balls left. He might have come on strike for the final ball and hit you for another boundary. So that run out could be a bit more impactful than we might make out right now.
Mind you, Mansoor Ali, he's been hitting it pretty well. He hits this all the way as well. Kinna Buddha Shaka. 6 more. And they've just had no answer to this. And we were talking, and we just mentioned probably about 8 balls ago that, okay, what we are seeing maybe is that Napa Royal Kings are relying a lot on Ahmed. Well, maybe Ali is saying, hey, don't forget me. Well, he's definitely saying don't forget me, as this is another one that goes all the way. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 más. And what a way to finish. And they get close to the 140, don't they? 148, I make that, 38, sorry. 138 for 6 of 10 overs. And, okay, things did slow down a little bit in the second half this time. They were almost at the 80 at the halfway point. But once again, some very good solid hitting. This time from Mansoor Ali towards the end, 28 of 11. Get them to a score that you just think Everest are really going to struggle to try and get to.
Yeah, so far today, Everest have just managed to make 102 runs and 96 runs respectively in their first couple of games. As we take a look at those highlights, I mean, it all started off with that opening partnership, which really set the tone for this innings. It was once again that man, Saran Ahmed, who led his side from the front. 76 runs of 30 off him. And Gundeep Singh just was a nice companion alongside him. Got the best seat in the house at the non-striker's end while watching that innings. And this was a catching opportunity. They should have taken that one. And once again, so strong through the onside, Saran Ahmed.
You got to take key players when you get the opportunity. Don't forget the opportunity that Ahmed had to be run out when he was only on 10, and Pandit really should have done better. Didn't take him. Khatri was dropped as well. He dropped Gundeep Singh on 10. You got to take the chances when they're there. If they're not, the big teams will hurt you. And I think that's exactly what Napa Royal Kings did. And again, Ahmed was in good form. This wasn't a nice look. I mean, that was horrendous. And as soon as I saw that, I thought there was going to be serious trouble there. And it was Basnet after smashed into his fellow colleague. Basnet looks like he got the worst of it. But it was good to see that they were up and walking around. Good fielding from that man over there, Mohammed Hussain. He certainly has impressed me today for Everest. But the thing is, though, as we saw this class, unbelievable class from Arjun Shahi. And I mean, I think Mohammed Hussain, and you say there, Sahi, he's been good. This guy's been pretty good as well, Sahil Akhtar, and he's played a good part also with the ball in hand. But too many things not going their way. But one thing, and you've highlighted this so many times, and we have to go back to it, and maybe if you see the wagon wheel once more from Saran Ahmed, they're just bowled in the wrong areas to him. They're bowled in his heart. They didn't make him cut. They hardly made him drive. They didn't pick the ball up to him. They bowled to his strengths, and he made them pay.
Yeah, he certainly did. 59 of his 76 runs this time around coming on his favorite onside. Of course, we see some of the highlights of the end of this innings. That was his skipper, and this was a hat-trick ball. He was pleading, please give me my hat-trick. I want to be on the hat-trick board as well for the European Cricket Network, but there was a thick inside edge, and the umpire made the right call.
Yeah, right call, and then, well, when things are not going your way, 4 byes. And they finally got Ahmed on strike. There was a 5 penalty runs. And if that wasn't bad enough, taking the score to 116, then Ali, well, Manzoor Ali, don't forget the part he played when he just blasted 6 after 6. There was that highlight of getting Ahmed run out, but Ahmed may have been out of the way. But then Ali went big 6 this side, and then he went big 6 over cow corner. That finished the innings at 138 for 6. And Napa Royal Kings are certainly, well, leading by example so far, batting first in match number 4. They put 146 on the board against the Cyprus Super Kings. That was too many. They destroyed their opponents in that one by 75 runs. And then here, they put another big score on the board. But once again, led by Saran Ahmed, 76 off 30.
Yeah, it was 22 runs off that final over, and that could be the difference between a par score and one that is well above par. As we take a look at it, once again, Saran Ahmed leading this batting effort. Not much contribution outside of that, except from Mansoor Ali right at the end, who absolutely took the game by its horns. And extras, 19 extras for Everest so far. This is a bit of a blip for them, considering they gave up just 14 runs combined in extras in their first 2 matches. And we'll take a look at their bowling card here. Mohammed Hussain, once again, among the better bowlers for them. 16 runs he gave up of just 2 overs. This captain led from the front. Great skipper's bowling effort. Bowled 1 maiden in that second over and picked up a couple of wickets. Outside of that, though, Bhimsen Basnet, he had a terrible day with the ball in hand, but more importantly, let's hope he's fine.
Yeah, let's hope he's fine. Let's hope he's okay. Good bowling from Runabout, the captain. And also, don't forget, I mean, amongst all of that, and let's not forget about it, because though we saw a lot of runs scored, we saw an exceptional catch from Arjun Shahi. And, well, sometimes when you get beat by a big margin, or when the team puts a lot of runs on the board, you sometimes forget some of the good fielding that we did see. We did see a lot of good fielding, but highlighted by that great catch from Arjun Shahi, which I think will certainly make its way around the social media. So at the halfway point, Napa Royal Kings 138 for 6, and it's Everest. Well, it looks like they're going to be climbing Everest if they're going to register their first win. They've played 2, lost 2 so far, but this one, well, maybe it's just going to be one mountain too far to climb for them. Well, stranger things have happened. It's going to be a high run chase if they can get there. Join me, Rico Full and Nishbat, when we return in around 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the last match of today at this beautiful Ipsona cricket ground.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the final match of the day and day one of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Limassol at the, well, this lovely ground situated sort of in the heart of Limassol, really, the Ipsona Cricket Ground. And, well, the final match looks like it's going to be a bit of a run chase, because once again, Napa Royal Kings have powered to a big score. And once more, it was thanks to their left-hander, Saran Ahmed. This time, he was 76 of 30 deliveries. What a good day he's had. Scores of 67 and 76 in the day. And we saw some good hitting towards the end from Manzoor Ali. It's going to be, looks like Tanvir is going to open with the ball. Rico Full here, and alongside me, for the final time today as well, is Nish. But Nish, I mean, what if you're an Everest player, if you're their captain, what are you looking to achieve now in this innings? That one gets played out for a single.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly got to do the absolute opposite of what we saw from the Super Kings in the last innings, where they just took far too much time, saw out a maiden to start off the innings. I think they're going to need to be positive. They've got some really technically gifted cricketers in the top 4 of their batting order, so really they should look to go at around 8 to 10 and over to start off, and then may potentially get to a situation where they might need 30 of the last 2 overs, 36 maybe of the last 2 overs, and try to win it from there.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that they don't want to do, I think you're right, they don't want to get into a shell. I think you've got to go out there thinking, you know what, we've got nothing to lose. Three matches today, no victories. That's going to hurt, but it's going to hurt even more if you don't put a good performance in. It's all about good performance. We've already seen that tomorrow, they're first up tomorrow, aren't they? And they play. Is it Nicosia Tigers we saw? We'll have a look at that once again later. But they're first up tomorrow, so it's a tough introduction for them to European Cricket Series. If they can get a positive display here, performance here, they come back tomorrow on a high. If they get blown away here and do what we saw happen with Cyprus Super Kings, where they lose by something like 75 runs, then they haven't got anything out of the game. They've got good players. We know Jeevan Lamsal, who's out there, can play well. Their captain, Runabat, I think even with the ball, he's shown that even when there's a lot of carnage around him, he could be a key player for them. These two could really stand out. Give them a good start, and they'll go away with some positivity of the day, even if they finish without a win. But there's so much depending on, I think, how these two start and the start that they give them.
No, it certainly does, and I think that those first signs here from Runabout aren't too encouraging. He's almost backing away from the ball a bit too much rather than attacking it. And they do start off with the Nicosia Tigers first thing tomorrow morning, so the schedulers haven't done them a favor, putting them up against all the heavyweights.
And, well, the bowler, Saeed Tanvir, is not doing them any favors at all, because it is the captain, Runabout, that's going to go for a 3-ball duck. So we're going to see Derek again here. But Derek has arrived from Portugal. And he's going to be in action straight away because, well, he wanted to go big. He didn't want to get a few runs under his ball before trying. So the captain sees his stumps destroyed. And, well, we see enough times of him being blown away. As now we see him walking back. And there he is. That's Derek. Just rubbing it in. Well, I don't know who Derek is stepping all over. But, yeah, that's not what they needed. And it's a swing and miss for the new batter as well. And it's Arjun Shahi.
Yeah, Derek's just stepping all over the fortunes of this Everest side, and they've not had much of it. 1 of 1 in the first over, so not much better than the Super Kings star in the previous game where they were 0 for 0.
Yeah, and how about this? 100 matches since a golden ball. So, well, if we're going to get one here, it's going to be a magical one. It's very similar to sort of some of what we saw in Portugal coming up to when we were in the 80s and 90s. Though we had some close matches, we didn't quite get the golden ball. And, well, this one seems pretty unlikely as well. So it looks like we're going to go past the 100 mark. We were hoping to try and reset the counter before we get that far, but it's not to be. Oh, well, how about this? I think he just ran into trouble and he's offered a chance and he gets taken. No mistakes from the fielder. And this is now Jeevan Lamsal. This is not a good shot at all from Jeevan. He was always looked like he was going to be in trouble here. He's just walking down the pitch and skies one up in the air. Catch is taken. Hamza picks up a wicket.
Yeah, good thinking on his feet by Hamza. We've seen a few batsmen intimidate bowlers by coming down the wicket. Not the case with Hamza. He immediately goes a lot wider. This one pops up, and he's not going to get too many more comfortable catches than that, will he? Karanveer Singh, that's well taken. And you know, we talked about Everest coming out here, trying to play with a bit more positivity, looking to slog it. But this is almost reckless the way they started. You just got to find that right balance. They're now 1 for 2. No, you're not looking at an Australian score. That's an English score, 1 run, and they've lost 2 wickets.
Yeah, that wasn't a good shot. I mean, if you think how far he came down before playing it, the shot really was to stay in the crease and playing on the onside. Well, this one really does shoot up. I get the feeling this might have caught him on the lid, but this one really takes off from Hamza. Let's see, does this get onto the helmet? And yeah, it does look right on the groove. Once again, there's a lesson for you all. We always say, the European Cricket Network, I advise this, wear your helmets. And remember, men, the ladies do like the men that wear protection. So be safe rather than sorry. It's a chance, and it's going to be another wicket. Well, they're just spraying their wickets away. Jug their foot, their celebration from the man who takes the catch, Sarabjit Singh. Well, he's got a big smile on his face. And, well, he gets a bit of a handshake from another Singh. But no smiles on the faces from the batter, Sahil Akhtar. You got to say, Nish is another batter that just thrown his wicket away.
He's thrown his wicket away, and this continues to resemble an Australian scorecard where you think it looks like there's runs or wickets, but 1 for 3, he's gone for a duck. Doesn't trouble the scorers.
Yeah, and Derek, well, look at that. Derek is doing the moonwalk now. We got Derek the duck doing the moonwalk, but that's certainly rubbing it in. Oh, dear. And this is the wicket once more. It just wasn't in the zone, was he? I think this is the bowler saying, right, I've hit you, I've rattled you, now I'm going to send you back. I'm going to put you out in misery. 3 down with just 1 on the board.
Yeah, this Napa Royals King side continue to march on. This one just played away and collected by the fielder at mid-wicket as the new batsman is pundit. We were talking about the strengths and weaknesses of this side, and we talked about potential flaws in their batting lineup, but we're yet to see too many when they're bowling. They've really got a large depth and variety of bowlers, so many different kinds of weapons. We saw them boast some of them against these Super Kings, but looks like it's working against these Everest batsmen as well. That one going down the leg side for a wide. So the first mistake by Hamza in this over.
Yeah, Pandit, the wicket-keeper batter, is out now, and again, try to focus on positives. Probably the same advice, perhaps, that I was giving to the batters in the earlier match from the Cyprus Super Kings. When you know that you've been batted out of the game, you don't think you can win it. I mean, already, just have a look at the runs that are required, and in terms of rate, that means you're looking at almost, it's going to be over 17 runs per over by the time the next over starts. Try and take positives from it, and positive can only be 2 guys getting the partnership to get together and saying, right, okay, it wasn't our day today, but maybe we can fight back tomorrow and try and survive. You've got to finish in the top 4, otherwise you're not going to make it into finals day. Coming up a week Saturday. Oh, this one is poor keeping from the keeper, and Rahul Bahil just takes his eye off the ball. It gets, well, I don't think he even gets gloves onto it, actually. It might have just caught his fingertip, and it goes all the way for byes.
Yeah, I was going to make this point earlier, but when in the 5th ball, when Karanveer Singh fielded that one, you just have to see the energy. He made a very slight misfield. Might not even have caught a single, but he was so angry with himself. And it shows you this team, doesn't matter what kind of position they're in, they're really hungry for runs, and they want to keep the lid and continue to tighten the screws on this Everest side as we take a look at the standings here in Group A after as we're coming to the end of Monday's action. The Nicosia Tigers currently on top of the table. I think the Napa Royal Kings might end up on top of the Tigers by the end of this evening.
Yeah, I think they will, you know. Well, they're probably thinking, we are the Kings, And upper Royal Kings, and we want to be sitting at the top. This is a good, positive shot. He times this really well. Well, that's a bit better. And, well, Shayam Pandit plays a delightful shot, so maybe he is going to give them something to smile about.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed with Shayam Pandit's glove work so far today, and it's now time for him to see what he can do with the bat. We've not seen too many runs scored by these Everest players outside of the top 4, so big opportunity for Pandit. And that's a nice stroke, just plays it away to point. So he's hit a boundary and then follows it up with a single. That's very smart cricket.
Yeah, smart cricket. So Napa Royal Kings, I wonder if do you think it's anything to do with Iron Napa? I think it probably is.
Oh yeah, certainly. They're probably based in Ayia Napa.
Yeah, Ayia Napa. Now this is, oh no, and Ayia Napa, most people will see that as probably the parting hub at the moment for Cyprus. Ayia Napa, that's where everybody gathers to have a good time. An edge, that's a good start from the keeper. Well, after seeing one go past him for 4 byes, we see a nice top there from Behel. But Ayia Napa at the moment is, well, what it used to be many years ago was just a forest. And that's where the word Napa comes from. It's a Greek word meaning wooded valley. So how it's changed since those early days. Edge, and he doesn't, the keeper, he doesn't move. Well, he keeps coming to life, and maybe he comes to life, has a little snooze, and comes back to life again. This is the keeper's catch. He doesn't even move. I don't think he sees this, Nish.
No, he doesn't. I think that one, and it's really testament to how quick the bowler is. He's, he's certainly not seen it. It's well past his head.
Yeah, I mean, you see there, doesn't even, some keepers here would like stick out a glove or something to it. Well, they are from Ayia Napa. Well, maybe he's been partying. I mean, it has been a Easter weekend. Maybe he's been doing a little bit of partying at a late night, the keeper. It's a nice looking shot. The fielder has to field it, doesn't field it, goes through him, 4 runs. So, well, maybe just getting a little bit complacent, and as a result of that, a bit sloppy. That's not a good look, is it? That's straight through the fielder. And that's Syed Tanvir. He's better than that.
No, they're just going to have, the captain better just have a word right now. Just try to get everyone focused in on this game again. You know, they've not quite won it yet. They might be in a commanding position.
Yeah, so, okay, chase on for the man who's sort of the backstop at the moment. He gets there, makes a stop. That is the end of the power play. So it will be 21 for 3. So yeah, I mean, Ayia Napa now is a bit of a tourist haven, known for its buzzing nightlife and white sandy beaches. But yeah, years ago, Ayia Napa was nothing more than woodland. The area, in fact, was uninhabited and visited only by hunters from neighborhood villages. The town name Ayia means holy in Greek, while the word Napa comes from the word meaning wooded valley. And there you go. So, not what it used to be. Well, it's a hub of activity now. It's Ayia Napa, and they've got a pretty decent cricket team as well.
I would personally, though, translate Ayia as saint, so I guess that's where the slight difference comes between, might also be something to do with ancient Greek as well.
He goes for 14 of that over, so 21 for 3. That's, I suppose, a pretty good recovery. These two putting a partnership together. They were, well, just one on the board, 3 runs. Hardeep Singh is not going to make things any easier for them. This guy's got a bit of pace about him as well. And let's see how he starts. And it's going to be Arjun Shahi facing. Oh, wow, a very interesting, adventurous little shot. You can see what he's trying to do here, just trying to use the pace of Singh and just looking to loft this over that man who's sort of in that fly slip fielding area. Interesting technique.
Yeah, a lot about the way this Napa Royals King side is built reminds me of the Black Caps. I'll just continue on that point later.
Down the ground, fielder comes to it, and this time no mistakes from Tanvir.
Yeah, certainly. If you do remember the Black Caps last time around, they had a lot of quick bowlers. They were dependent on a couple of batsmen to make the bulk of their runs, and I think the construction of this side is really very similar to them, despite having completely different personnel.
Oh, he's so unlucky here, Singh. What a great bit of fielding, though. And it's all about good standards. Singh gets a perfect Yorker in the batter. Gets very lucky, Pandit. Gets an inside edge on this. But look at the fielding as well. That's racing away. Fielder comes across, gets his hands to it, makes a stop. Good work. And that's Sarpreet Singh makes a stop.
And that's just the sort of stuff which this side needs. Just to remind everyone in the field that we're still in this game.
So clever. Very clever slow delivery. And it doesn't pick this at all. And he bowls that really well. I don't think there's too many batters that will pick it. Yeah, beautifully bowled.
Yeah, so well disguised. You see that wry smile from Shahi. Just smiling sheepishly. He knew he got bettered on that delivery. This one's a little bit wider. It's going to take an edge and go to third man. So fortune favoring Everest ever so slightly here. They haven't had much of it today, so you can't blame them.
Yeah, you can't. He swings hard. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por el bateador. So Shahi, I think they're opting, and the thing is here, they want to keep the third man up because they feel that they've got set here with 3 men out on the leg side, and also you've got the 2 on the off. This is another slower delivery. I think he's okay. I think this is dipping. Be worth seeing again just how high it is, but it's dipping a fair bit. Well, you can make up your mind. Was it dipping enough though? And the umpires look like they're happy with it. So it was the end of the over, so 27 for 3.
And despite that little flurry of boundaries we've seen, that run rate is still under 7. As we look at it, they're well below that required red line, and certainly quite a bit below their opponents. There's a huge gap over there. Certainly one you could drive a bus through.
Yeah, it's a big gap, and that's why the power play is so important. I mean, that power play, the first 2 overs, nothing came from it. In fact, it was almost more wickets than it was runs. And well, that will help. It's not a good delivery from the bowler as he delivers this one, and that's way down. So now this is Mohammed Hamza. He's coming on to bowl.
Hamza bowled exceptionally well in the last match. Gave up just 3 runs in the over he bowled.
One gets guided away, and he's going to get 4 runs, and it's also a goal. Well, give him an extra 2 for that. And here we go, in the back of the net. Come on, that's got to be 4 plus 2, surely. We've got to start looking into this at this ground. I reckon the batter should be rewarded for scoring a goal as well. I like it. Hello to everybody on the chat as well. And John Gray saying a very good over there from Singh. Tries to do the same again, backing it up, and has to struggle to get in. Well backed up. So a fine introduction, you have to say, Nish, from the Napa Royal Kings, playing in their very first European Cricket Series, and they've looked good, whereas Everest have shown signs of what they can do, but haven't been able to execute it well enough to get a victory for them first up. In fact, they're still searching for their first victory. The thing is with them, and after this match, they would have played 3 matches. Now, teams will play each other twice in the group. So, in Group A, there'll be 6 teams that will play each other twice. And at the end of it, so by Saturday, we'll know which 4 will go through to the following Saturday's sort of quarter-finals, if you like. This one gets banged in. And no run. It actually will be semi-finals because you'll see 4 on 4 teams coming together. Top 4 and top 4. Yeah, 4 on 4. So yeah, I was right the first time. We go to the quarter-finals. So haven't seen this sort of system in a while where we've got 4 teams come together. That's unlucky. That's a good delivery from Hamza. It's looking like he's going to shatter the stumps, but he just moves away. Watch this. He's on the money, gets the edge, races away to the boundary. 4 runs. Well, once again, we say fortune favours the brave. So, 4 carreras.
Well, even if this required is shooting up, I think it's a very important opportunity for Shahi and both Pundit here to get some runs under the belt. I mean, this tournament isn't over. Even if they do lose this match, Everest, they're going to need this confidence for future innings.
Oh, this one goes right over the stumps. I like what he's trying to do. Is the man who took the amazing catch earlier, Arjun Shahi.
And the one thing, though, I have to say, though, about a lot of these batsmen is they're looking to play a lot of cross-batted strokes. And so far today, we've seen Roman Mazumdar, who's been, other than Ahmed, the most successful batsman. And if you notice him, he's played a lot of straight-batted shots. He used his feet, he played a lot of straight-batted shots, and he proved that, look, you've not got the ability to heave it, just play proper cricketing strokes, and there's plenty of runs to be found all over this field.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Look, it's 5 overs down, 39 for 3. The match has gone. You know, it's just, they're not going to, I don't think they're going to be getting magical over after magical over. This is another catching opportunity, but just drops before the fielder. So, yeah, finish on a positive. It should be looking for 2 here, but both batters have gone to sleep, so it just ends up being 1. So look to, as we keep saying, look to finish the day well, finish on a positive. Maybe, you know, this partnership flourishes into a 51 partnership and go beyond that. I mean, already they put plenty on together. They came together, I think, when the score was only on, I think it might have been 3 at the time. This will be a wide. So good opportunity to get a good partnership together, and maybe one of the batters could even go on to get a half century. That would really set them up nicely for a game against the Nicosia Tigers. Don't forget, it's going to be another difficult match for them because the Tigers, of course, even though they've had a lot of trouble with the ball and their extras, they have won both their matches today.
Including beating this Everest side. And that one's, he's very fortunate there, the captain, that he's got Hardeep Singh backing him up, so his error goes unpunished.
Yeah, a bit of team fielding there, Jasdeep Singh and Hardeep Singh stronger together. A bit of teamwork, and they save the boundary, just 2 from it. High up in the air, Ahmed with the ball now, and last time not only did he score a half century, but he also picked up 2 wickets. He's looking to get in the wickets here as well.
Yeah, this is just quite a statement by the Napa Royal Kings, of course. I mean, look, there's a lot of other teams that are watching this. Teams are in the other group as well. Potentially contenders like the Cyprus Muflons, as well. Watch Ahmed deliver this ball. That's just struck the batsman on the thigh pad, and it's going to be a dot ball. And this is just a huge statement to everyone in this group saying, look, we're the team to beat. And if you want to make it to the knockout stages, you have to go through us.
Yeah. So Rana, and that's it. He says he likes to be called. Rana on his shirt. Slightly slower delivery this time. He's got the field well set. So this is the field that they've stuck with here, and it's worked well for them. Basically, you've got the man at mid-wicket, long on, and you've got a very, very straight long off because of that short boundary. Extra cover on the boundary, and then you've got a sweeper on the offside. And in doing that field, that means that you've got third man pretty close. Point is inside the circle, as well as a man on the 45. And square leg. So they're basically saying, right, if you want to get runs against it, you're going to have to try and get a bit funky. You're going to have to go into areas like being behind the wicketkeeper on either side, so third man area, fine leg area. That's where the protection isn't. But if you're hitting straight, then we got fielders there waiting. And the bowlers have bowled pretty well. 6 overs now complete, and 45 for 3. That over from Ahmed. Going for 6.
Well, we're looking for, as Musharraf is, of course, looking for some an injury update on Bhimsen Bhamsad. And just take a look at him. I'm glad to see him just sitting up and looking quite good right now. Of course, we have recommended him to go to a local hospital, but he wants to sit here and watch his team. He says he feels a bit sore, but doesn't believe there's anything serious. However, hopefully he takes a recommendation, does go to the hospital.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good sign. I mean, when we did see him, even though when he was walking away to that area, this is an uppercut, and he's going to where he is. Wouldn't it be great if he just got up there and fielded that and threw it back? Then he'd say, yeah, I'm all right, no problems, but he's probably been told to stay put there, and I certainly wouldn't argue with Alistair Prudu. If Alistair says stay there, you stay there. But I think yeah, when we saw him, he was obviously had a tissue or something on the nose, so it probably was a nosebleed. But looking at it there, at the moment, it seems okay. But yeah, it's always advisable, as this one's down the ground, and the bounce is going to be difficult to deal with, but no problems at all from the captain, Jasdeep. And this time he doesn't need the intervention of Hardeep Singh. Just keeps it to a single. So we are coming to the close of the day. I want to take the opportunity to thank everybody. I know some people normally are leaving the stream a bit earlier to, well, some people probably to get to bed, others to get to work. I know people are doing different things all over the time. Well, this time it's the other way around from those two, from Jasdeep and Hardeep. This time it's Hardeep who can't pick it up cleanly, and it's Jasdeep that saves his blushes. So they work well together, these two, stronger together, as they say. So yeah, if you are leaving us, it's been great to have your company. Remember, there are 5 matches coming up tomorrow as well, so look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And those of you that can stick around, it'd be great to have you for the end of the day, when we'll be able to say our goodbyes to you. And well, talking about saying goodbye, it's time to say goodbye to Shahi, as Tanvir comes back into the attack and knocks him over. Jagade Fatte style. So that will be the end of Shahi. Makes a good 24 of the 19 deliveries that he faces. And that's a shame, really, because that wicket falling just 1 run short of what would have been a very good 50 partnership between these two.
Yeah, in the end, it is that dreaded 49 that this partnership ends on. But really, a lot of the damage was done when this side was 3 wickets down after having scored just 1 run. And I think these two, it's good for them to get a little confidence in themselves, get a few shots out in the middle of their bat. And, well, they're just going to have to go back now, go back home, just look at things again, review things, see where things went wrong. I think their first couple of matches were a lot closer than this one, and they will leave with plenty of positives.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And you mentioned how close they were. Let's just see this one. It's just nicely played away with a nice straight bat. Remember the first match, they got to 102, and Limassol Queenslanders got there, winning by 7 wickets with 7 balls to go. They just let themselves down in that one with a few extras. And then they were up again, and this time against Newcastle Tigers, who had already won earlier. And again, they got to a score almost 100, 96 they got to after a good flurry towards the end. And Newcastle Tigers winning by 9 wickets, but with 7 balls to go. So they weren't outplayed totally. But in this one, really, the one where they really wanted to respond well, I think you got to say there, just again, we saw that the boys from Napa just too strong with the bat, too many runs on the board. As another over comes to an end, and the score at the end of 7:54 for 4.
Yeah, let me take a look at tomorrow's games. Of course, not much rest for this Everest side. They got to get a good night's sleep, because they're going to be right back here first thing in the morning, taking on the Cyprus Super Kings. Both those sides winless, and then they've got the Nicosia Tigers right after that, and then M-Talks in the afternoon. So back-to-back days of triple headers for this side.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to that game between the Quaylanders and the Tigers again, because today's was really exciting.
Yeah, Everest is probably thinking, hey, I think they must have certainly drawn the short straw, because 3 games today, 3 tomorrow as well, including the first 2. So that's very tough on them. But it's tough on them because the other reason it's tough is because they've lost all 3 games today. I think if they'd won this match, they're thinking, yeah, that's great, let's just stay with it. But at the moment, because you're on a bit of a losing run, yeah, you're never looking forward to a big day when you can't, or when you've had a rough day like this. But look, they've just got to go back to base. They have a bit of time they have together to try and focus on the positives. They did a lot of positive things, and there's a lot of key players in that side. We've seen that already. Shahi is key, and love the bowling, of course, of Hossain. He's really good. Jeevan Lamsal is better than what he showed in the last 2 innings that he played. I think their captain, Bimran Ranabat, has showed good signs as well. So they can come back. They can come back strong. And they've had tough matches today. Remember, they played the Tigers. That was never going to be easy. And this one against the Napa Royal Kings is always going to be a test for them. So maybe tomorrow that the luck and the rub of the green will be on their side.
Yeah, they certainly will hope so. And of course, this should be a good opportunity to, of course, thank our match officials today. Have done such a wonderful job. We've had Hamad Ahmad, Sujith Kumar, and of course, Suchita Tharanga. A lot of our ECN viewers will remember Tharanga from his time captaining the Sri Lankan Lions back in 2021. Of course, a big thank you to our match referee, Stefan Gooch.
Yeah, it's not an easy job for the match officials. But yeah, they've done their job very well. I like the way they've communicated. Sometimes when decisions haven't been right, they come together and they come back with the right decision as well. And match officials, of course, you always have to thank the scorers as well. And I think the likes of Nilkesh Patel and also Nehal Dalb have done a great job. Sam Williams, of course, is the man that looks after everything here for the ECN crew. He's done a great job as well, along with Alistair Priddle. So good work from everybody here at the ground, and also Michael Guntaleka as well. It's been at the ground, come all the way from Malta. So good team effort, and everybody looking forward to doing it all again tomorrow. Edge and put down. It's Rahul Bahel. He's on the move too early, isn't he? He's expecting this to be played on leg side, so he's trying to anticipate. So watch this. He's looking to anticipate. He's moving already. He's not expecting the ball to be guided to exactly where he was stood, and though he's able to get a glove to it, he's not able to hold on to it. Once again, you can smile about these here. I don't think Manzoor Ali is smiling, because he would have loved to have picked up a wicket off the last ball of his spell. He'll go for 19, but wicketless. But the batter, Jaishwal, will be happy that it gets put down. But on matches like this, when probably it doesn't matter so much, you can laugh about them, but you're going to get tougher matches where you've got to take them. This is high in the air. It's an opportunity. Looks confident. No mistakes at all from that match. Hardeep Singh, he's a very good catcher of the ball, and now he's smiling, but he's smiling for the right reasons.
No, it certainly is, as another wicket tumbles. Not too much of a cheer, of course, because the result of this match is pretty much settled. Gets underneath it a bit too much. His angle of elevation is way too high, and he's just put that one right up in the sky, goes down the fielder's throat, so that's a fairly simple catch. As Everest are currently at 59 for 5 with just 11 balls left in this innings.
Yeah, once again, Pandit, well done to him. He's shown his ability and what he can do. And once again, when you look at what Shahi did, 24 of 19, Pandit 26 of 19, if the likes of Jeevan, Bimal could have given them a better start, and also Akhtar, then who knows? I mean, again, you've seen quality players in there, and on a different day, I mean, they're more than, I mean, I'm not saying they would have chased down this score, but they're more than good enough as a team to be getting 120 type of score. So they've just got to focus on the positive and come back stronger tomorrow. And this time it's another one that's a difficult one for the captain, Jasdeep. But these two, well, they're like playing pass the parcel, because that's what they're doing between each other. And goes backwards and forwards between Jasdeep Singh and Hardeep Singh. Sarabjit Singh. I've liked his bowling. I think he's got that sort of pace about him which gets a lot of batters in two minds whether to come after him or not. I must admit, I'm very surprised where the wicketkeeper is standing. So that's unusual, because you'd think he'd be standing right up. But he's quite happy to stand behind. He's still got a big smile on his face as the keeper. And maybe Rahul Bahel is probably thinking, well, the way I'm seeing things at the moment, I'm better just standing back. Sarabjit floats another one up there, and well, now it's bowler and wicketkeeper playing a little bit of pass the parcel, and that over comes to an end pretty quickly, and I think only a couple of runs come off it, and a wicket as well. End of the over. 9 overs complete now. 6 balls to go in the innings, and 6 balls to go to conclude our first day here in Cyprus.
Yeah, Sarabjit's going to be a very important weapon for them as this tournament progresses. They've got a lot of quick bowlers, but then having that left arm spin option, especially in T10 cricket where leg spinners are so useful, is going to be important, as it's another rather wild swing by Jaishwal, as we're now pretty much in a stage where we're just trying to get through the balls as quickly as possible here. The Napoli Royal Kings, and what's been a dominant day's display for them. I mean, this has been very impressive by them. They won the first match by 75 runs, and they look close to achieving a pretty similar margin of victory here. This is quite a statement. They have pretty much bossed both their opponents.
Well, this is why, I mean, do you think this is all about the captain or the bowlers have just said to the keeper, look, just stand back because we don't want to give any edges away? Or is he not confident enough to stand up? Because you've seen it a number of times, and the ball before this one, definitely a run-out opportunity, but he seems to want to stand back.
I think it's just a case of them trying to keep runs to an absolute minimum now. They want to achieve the maximum possible margin of victory. As this one's a bit flighted, slightly loopier than you would have desired, as Everest have been put out of their misery just for the day, because we'll be right back here tomorrow for another triple header from their point of view. It's been another dominant victory by the exact same margin of 75 runs, 2 victories, off a combined 150 runs for the Napa Royal Kings. This has been some statement, and they've sent a message to everyone in both this group and Group B. I'm talking about you, the Cyprus Mouflons, that this might be the team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, they might be the team to beat. I mean, at the moment, the thing is, I mean, like I said the same in the first match, you can't judge a team just by one performance, but what they've done is they've backed it up with 2 now, so they certainly have already shown what they can do. They're a team that are prepared to go after the ball, score runs quickly. We thought, well, maybe it was only to do with just one man who had an exceptional day, Saran Ahmed, but somebody like Ali, Mansoor Ali, said, no, it's not all about one man. I can do the same as well when he blasted 28 of 11. So, yeah, they're looking like a decent team. They've got good bowlers. They've got good variety. And look at that. They're wanting, there's a bit of a tussle there. They're fighting for the wrong reasons, or the right reasons, I should say. They're making sure that it is Saran Ahmed that leads them off the field of play. He said, no, not me, you guys. They said, no, you go, as we have a look at the highlights. But it wasn't a good start, was it? It was terrible when you saw, well, Jeevan, he went for just 1 of 2 deliveries. Their captain went for a 4-ball duck. And then we also saw Akhtar. He went for 0 as well. But it needed something positive to happen. And, well, maybe they got a bit of luck. They got a few extras and a few buys go their way. But unlike the partnership between Pandit and Shahi, it just goes to show that if they put their best game together, Everest, then they are able to get themselves out of this little rut that they're in at the moment, and maybe be a little bit more competitive in the coming games. And but 3 defeats and then coming back tomorrow playing the first 2 matches is going to be really tough for them, as we see more of the highlights. And well, a bit more Chakli Bhatte there from Tanvir. That was a man that finally managed to break that partnership. Unfortunately, it finished in 49. That one was unfortunate for the keeper. Well, even when he's standing up, he can't take it. You can smile about these, Nish, on a match like this, but on another day, that could be so important.
It could be, and he's just fortunate that today has been such a dominant display. It won't matter, of course. Apologies to Everest fans for that low lights package from their perspective.
Yeah, it can be, and we'll have a look at the scorecard here first. And you can see it wasn't the best of starts. I think they weren't helped with those first ballers for Ranabat. Well, not Ranabat. Ranabat was a 4-ball duck, and we saw a 2-ball duck for Sahil Akhtar there as well. But that partnership, as I say, was pretty encouraging for Everest between Arjun Shahi, who, by the way, took a sensational catch today. So he's got something to remember this day about as well. And also Pandit, he batted really well. Bowling figures, I think all of the bowlers were pretty outstanding. I think the captain there is Jasdeep is going to be very happy with the way his bowlers have performed. 2 wickets there for Saeed Tanvir, 2 for 10 from him. Mohammed Hamza, unliking him, the left armer, he's going to create problems. And also, you mentioned it, I think somebody like Sarbjit Singh with his spin could be very crucial in the matches going forward.
No, certainly might be the case, of course, and we talk about this match, just how good these sides have been. Take a look at the Rifle Kings.
Yeah.
2 wins by 75 runs.
Yeah, I mean, but isn't it been a funny day, because we started the day with victories, being with teams winning with 7 balls to go, and then, well, Napa Royal Kings have just won, as you said, 2 matches with that margin of 75 runs. But it's been a great start here in Cyprus. Thank you to everybody for watching. Look, it's been great to be on comms finally with yourself. I know we've spoke a lot when we haven't been together, and I've followed you a lot when you've done some series. So it's been great to have you here, and of course your knowledge and your expertise about not just Cyprus but about the players has been fantastic. So well done to you, and thank you.
No, it's been a real pleasure commentating with you here. I mean, of course, everyone knows you all around. You've already had fans coming in for autographs. It's really been that special, and I think recapping tonight's action, the two teams we're all going to leave here talking about the Nicosia Tigers, who came up with 2 tight wins. They managed to pull it off. There's a few frailties there, but that doesn't matter in a tournament. You've just got to find a way to win, and people are going to think this Royal King side have an aura of invincibility about them. Well, I think there might be a slight chink in their armor. I want to see if they can win on the day where Ahmed doesn't go off for a massive total.
Yeah, absolutely. You talking about massive totals. I mean, what was your final count on the extras? I got as far as 170, but didn't count the last inning. So what's the final count on extras?
It's 177. I mean, we've been saved by that. Very disciplined performance by the Royal Kings in the end, who only gave 7 runs of extras.
That's still quite amazing, though. 100. I mean, if you start the day and say, hey, today there's going to be like 100 extras in the day, you think, no way. What are you talking about? 177. How many came off the Nicosia Tigers?
63 off the Nicosia Tigers. They're guilty of more than a third of the extras today, and they only played in 2 games.
Yeah, look, that's been the story today. I think it's been a day of extras. You're talking about 177 extras, but also we've had 5 matches today. In 4 of them, penalty points came into play as well. I've never seen a day like it. Been a great day though. Look, everybody, thank you very much for watching. You know we have the best audience in the world, so thank you very much. Remember, we do have 5 more matches coming tomorrow. Maybe we can have them on the screen for you one more time just to remind you of the matches coming up. But it's going to be a big day, isn't it, for Everest? Everest are coming up, and they've got the Cyprus Super Kings. Now, that one's a big match for both of those teams. Both were not able to get a victory today, but the Cyprus Super Kings only played once. But Everest know that is a win that they've got to go for. If they can get that win, then they will make it. I think the next match between them and Nicosia Tigers will be an interesting one. And I think if they put their A game together, if they get it, this is what I'm saying here, if they get a win in match number 6 and they put their A game together, I think they can beat the Nicosia Tigers, who may just be a little bit too complacent. Also, looking forward to seeing the Amdocs that are going to be there tomorrow as well. But look, I think you said it already, the umpires, well done to all the match officials. You were absolutely fantastic. Well done to the ECN crew as well. And also big thank you to Martins and to Valentine's, who's got the camera here at the moment, and also to Richards, who were great part of our spring productions crew. We've had a really good day. It's day 1. We've seen plenty of action, seen plenty of boundaries, seen plenty of extras as well. I'm looking forward to seeing a bumper day tomorrow. So just time for us to say our goodbyes, and I will, like I always say, be good, be happy. Adios. Hasta mañana, mi familia.